Alrighty. Testing, testing, testing. Alrighty. 2 seconds, everyone, as we have a very interesting situation developing right now. Very interesting. There we go. Perfect, wonderful, wunderbar. We are good. All right, tornado warning. First off, I apologize for not being on in a while. Mainly because I've just been really burnt out and have been wanting to really, not really wanted to upload content in a while, but that's not an excuse, and I apologize. So better late than never, as we have an event that is actually unfolded or really unraveled itself over the past 24 hours to be a lot more active than once thought, and because of which we have a lot of activity that is anticipated over the area. So let's take a look here, as we do have a moderate risk for severe weather into portions of Michigan, Indiana, and Ohio. We also have an enhanced risk around the surrounding areas, and of course a slight risk around the surrounding areas. But interestingly enough, we actually have a tornado watch in the area outside of the moderate risk, and we have a severe thunderstorm watch inside the moderate risk. So why are things switched up? Why is everything so weird and stuff like that? Well, that's because this event here today is very, very strange, and we'll start off with the fact that there is a tornado warning here for Elgin in Illinois. So if you know anyone who lives in the general area of Chicago, all right, a lot of people have been asking, when is severe weather going to start impacting Chicago? When am I ever going to cover severe weather in Chicago? Today's the day. Today's the day we cover severe weather in Chicago, and there is a supercell that looks relatively promising in regards to the severe weather potential. And of course, as soon as I start talking, my weather radio starts going off, so let's fix that. More than likely a severe thunderstorm warning.
The National Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a severe...
Yep, severe thunderstorm warning. I don't care about it. We care about the tornado warning, okay? I probably should turn off my weather radio, but it also helps me, figure out as to, if I'm actually going to get stuff. But we have a tornado warning here, all right? Big time tornado warning here with a bit of rotation. If I actually pull up Epic Pen here, I may be able to actually illustrate here for you all. You can see the greens are the winds moving towards the radar, the reds are the winds moving away. So this broad area of rotation over here near West Dundee, right on top of I-90 is where the tornadic rotation would be. So if you guys know anyone who lives over here, especially over to the areas of northwestern Chicago, they need to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Now, just for reference here, ladies and gentlemen, just for reference, here is Chicago right there. There is Chicago, and right there is the tornado warning. So we're a good ways away from downtown Chicago. However, we are approaching the Beltway. We are approaching the Beltway of Chicago right within there. And so this is going to be something to watch out for, 100%. This is going to be one of those things to where if this thing does continue to intensify, it is in a very good environment for it to potentially intensify and potentially even put down a tornado. So one of those things to where if you live over here near Elgin, as well as areas near Bloomingdale, Iverness, as well as areas along I-90. All right, I-90 here in Illinois. This would be in northern Illinois. You guys need to watch out for this very, very closely, as there could potentially be something tornadic within this area. Probably not, Arthenia, probably not. Especially since I live near that area, I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of activity over in the Eastern Panhandle. But yeah, this is really interesting here. So, it's once again, latest scan came in. We still have a lot of rotation here. A lot of rotation within this storm. I don't see anything too tornadic within this area. What I mean by that is I don't see it putting down a tornado at this moment. Obviously, can change, and it probably will change, to be completely honest with you. But as of looking at this frame right here, right now, don't see it at the moment. So that's kind of the good news at the moment. That is very much so the good news. But the bad news is, of course, is that this still is a tornadic thunderstorm. ZDR actually increased exponentially. This tells me that this storm is trying to intensify and might actually be getting some developing showers and thunderstorms out in front of the supercell. So that's going to be kind of interesting here. Based off of what I see from this storm, I think we could potentially see something that's going to ride once again right along I-90, and it might actually curl a little bit further towards the north and east, kind of getting swallowed up by the inside of the actual body of this thunderstorm. So might be something to watch out for if you're over here in South Barrington and Iverness, as well as Palatine, because this storm can definitely start to amplify at any given moment. I mean, the environment is very favorable for tornadic thunderstorms to continue to do their thing, and we need to continue to watch out for this very, very closely. So please be sure, if you're along I-90, you need to watch out for this very, very closely. So if you haven't already, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. All right, copy the link to the live stream, put on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible, especially if people don't have local news sources. So if they don't have cable, if they don't have power and they're on their phone, they can go to social media and they can find us. So that way we may be able to get this information out to them if they need it. Which they probably will, because this is a tornado warning, and there's a good reason why the National Weather Service has issued this tornado warning. So we got to watch out for this very, very closely. Now, there is something really interesting that I am noticing out in front of this storm, and I've outlined it in this black line. It's a bit of an outflow boundary, and if the storm can ride that a little bit more, I would not be surprised if it put down a tornado somewhere within that area. So that is going to be something to note here. And it would probably be this area of rotation right there, right over Elgin. So that would be something to watch out for as this continues to progress further and further eastward. Actually, a little bit more of an east-southeast motion, according to what it currently looks like. But it definitely could potentially try and shift here in a second. And I do believe, oh, wow, yeah. So that is a heavy amount of ZDR, actually a well-defined ZDR arc right within that area. So this storm is probably going to intensify here relatively soon within the lower level updraft, or not the lower level updraft, lower level mesocyclone more than likely. KDP, very interesting here. Doesn't exactly look like it's in a position, according to KDP and ZDR, to put down a tornado at this moment. It looks like there's a lot of streamwise vorticity, but it is not fully dominated by streamwise vorticity within this area. So I'm kind of struggling to believe that as of right now it could, but I'm not struggling to believe. I actually have high confidence that this thing could potentially try and put down one a little bit later on. So that's the reason why I'm saying areas over here near Streamwood, as well as the Hanover Park, South Barrington, the Inverness, as well as areas near Schaumburg, areas near I-90 and 290, they need to be on high alert, especially State Highway 58 and 59 near Streamwood. I do believe that could be the area to where that could potentially put down a tornado. So please be sure, if you haven't already, share this information with as many people as possible. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information, because that's what we're trying to do here, guys. We're trying to get this information out to more and more people, so that way we may be able to continue to spread, you know, all sorts of news of what all is happening here right now. So just to kind of reference here once again as to what we're talking about here at this moment, there's a tornado warning at this moment, and it is north and west of Chicago. It's actually approaching the Chicago metro areas and is actually approaching the Beltway, which is right about here. There actually is two outer beltways more or less around Chicago, but it is approaching 290 right now, and it is kind of paralleling 90 to get to 294. So just for reference, more or less, if this were to continue to move off to the south and east, Chicago O'Hare International Airport was actually right there, and the storm would be making a trajectory towards that international airport. So We need to really be mindful of this storm and take it seriously, especially if you are in the tornado warning here. This is specifically for Kane and Cook counties here in northeastern Illinois, and that'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I also want to mention here that we do have another supercell that is heading off from the Lake Michigan general area near South Haven. So if you're over near South Haven, Michigan, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for your area with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and a tornado possible within that area due to the fact that this is a supercell, storm inhibiting tornadic-like conditions within the storm, or at least it's possible. So if you're over here near South Haven, near I-96, or I should say I-196, really need to watch out, all right? This could be a storm that could be potentially trying to produce a water spout, and, of course, those water spouts, as they move over land, they're no longer water spouts. They're instead tornadoes. So need to go ahead, if you haven't already, and just start thinking about that safe space, that area to where you can take shelter from these storms, because those do seem to be pretty intense. This is a very interesting supercell right here. It has a very interesting ZDR arc within this storm, and it looks like it is trying to... Oh wow, so the ZDR arc is starting to curl out a little bit more. Maybe a new attempt at a wrapping around with the rear flank downdraft, more than likely. KDP still relatively interesting. Man, oh man. This might be trying to make a push here in a second. Probably not, or at least not quite yet. If this storm is going to try and produce, it'll probably do it a little bit later on. And yeah, I do believe this thing is trying to make a push. Oh yeah, this thing is starting to try and make a push. So let's go back to the previous scan here real quickly, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll try and show you what I'm seeing here right now. So what's happening here is you have a lot of greens that are moving towards the radar. So this is our winds moving towards the radar, that's green, and then the winds moving away is the red. All right, so if you kind of keep that in the back of your head as we continue to talk about this, then you'll kind of be on point with me so far. Now the radar is really weird in regards to the fact that it can only measure winds moving away and towards. It can't measure winds that are moving alongside of it. All right, so if you have your radar down here, this is south and west of Chicago, so this is KLOT, and if you have your wind that is green down here, and you have your winds that are red up here, you obviously have your winds moving towards, and then it moves on through, and it's continuing to be away. But these grays are inputting values, I should say, that are 0 miles per hour. Well, obviously, if it's showing something, it can't be 0 miles per hour, because what's actually happening is that the wind is moving perpendicular to the radar, and the radar can't actually measure the winds moving alongside of it. Whereas if it's moving away or towards, it does measure those values. So basically what I'm trying to say here is that it can't measure these values that are moving alongside the radar, and it is in turn measuring it as these gray values right here, these low values of velocities. But what actually is happening here is you have a lot of these greens that are moving towards the radar still, and then it is turning a little bit more to the counterclockwise fashion, and in turn, because you have that turning, you have a lot of this gray area right here that are winds moving perpendicular to the radar, and then they are meeting up with these red velocities that are moving away from the radar. So it, instead, you have a lot of rotation that is over here towards the general area of I-90 north of Streamwood and near the general vicinity of the South Barrington area. So that's what we're kind of dealing with at the moment. The storm is starting to kind of rotate more and more and more, and it is trying to make an attempt to try and put down a tornado. That is the reason why the National Weather Service has issued this tornado warning. So once again, if you're over near Elgin, if you're near Streamwood, Schaumburg, South Barrington, as well as areas along I-90, and then further along towards the Bloomingdale and the 290 areas here in northeastern Illinois, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So please be sure, if you haven't already, copy the link to the live stream and share it with friends and family and on social media like Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. That way we may be able to continue to get this information out to as many people as possible. There is a tornadic storm over here that is heading off in the general vicinity of Chicago. So if you know anyone who lives in that general area, I would just give them a nudge. Say, hey, you're in a tornado watch right now, believe it or not, and you probably should keep your eyes in the sky for potential changing weather events. All right, something could happen around, in your general area, and you need to watch out. So feel free to send the live stream to them. That way they may be able to stay tuned through all this stuff. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. And that's what we're going to want to do. We're going to want to continue to try and spread the information with more and more people. So we really need to just continue to watch out for this very, very closely. That's all I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to tell you all that this storm does have the potential to try and produce tornadoes. So we got to continue to watch out for it, and we got to be prepared ahead of the time. All right, we don't want to be scared. We don't want to be frightened about this storm. All right, if the tornado warning gets issued, then instead of being around just sitting still, being frozen in place, that's the time to act. That's the time to go ahead and get into a safe space, get into a sturdy structure, and specifically you have to get underground, or you have to get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Will Oak Lawn be impacted? Let me take a look here real quickly. O'Hare cameras. If you guys actually have cameras, feel free to send them to me at Nate_Snyder on Twitter. And even if you have a picture of these storms, if you are taking pictures and whatnot, and you're at a safe distance from the storm, you're not putting yourself in danger, please be sure to at me on Twitter at Nate_Snyder, so that way I can get perspectives out. So Oak Lawn, let me take a look here. It's pronounced Barrington. Beautiful. I'll keep that in mind. Oak Lawn is in the southeastern portions or southwestern portions of Chicago. They could potentially. It's a little too far out to say as of right now. So I'll continue to watch out. But the current trajectory of these showers and thunderstorms are going to be moving north of that area. Tornado on the ground in Ohio. Sounds fun. Let me get a radar over there if that's the case, and that is a tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Pike County in southwestern Ohio.
It's really gonna get me to move a lot of my radars, isn't it? It's probably that one. Yeah. Oh, that is a tornado.
Warning for northeastern DuPage County in northeastern Illinois.
Oh.
Northern Cook County in northeastern Illinois.
Here it is. They issued the tornado warning for the city of Chicago now. So let me update the name of the stream. Tornado warning, Chicago, Illinois. That way I might be able to get this out to more and more people. There we go. Hopefully that's updated. But now we do have tornado sirens over there. Before I talk about the tornado warning in Chicago, there is a tornado on the ground right now here near Morgantown and Elm Grove over here in Ohio. If you are in southern portions of Ohio, near Piketon and Waverly City, as well as areas near Morgantown and Sinking Spring, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. And I can tell that there is a tornado on the ground at this moment. It's actually been on the ground for probably about 5 to 10 minutes now. But here is the rotation in question. Remember, The greens are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And if you put that together and you follow this along as this continues to move off towards the south and east, actually more of an east-southeast trajectory, we'll actually pair it along here with the correlation coefficient, which basically looks at, whether or not an object that it's looking at here with the radar is rain or not. So if it's red, it's rain. If it's not rain. It's either air, hail, debris, whatever. And in this instance, you can see here on this area right here, there's a little bit of a green area right within that area. And there actually is a little bit of rotation just to the north of that. So right about there is where that is. And you can see that as this continues to progress, that little green area now expanded to a bigger blue area, which tells me there's a lot of debris being lofted up in the sky. We can continue to move on through, and it looks like that debris signature and rotation signature is aligned right on top of each other, and you can see this continues to move on through all the way down towards the Elm Grove area. Now, fortunately, it doesn't look like the debris signature is still in the air as of right now. It doesn't look like it is on the ground as of right now. However, two things are to be made known from this storm. Number one, flying debris may be dangerous to those caught without shelter. All right, you hear that from the National Weather Service tornado warnings because it's true. All right, if you have a flying 2x4 in the air and is moving really fast, there's a good instance to where if it hits you, you probably could not just be injured, you could be severely injured. It could even lead to death. So that's one of those things where you need to find shelter. You need to find shelter regardless of the fact, because the storm had produced a tornado. Now, on the other hand, we also have a new area of rotation that is starting to develop on the southeastern side of it. So we have a new area, maybe a potential recycle here to where the storm could be trying to develop a new rotation on the northern, or not the northern, the eastern side. And that's exactly what I think is happening here. It's starting to develop a new area of rotation, and it'll be heading towards Jasper, Piketon, and Waverly City over here into portions of Ohio. So if you're over there, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions right now, and get into your safe space. Let's move back over to the tornado warning over here as this starts to head off towards the Chicago areas. And oh my goodness, this thing has intensified over the past few frames. And I wouldn't be surprised if this thing put down a tornado, because this is starting to go now. This is a serious situation right now to where I do believe this could be trying to put down a tornado here. And I would not be surprised, based off of its structure, that it could be a strong one. So if you're in Hanover Park, Roselle, as well as Bloomingdale, Schaumburg, Streamwood, areas along 290, you need to get in your safe space right now, because this storm is starting to intensify significantly. And as soon as I say that, the velocity's kind of deteriorated a little bit, so maybe potentially a brief tornado that could have occurred. But I mean, my goodness, that was a very intense frame there that I just saw. Really interesting, actually, that I just saw with this frame. This storm is very interesting. But yeah, there is a lot of rotation here. If we go over to the frame right above it, or the tilt right above it, you can clearly see there's greens and blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Latest scan came in, kind of deteriorated a little bit, which is kind of the good news here. But this is a storm that is trying to cycle over and over and over again. And we've been saying this storm could potentially try and put down a tornado. Would not be surprised if that was the case. So Bloomingdale, Roselle, Hanover Park, Schaumburg, Streamwood need to get in your safe space right now, because this storm is trying to continue to rotate more and more and more. Now, as I said, this eventually will be heading off towards the general vicinity of Bloomingdale, Bensonville, the Chicago O'Hare International Airport, as well as areas near Elmwood Park, Oak Park, and then eventually towards the downtown areas of Chicago. And it'll be taking a little bit before it actually gets to Chicago. So Chicago, you don't need to actually get in your safe space as of right now. You have a little bit of time to prepare, all right? If you have a sturdy structure that you typically go to, let's say you are in, now I'm not saying there's mobile homes in Chicago, but, you know, let's say you're outside, or if you're in a mobile home, please be sure to find that that sturdy structure, so that way you may be able to put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, because that's what you're going to want to do. That same thing for Oak Park, as well as Elmwood Park, the Norwich area, as well as areas along 294. If you're along 294 right now and you're near the O'Hare area, I would highly recommend start to think about finding that sturdy structure to get into, just in case if this thing tries to put down a tornado. But if you're a lot closer to this storm, all right, if you're near Hanover Park, Roselle, Bloomingdale, as well as Schaumburg, areas near I-90 or the intersection of I-90 and 290, heading off towards the 355 area, you need to get in your safe space. Now is the time for you to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And this storm could potentially try to put down a tornado. It definitely could. That's the reason why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for it. I mean, there's just a good chance that, this thing, based off of the environment that it is in as of this moment, there's a good chance. So, need to watch out for that. Just got a report here, an unofficial report here. Says, face the worst turbulence I've ever experienced, and the 1,000s of flights been on. Crew member was injured. We landed safely, thanks to skilled pilots in Chicago. We got alerted that we're under a tornado warning. We basically flew through a tornado, which is not surprising, to be completely honest with you, with how significant the rotation is right within that area. I'm not really too surprised. Let's go over here and take a look at this video that was sent into Reed Timmer, and you can hear the tornado warning sirens scream across Chicago. This is not in Colby, Kansas, by the way. I mean, that's as ominous as you can get it. That is as ominous as you can get it, for sure. I'm going to continue to try and see. I do believe we might have cameras. We'll have to see as to how this continues to play out, but I do believe there are cameras here. Only issue is it's kind of not where I want it to be, but that's all right. We're gonna basically try and see if we can try and find better cameras. If not, if you guys have any, if you guys live within these areas and you have local sky cameras that you guys know of, please be sure to send those in to me, so that way we may be able to get perspectives as to what all is going on at this moment, especially since, as the storm continues to show that it is tornadic in nature. We're looking at the reflectivity as of right now. You can see a lot of heavy rain across the board through Mount Prospect, as well as into the Prospect Heights and the Inverness areas. If you're in West Dundee and Elgin, you guys are in the clear as of right now. But then you start to see how this rain starts to wrap around into this hook fashion right within there. And that basically tells you that this storm is rotating. It's starting to rotate a bit of a counterclockwise fashion, and we have a little bit of an inflow notch right within there. I'm actually more inclined to take a 3D of this, so that way I may be able to show you a 3D of this actual supercellular thunderstorm. But basically what happens is you have, once again, a lot of the rain wraps around, and then this storm actually takes in a lot of the energy that is in the atmosphere, a lot of the unstable energy for thunderstorms to form or sustain. And when the two meet, when they all start to kind of converge, they form into this counterclockwise rotation, which is where tornadoes end up actually developing. So that is going to be something to note here as to how much energy this thing is taking in. So that way we may be able to determine as to whether or not this storm can actually put down a tornado over here into portions of Chicago. All right, let's shelve this here real quickly, because there is a storm over here near Jasper that is had a history of producing a tornado, in my honest opinion. As of right now, it is not putting down a tornado. Oh, wait, it actually just put down the second tornado. It just put down the second tornado. That is a heavy debris scatter over there, over near Elm Grove. Oh, boy. Heavy debris scatter. You see how this was where the old tornado was right here. So this was the debris signature from the old tornado. We saw how that started to get smaller and smaller and then potentially a new area of rotation out in front of it. So a new tornado that could have tried to form. You see there's a larger debris signature here that starts to develop just to the east of Elm Grove, and then all of a sudden it moves off to the south and east, and you can see how much larger that debris signature actually got. And as this continues to move on through, you can see the debris signature actually fanned a little bit more to where the tornado actually picked up the debris and slung it in all sorts of different directions. So this storm continues to show instances of where this thing could potentially try to continue to form numerous rotations. If you're in Jasper and Piketon over here into portions of Ohio, all right, so this is not in Illinois as of right now. We're going to get back to the Chicago tornado warning here in a second, but we do have a storm that has had a history of producing tornadoes, and it is over here near the Piketon area. So if you're over there, you need to get in your safe space. This is in Piketon, Ohio. This is in between Piketon and Wakefield. And if you're over near Beaver or Stockdale over here in Ohio, and eventually towards the Jackson and the areas along State Highway 32 and State Highway 93. If you know anyone who lives in those areas in southern portions of Ohio, which would actually be, just for reference here, right here is Columbus, right here is Cincinnati, over here is Charleston, West Virginia, and right there in that red box is where the tornado warning is at. So if you're over here in this portion of Ohio, or if you know anyone who lives in this portion of Ohio, you need to tell them to get in their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation, maybe even tornadoes as possible. So once again, Beaver, Jackson, Rocky Hill, Stockdale, Wakefield, and Piketon over here in Ohio, you need to get in your safe space right now. Going back to the tornado warning over here that is heading off towards the Chicago metro area. Once again, this is a tornado warning over here, which does include areas like DuPage and Cook counties, and that'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The actual area where it's at is over here near Bloomingdale. So now is the time. If you are over in Bloomingdale, you need to get in your safe space right now. If you're in Streamwood or Hanover Park, even though there is a red box, well, now it just actually, it actually just disappeared, which is exactly what I was going to get to. You guys, in my opinion, are in the clear. Once again, Elgin's in the clear, areas near West Dundee and Gilbert's, as well as Pingree Grove area. You guys are also in the clear, all right? It's the areas now that are from 290, so Interstate 290, around that area, south of the intersection between 90 and 290, to the east towards the 294 area, as well as O'Hare, heading off towards the Elmwood Park and Oak Park general vicinity, as well as further along down towards the Chicago area. So if you're in those areas, now is the time for you to get into a sturdy structure. If you're in a mobile home and you live in these areas, you need to find a sturdy structure right now, because a mobile home will not cut it. If a tornado does form, mobile homes will be destroyed, and you are not safe in a mobile home. So get to a shelter or get underground or in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We also have a report of damage over here in Streamwood of numerous medium-sized or large-sized tree limbs. They are down across Tanglewood Drive, south of Schaumburg Road. The report was relayed via Twitter. So there's a lot of reports of just tree branches down, maybe trees down near Streamwood, and that was from the same cell. The same thunderstorm is still going on right now. It doesn't have any need to deteriorate at this moment, and it looks like as if this thing is going to continue to go on its trend as it heads off towards the south and east. So once again, if you're over here in those areas that I've called out for, you need to get in your safe space. So once again, I said this about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. Please be sure, if you haven't already, please share this information with as many people as possible, all right? Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible, especially if people don't have cable, if they don't have service, or they don't have power and stuff like that. They can go on to social media. They may be able to find us there, telling them, about these areas that could potentially be impacted by some sort of tornadic condition. So please be sure, if you haven't already, please be sure to share that information by hitting that thumbs up button down below. You actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. That's the big thing here that we're trying to do. We're trying to get the information out. So please be sure, if you haven't already, please be sure to do so. Let's get into the analysis here aspect of this. I think we're going to actually go ahead and take a 3D after we're done with the analysis. But one thing that we can see for certain is that there's a heavy mass of rain right within this area. And there's a lot of rain, there's a lot of hail that's falling down. If we take a look at the maximum expected hail size, there's a lot of these greens in these areas. And you can see on the scale on your left-hand side, once you start to get towards the green areas, that's about an inch to maybe even an inch and a half, sized hail in diameter. So that's a lot of widespread hail here in heavy amounts within this area. And that's all the more reason why you need to be inside. If you're outside trying to look for the tornado and stuff like that, you could be pelted by hail and you could be injured. So you need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. I also want to make a note here real quickly that if you actually look a little bit closer, just a little bit closer, you can see that all this red here is actually being wrapped around into a hook right down here. And that is actually a lot of rain-cooled outflow, that's being pulled and wrapped around into the rotation. And what actually happens here is that on the opposite side of the spectrum, you also have an inflow notch right within this area to where the storm basically takes in energy similar to how Pac-Man eats the little dots when he plays the actual arcade game. And so if you think of it like that way, the storm, other known as Pac-Man in this instance, is going to continue to eat the bits of energy that's in the atmosphere, the unstable energy, which allows this thing to continue to form and sustain. And that's kind of the reason why we're pretty concerned about this, due to the fact that if this thing does produce a tornado, not only is it in a relatively populous area, but it's also got a lot of energy to work with. So that way this thing may be able to continue to sustain even after it puts down a tornado. So that's kind of the reason why we're watching this very, very closely. We do have a little bit of rotation here over towards the Roselle area. The reds are the winds moving away from the radar. Greens are moving towards. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. In the next scan, we're probably going to see it move off to the south and east over here towards the Medina areas, as well as to the north and east of Bloomingdale. And it is approaching the intersection of 355 and 290. So if you're over there, due west of O'Hare and right near the intersection of 355 and 290, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. We might be starting to see a little bit of a debris signature, unfortunately, as the velocities are starting to uptrend here. You can see that the brighter pixels are starting to touch within each other, and I do believe this thing could be potentially trying to put down a tornado right now. So if you're in this area here, once again, Ithaca, as well as Wooddale, Addison, Bensonville, Bloomingdale, areas along the intersection of 355 and 290 here, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible, because I do believe this thing could be trying to put down a tornado here soon. Let me take a look here real quickly. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff here. Someone sent me a sky camera, so I do want to try and see. Unfortunately, this camera is looking off towards the actual lake, so probably not all too useful here. But once again, this is a serious situation. People need to take this seriously, as I do believe this thing could be attempting to put down a tornado here. I actually wonder if the next scan will come out and if it will actually confirm my suspicions, unfortunately. But this is all the more reason why, if you live within these areas, you need to get in your safe space. So let's take a look here on Radar Omega. And this is approaching the Addison, the Wooddale, and the Bensonville. If you're in those areas near Churchville, as well as Ithaca, you got to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Right there is the rotation, right over Roselle, actually crossing over the Irving Park Road right now, and is heading towards Lake Street right now, near the intersection of 290 and 355. And so if you live within that general vicinity, you need to get in your safe space right now, as this thing could be trying to put down a tornado here soon. As I said, I would not be surprised if that was the case. But this storm definitely is trying to continue to look more and more tornadic. So let's go back to Omega here. This is, once again, near the Addison, Wooddale, Bensonville areas, as well as North Lake, Franklin Park, Melrose Park, Berkeley, Villa Park, areas over, once again, near Chicago, O'Hare, as well as the Elk Grove Village south of that, and then eventually towards the Tri-State Tollway along 290 and 294. So if you're in those areas over here near Chicago, all right, once again, this is near the Chicago metro area. If I actually zoom it in here real quickly, or actually I should say zoom it out, there is the Chicago metro area, actually downtown Chicago, more or less, right in there. And there is the rotation that we are talking about. The reds and grays are moving away from the radar. Greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And that would be where the tornado is currently at. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, basically from 290 and 355 and eastward, all right? If you know anyone who lives along those areas, especially as you get closer and closer towards areas like 94, as well as O'Hare, 294, that general area, they need to get in their safe space. You need to tell them to get in their safe space, because this situation could be one of those instances to where we could see a tornado in a relatively populous area. Latest scan just came in, and it veered off a lot more to the south and east. I don't see an indication that there was, maybe a brief tornado, maybe a very brief tornado that occurred. I don't see any continuation of that, however. So that's kind of the good news here. It looks like this thing isn't really sustaining all too much with the attempts at producing tornadoes. I mean, it's producing numerous rotations, but at the same time, with what's happening is that it's producing them very quickly, very briefly, and that's kind of making it a little bit more unpredictable, if you will. The one thing that I can say is that if you had a storm to where it completely deteriorated or it completely intensified, you at least know. You at least know that it is doing one thing or it's doing another. If it was producing a tornado and it was consistently on the ground, you'd be able to tell people, hey, it's on the ground, it's heading towards these areas. You need to continue to watch out for this because it's still there. Or if the storm deteriorated, you'd be able to say, hey, the storm is no longer a big issue right now. With what's happening right now is I still see an instance to where the storm can continue to intensify further and further based off of looking at ZDR. We have a relatively good presentation with our ZDR arc here, which basically tells me as to whether or not the storm could potentially still intensify, if it still has room for improvement, if you will. And that's kind of just letting me know that the storm still is relevant. So if you're in Bensonville, if you're in Melrose Park, Elmwood Park, Elmhurst, you need to get in your safe space still. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Now into the areas of which I would probably watch out for now. It would have to be Oak Park and Maywood. All right, Oak Park, Maywood, Melrose Park, Elmwood Park, as well as Berwyn, as well as areas near Westchester, Broadview, anywhere along 290 near the intersection of 294 and eastward. Heading towards downtown Chicago, I would tell them that now would be the time to get in your safe space if you live in those areas. And it'll be approaching Chicago in about a half an hour. So downtown Chicago, you guys will actually be impacted here in about a half an hour. But if you're over near Elmwood Park, Melrose Park, Maywood, Oak Park, now would be the time to go now. I would get helmets, I would get pillows, I'd get shoes, I'd get any sort of protective gear. And in case that this thing does put down a tornado, I would go ahead and get that on, so that way you may be protected from falling debris that could be falling within your area if this thing does produce a tornado. That's the big thing here, is that we are trying to more or less rather be safe than sorry. And due to the fact that this storm still looks to be tornadic on both ends of the spectrum, with the National Weather Service continuing the tornado warning, as well as the fact that the storm continues to appear tornadic via radar, this thing, in my opinion, still needs to be a storm to watch out for very, very closely. So that is something that I would note here. I also want to make a note of this storm over here that is heading off towards Hartford and Lawrence. So the storm that went through South Haven has now, went ashore, and it is producing a severe thunderstorm warning that is, in my opinion, comparable to a tornado warning. Whenever we have a severe thunderstorm warning, with a damage threat destructive tag. This tells me that it's a storm that could potentially do comparable damage to a tornado warning. And so in this instance, we have a destructive storm for Hartford and southern Van Buren counties over here in portions of Michigan for baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you're in those areas near Decatur, Sister Lakes, as well as Lawton and Marcellus and Dowagiac, or Dowagiac, I believe that's how it's pronounced. You need to get in your safe space because this storm can definitely do a lot of damage. If you take a look at the maximum expected hail size, I mean, this just basically tells you all you need to know. In the last storm that we were looking at over towards the Bloomington areas, or the, I believe that's Bloomingdale. Geez, I already have, yeah, Bloomingdale. Geez, not Bloomington. Geez. I'm already getting my Illinois towns and cities mixed up. This is great. But, you know, comparable to the storm to which we looked at the maximum expected hail size over there, this looks a lot more vibrant. And you can look at the scale on the left-hand side over there. You can see that once you get higher and higher in the scale, above orange, or once you get from orange and above, that's 2-inch sized hail, and that is destructive on its own right. And we got it over here into the pinks, and very bright pinks, you know, for that matter. So very large hail, and upwards of 4 inches is possible according to the radar. And we got to continue to keep in mind that as this storm continues to progress, we need to really watch out for this very, very closely. Oh, I just got some shocking footage of the storm that was over near Elgin. That is ground scraping, if you will. Let's take a look at this video that's over near Elgin, or it was near Elgin, and as this continues to move on through, obviously now heading towards the Chicago O'Hare area. So let's watch this. I mean, look at that. The rapid motion of the clouds over there. Might be a lot of rain. Might have been a microburst that occurred right within that area. But there's a lot of spin. That's the interesting thing here. I see a lot of rain. It almost looks like a microburst in my honest opinion. I mean, do you just look at... oh, my Epic Pen is not working on this for some reason. I think I'm going to want to probably turn that off and turn it back on again. But to me here, ladies and gentlemen, this almost looks like a microburst. Almost looks like a microburst to me. I mean, look at how quickly that rain just fell within that area. It looks like the sky just fell. Looks like the sky just collapsed within the area. You see that there, guys? You see that there? Where it just looks like a steady stream of rain that just fell straight down. It looks to me like that probably was a microburst. Because it looks like just everything just collapsed. That's an amazing footage, regardless as to whether or not it's a tornado or not. Because, I mean, it's powerful. You can tell it's powerful just based off of how quickly that all is just surging itself. That's a crazy shot right there. That does indeed look like a microburst to me. That's some crazy stuff, I will say that. That is some crazy stuff. So the storm that continues to approach Chicago now is now passing over O'Hare. So O'Hare is no longer in the main risk for tornadoes. However, all right, this is the big if as of right now. We still have a substantial amount of hail that is falling over that area. So here's Chicago O'Hare. And here is the maximum expected hail size indicator. You can see that it is starting to move over the area, and actually the main area of hail actually has passed it, but it is still present within some of these areas. Even past it, there is still a plethora amount of hail. So please do not exit your homes if you were trying to investigate anything, as there could potentially still be a lot of hail falling from the sky. But the storm still does look to be tornadic in some ways. Might try to see some new development over here. We definitely have some upper level rotation over here as I look to the higher values of the storm, or the upper portions of the storm, I should say. I'm looking up actually about 11,500 feet above radar level, or above ground level in this instance. And that's where I do find that there is a little bit of rotation within that area. So that is something to note. That is something to note. But obviously it's not happening on the ground quite yet. So we have to see if that does translate. If that translates down to the ground, then of course we could be talking about something different here. As, you know, to the potential of maybe something a little bit more serious. But yeah, I do believe that there is still the threat for tornadic activity within this storm, and that's the reason why I'm not giving up on this. If you live near 290, if you live near 94, if you live near I-90 over here near Chicago, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Because that's what we got right now, is we do have a storm that could potentially be producing some tornadic rotation. Man, oh man, that was a crazy video, wasn't it? Wasn't it, guys? The big microburst that happened within that area. Let's go on to Omega here. And you can see, once again, big time storm that's moving on through. Very classic supercellular, you know, appearance here. As you can see, it starts to arc around this general area. We also have a very steady stream of rain coming over here and starting to wrap around on the southern side. That is actually a new scan that came in. So I'm very interested. Oh, wow. Oh, that is a heavy ZDR arc right now. Wow. Very heavy. KDP. It's still not there yet. Still not there yet. A lot of streamwise and crosswise that have evened out. But yeah, this storm is now starting to amplify with its rotation. Over the past few seconds, looks like there has been an amplification and rotation. You can see grays and reds moving away from the radar. Greens now making its way towards the radar. So right over Melrose Park and Bellwood, as well as Maywood, is where the rotation is at as of this moment. And it is heading off towards the I-290 general area. If you know anyone who lives over there, now is the time to get in their safe space, all right? So please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible, all right? Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to more and more people on social media. That way, if people don't have cable, if they don't have service, if they don't have, you know, anything that can get them onto the mainstream media, we may be able to provide that information as to what's going on currently right now. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information, because that's what we're going to want to try and do more than anything. Getting some reports of damage over here in Roselle. There is reports of tree limbs down across the board over there, so that is something to note, that there is some damage either from strong damaging winds or the potential tornado that went on through that area. So we got to watch out for that very closely. Pickles with the 5. Thank you so much, Arodu. Appreciate it. Yeah, that cell was really interesting in that regard. There's something here. Where is... That clearly makes sense. Heart and Soul with the 5. Thank you so much. I'll check that video in a second. But thank you so much for the 5. I will check out that video here in a bit. And then April with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support to the channel. Really does mean a lot to me. Yeah, that's a well-pronounced ZDR arc. Whenever you see something like that, you know that something's going to start. You know that the lower level rotation is going to try to amplify. And, I mean, over the past scan, You can take a look before and you can see there wasn't barely even any rotation. I mean, you can see it was trying to develop a little bit over here. Maybe even a scan before you can't even see anything. But then this thing is starting to kind of translate a little bit more. CDR arc still is there. I wonder what the next velocity scan is going to say here then. Something tells me we're about to get our answer here in 10 seconds. "84 mph wind gusts in O'Hare." Jeez. This thing still has a little bit of rotation within it. It's very broad, however. Very broad. Very, very broad at this time. All right, we'll come back to that. I do want to check up on the cell over here in Michigan. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat considerable tag over for Marcellus and Centerville, as well as Mendon and Colon. So if you live over here in portions of southern Michigan, all right, southern Michigan, south of Kalamazoo, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get indoors and stay away from windows if you haven't already, because this storm does look like it's going to produce some substantial amounts of hail. I mean, once again, look at the maximum expected hail size indicator. We have over 4-inch sized hail possible within this. You can see the scale on the left-hand side. Do have a lot of hail within that area, so I'd watch out. What's up, Emma? How do? Long time no see. I do also want to note that there's also a storm approaching Kalamazoo, producing some, severe amounts of hail, probably quarter-sized hail that's going to move on through. If we were to take a look at, anything tornadic within that area, I don't see too much. But of course, that could easily change in some instances. So I'd watch out for that. But I don't see too much with that as of this moment, besides some substantially large hail. So if you're just in that general area from Kalamazoo and south, I would probably get indoors and stay away from windows. All right, checking back at the storms that had the confirmed tornado or tornadoes, in my opinion, over here in the southern portions of Ohio. I don't see that rotation anymore. I see a lot of strong damaging winds across the board. 60 mph wind gusts for the most part. Don't see a whole lot of damage over here either, so that's something to note. It's pretty much a good thing, actually. But still, there is a lot of activity that is going to start to approach the Ohio River here soon along the border of West Virginia and Ohio. So I would watch out if you're over from Huntington all the way up towards like Parkersburg, Marietta. I probably wouldn't go as far north as Wheeling. I think Wheeling might be a little too far north. So if you're in between Huntington and Parkersburg, I'd probably watch out. Security guard with the 2, thank you so much. Stan with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. And then Georgina with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support to the channel as well. Let's go back to the cell over here in Chicago. And I think we're at a good enough point to where we can actually 3D the storm. Believe it or not, we actually do have the capability of doing that on this channel, which is pretty cool. And there we go. It's very low to the ground, but we do have an inflow notch here, believe it or not. Might be hard to tell, but we do actually have one. And it's right within there. So basically what's happening here is we have a lot of rain that is trying to wrap around on the backside just like this. So that's your outflow that's starting to wrap around more or less. Your rain-cooled outflow that's wrapping around. And then this cave area right within here. All right, so out in front of all that red, if I actually switch or move it around to 3D a little bit more, you can see where the cave is more or less. And right inside that cave is where the moisture comes in to feed this thunderstorm. And if you think of this thunderstorm similar to Pac-Man and how Pac-Man eats the dots and it has to eat all the dots to advance to the next level, that's kind of how these thunderstorms work. These thunderstorms move over areas of unstable energy. We call that CAPE. And as it continues to move over all the moisture and the CAPE, more or less, within the environment, it allows itself to continue to form or sustain, maybe even intensify if the energy is significant enough. And, whenever we see this tells me that this storm has no reason to deteriorate anytime soon. So I do believe that this storm will continue to try to linger around, if you will. This thing also has some really interesting upper level rotation, and it's all over the place. But all these blue areas are basically where there could potentially be rotation. And I'm personally looking at this area right within here. This is a condensed column of rotation within this area, to where I do believe that is where the mesocyclone actually exists. So that's kind of my 2 cents on what this storm is doing right now, or at least the general idea of what it's kind of looking like right now. As for, if it can produce a tornado, something that kind of tells me a little bit within these storms is that if we start to lose a little bit of a ZDR arc, if it's not as well defined as it once was, then I don't really believe, or actually it's not really I don't really believe, it's little bit of research does tell me that this storm could potentially try to weaken a little bit. And due to the fact that the ZDR arc here within this storm has well, it's no longer red, it's now into the yellow and orange values, it's starting to deteriorate a little teeny bit. So basically meaning that this thing is kind of weakening a little bit, which is kind of what I'm thinking about right now. It's kind of the general idea of what I got. I also have a general idea that this storm could be trying to, once again, trying to perform a microburst, all right? There's something interesting on this area over here near 290, right over here. And to most people, that could be a tornado. I don't personally believe so, but it, to me, looks like there is, that's really strange, isn't it? But to me, it looks like there's been a lot of surging, damaging winds. There's a high value of spectrum width surrounding around this backside. This kind of tells me a little bit that we have a little bit of a microburst at this moment, especially on the southern side of this cell. So that probably is what just happened, to be completely honest with you. This storm might have actually just put down another microburst, which is pretty interesting. New tornado warning. That would be for the southern sides of Chicago.
Tornado warning for southeastern Cook County in northeastern Illinois.
Where have I been? I've been on for the past hour. I have been on for the past hour. I'm just kidding. I've just been burnt out from doing YouTube stuff. I've been really burnt out, so haven't really, done a whole lot in result of it. But here we go. That is a 84 mile per hour wind gust over in O'Hare. My goodness. 84 mile per hour wind gust. Wow. I mean, that's crazy. What else is crazy is on the southern side, the RFD is surging significantly to the point where I actually do think that there probably could be, and we're only looking up 1,000 feet, so could be correct. But we have 86 mile per hour wind gusts over here near the Brookfield and Riverside area, which is comparable, believe it or not, comparable to EF1 damage, or EF1 wind speed. Not damage, because it's obviously, we don't know if it's doing damage or whatnot, but it's comparable to an EF1 tornado. And yeah, I mean, that doesn't give you a perspective as to what's going on with this storm. I don't know what does. Because this storm has it all. It's producing the large hail. It's producing the strong damaging winds. And if you look into it a little bit more, you can see the reds moving away, greens moving towards. We also have the threat of this potentially putting down a tornado too. It's really hard to do it, Gabriella. It's very hard to do it, actually. So I can't exactly say, until after the fact that it happened. But it's more correlated with videos and what's going on, because more often than not, it actually is easier to identify tornadoes and microbursts. No problem, John. Glad you're safe. Glad you're safe. So right now here, guys, there's a lot of people that live within these areas. All right. So if you know anyone who lives within these areas, I would highly recommend telling them that there is some significant severe weather, whether it's tornadic or whether it is severe. Either or, need to tell them what, that this is happening. I'm going to call out some towns. And if you live within these areas, these towns or these cities, I highly recommend getting into a sturdy structure. Because these are going to be the areas that are going to be impacted next. These are going to be the areas that are going to be impacted next. So, if you are along 290, all right? 290 from the intersection of 88 and 294 and eastward. So, if you're along 290 over there and south, all right, towards I-55, if you're in between 290 and 55, you need to get in your safe space immediately. All right, that would be the Berwyn, the Cicero area, Stickney, Forest View. It would be areas near the University of Illinois at Chicago, South Side areas across the board over here near the Brookfield and LaGrange Park area. You guys need to get in your safe space immediately. All right, Chicago, if you're over in downtown Chicago, this area of rotation is going to dodge you to your west. But I do believe that you guys are going to see some large hail and potentially even still some strong damaging winds within your area. So you need to still stay in a sturdy structure, but the rotation seems to be passing off towards your west. Areas that are also in the immediate threat. Chicago Midway. If you're in Midway, if you're near Midway, you need to get in your safe space right now. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building if you haven't already. West Elsden, Brighton Park, McKinley Park. That would be areas near Bridgeport as well. Fuller Park, general vicinity near Englewood, Becks Park, the Burbank general area, as well as Hometown, Chatham, and Cheltenham. That general area, you guys also need to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Oh, wow. 91, almost... That's a 9. What? Huh? That is almost a 100 mile per hour pixel right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's 99.5 mile per hour winds right within that single pixel. Now let's say that this is just an anomaly within that area, and let's take a look at these darker pixels. That's 90 mile per hour winds right within there. At minimum, over Lyons and Forest View. Oh boy. Jeez. People are saying it's on the ground. I would need actual evidence because from what I've seen, I only seen one area. I only have seen one area into which it could potentially have been on the ground. But if you're in these areas over here, regardless, if you're west of Chicago by about 5 miles, you need to get in your safe space. LaGrange, Forest View, Stickney, stay in your safe space right now if you haven't already. All right, it's approaching I-55, it's about to move over Midway. All right, it's about to move over Chicago Midway right now. So if you're near Midway International Airport, you need to get in your safe space. Burbank, Hometown, as well as Evergreen Park, Bedford Park, and then areas south of Chicago. That would be specifically near the Chicago Lawn, as well as the Englewood general vicinity. All right, if you're over there approaching the I-90, I-94 intersection, that would be south of Chicago in itself. You need to get in your safe space. Linda with the 25, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Irish with the 5 says you're in LaGrange right now. Are you in the threat? I would continue to stay in a sturdy structure, but you're barely outside of the threat. I think you are outside of the threat, but you could see some substantially strong damaging winds within your area. Would not be surprised. Drawing program, Epic Pen. That's what it's called, Epic Pen. So once again, if you know anyone who lives within these areas, you need to tell them get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. If you guys have any sky cameras, please be sure to send them to me. All right, please be sure to send them to me either on Twitter or on Discord. That's the Midway Airport camera right here. Oh boy. Let's take a look at that here real quickly. That's in Midway. That's Chicago Midway, and well, on one side it's completely bright. On the other, well, it's not. It's very dark. And what is that on the left-hand side? That's a lot of scud, more than likely. A lot of rising condensation. Look at that. That's some crazy stuff right there. Yeah, I need proof that it was on the ground, because I've been looking at this for a while. There's only been one instance where I could have thought it was on the ground. So let's go to the half and half screen here. Let's go to the status. Put let's go. There we go. But now we got our camera at the top right-hand side, because you know how I am about my sky cameras. It looks like the winds have kind of calmed down a little bit over near the LaGrange Park and the Riverside area, which is the good news. Looks like it has indeed calmed down a little bit. I think there probably was a microburst of some sort. Another microburst within that area. And I'm actually really interested to do potentially case studies a little bit later on. Is McKenna, Illinois safe? Let me take a look. That is over down there. So I do believe McKenna probably will be fine. Yeah, it looks like they will be fine. It'll be the areas that are over near Hometown, Evergreen Park, and areas over near Englewood. So if you know anyone who lives near Englewood, the intersection of 94 and 90 south of Chicago, as well as the intersection of 94 and 57, they need to go ahead and take their proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. That would be the concern here as of right now. This storm is starting to kind of go in for a loop, isn't it? It's starting to kind of lose a little bit of its structure, in my honest opinion. I mean, this is a lot messier than it originally was. You can still see, obviously, the big mass here, the big supercell that's continuing to swirl about. Once again, there's an 84 mile per hour wind gust report over in Chicago O'Hare, which is actually, believe it or not, hurricane force winds. It's actually hurricane force winds is 74 mile per hour winds and above. And, well, we are definitely above that threshold. Tor Watch just got upgraded to a 60% Tor risk. It always was a Tor risk. It was always a 60-20 risk. Yeah, it was always a 60-20 risk. Yeah. Let's go back with that. Might be something to note here. Might be something interesting to watch. Yeah, I know we're sounding like a little bit of a broken record, but there might be a new area of rotation that's trying to develop over here, south and east of Cicero, right along the I-55 corridor. Actually, south and east of I-55 now, approaching the I-90, an I-94 merger, approaching the split of 57 and 94. So that would be south of South Side, I believe. Yeah, that would be south of South Side. That'd be approaching the Grand Boulevard area, as well as the University of Chicago Medical Center over there. So the hospital over there, Washington Park, as well as Bex Park, Englewood, as well as Cornell and Cheltenham. If you know anyone who lives over there, I would highly recommend telling them that there could be some strong, severe weather, more or less, that could potentially be tornadic, that could move off through that area. And I do believe that actually is the case here. We do actually have some rotation, or at least lower level rotation within the storm. So green's moving towards the radar, reds and grays moving away. If we actually look a little bit higher, you can see that it actually does exist right within that area right there. So I'd watch out. I would 100% watch out as this continues to move on through. Let's go ahead. I want to take a look at the storm over here that's approaching Centerville, as well as the Sturgis area and Cologne, or Colon, down here in southern Michigan. And it's more because this storm over here near Centerville is pretty consistent. It's been producing some very strong damaging winds, almost 90-mile-per-hour winds, 2,300 feet above radar level. So very strong damaging winds within this storm. And on its current trajectory here, ladies and gentlemen, on its current trajectory, it'll be moving on through towards the Sturgis area, the Constantine, the Orland, and the Fremont area. So if you know anyone who lives over there, you guys need to get in your safe space, to be completely honest with you. Because this storm is very strong in the characteristics of it being very severe. I mean, it's just, if we take a look back at the velocities, you can see it's been very strong across the board. So we got to continue to note this. We got to continue to look out for this. We have a bunch of different aspects of severe weather here. And it's just one thing to note that, sure, we have aspect in Chicago. Sure, we have a storm that's over in Chicago. Sure, we have a storm that's over in southern Ohio. We also have storms that are over here in southern Michigan. And we're trying to kind of cover it all. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, all right, if you know anyone who lives in the general areas that I just called out for, I would tell them to get indoors and to stay away from windows. That would be the best advice I can give you. Move a radar over to KRLX. That would be Charleston. All right, let's take a look back here. Lot of strong severe weather over here too that's approaching the Ohio River. So once again, we kind of said that Huntington all the way up to Parkersburg here in West Virginia, anywhere around that along the Ohio River, along the border of Ohio and West Virginia, they were probably going to get some strong severe weather. And we actually have a report of 72-mile-per-hour wind gusts over here near Rocky Hill and Oak Hill in Ohio, with power out and trees down. So definitely something to make a note of as this continues to progress further eastward. This storm has had a history of not only doing damage, but being very strong and Very consistent, too. Let's go back to this. Let's go back to Chicago. And the big thing here is that if you're on 290, so if you live along 290 and northward, all right, so Maywood, Melrose, Elmhurst, O'Hare, all those other areas along 355, you guys are in the clear. All right, you guys are good. You guys are done. You guys are in the clear for right now. I don't know if there's other storms that could form later on this evening, but from this storm, from this immediate danger right now, you guys are good. You guys are in the clear. There is reports of damage, however, in Maywood of the entire roof of a third-floor apartment building that has been completely removed. So, regardless if it was producing a lot of strong damaging winds or if it was producing a tornado, I mean, it still did damage. All right, that's the big thing here to take away from this here, guys, is that these storms can still do damage. And that's kind of the reason why, you know, we're not giving up on this storm. All right, the National Weather Service is not giving up on it either. It has a tornado warning for a reason. Because, you know, regardless if it's a tornado, regardless if it is just some strong damaging winds, both are doing damage if it's at its max potential. So, if you haven't already, and if you're near the intersection of I-90 and I-94, near Interstate 57, that general area, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This storm has a really weird inflow notch, I'll tell you. Very skinny inflow notch. Makes me actually want to check to see what the vertical wind profile is within this storm. The VWP says... It's a very good vertical wind profile. It's really interesting, actually. It actually has quite a bit of veering from like 2.5 to 3 kilometers, though. So that's kind of interesting. The upper levels are also right over the right motion vector, so it might have, you know, that could actually explain a couple of things. But at the same time, I also wonder if the lapse rates were not strong enough to sustain long-lived activity. But that makes sense. That makes sense. What's going on for where you live? You still have a little bit of time before that storm gets to your area, Clayton. But there is a storm that's moving off into your area. Pretty strong one at that. But it'll take about an hour before it even gets to you, so I'd watch. But this might be the storm here that's going to cause our, more or less, Derecho. 2 seconds, guys. All right, I apologize there. So, the one thing that I also want to get out across here real quickly is that the stuff in Chicago actually wasn't the main threat for severe weather here today. All right, believe it or not, it actually wasn't. I want to direct your guys' attention to this here. All right, these blobs of dark green, yellow, orange, and red here. This is the convective outlook that the Storm Prediction Center has actually issued. They issue this every single day. And this basically tells us on a scale of 1 to 5 what type of severe weather we could get in the intensity. And so we have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and a 4 out of 5 in red. And you notice here, Chicago is just barely, all right, just barely in the orange. They're right along the border of the yellow and the orange, on the border of the 2 and the 3 out of 5. But the main area to watch seems to be a lot further east in this red area right here. So the big thing here is that if you know anyone who lives near Toledo, Fort Wayne, as well as areas near Sydney, north of Dayton, this general area here, all right, in portions of just the Midwest into the Ohio Valley. This is where we're going to expect some very strong damaging winds, a possible derecho, which basically means a long-lived, strong line of thunderstorms that can produce hurricane force winds. All right, that's basically what, if you were to take out of this, general segment here, that's what we could potentially have a little bit later on this evening. And we already have the makings of those said thunderstorms that could be a derecho up here in the portions of southern Michigan. So that's kind of the reason why we're watching this right now. And if you know anyone who lives out in front of this, they need to be on high alert. They need to be on high alert. But for right now, let's take a look back at Chicago. There is still a little bit of rotation, but downtown Chicago, in my opinion, is either out of the risk or it's getting out of the risk completely of this storm. It's out of the tornado risk, so you guys should have nothing to fear in regards to tornadoes here, at least from this thunderstorm. You still have a little bit of hail that's going to linger on through that area, so don't be surprised if you still see some hailstones that fall from the sky over there. But from the immediate tornado threat, you guys are done. You guys should be safe for the rest of the evening. But it's areas that are further to the south and east along I-90 and I-94 heading off towards the I-80 areas. You guys are going to start to see this risk here start to increase here more and more. So that would be Whiting, that would be Burnham, as well as East Chicago, Calumet City, as well as the general area over there and the surrounding areas along Highway 12 and Interstate 90, as well as 94. If you live in those areas, I highly recommend you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions, get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, because we do actually have a little bit of that rotation. You guys see this little circle with arrows that are kind of formulating this kind of rotation here, and that's kind of what we got. That's what we got here. This is a mesocyclonic indicator, more or less, that the radar is telling me there's a little bit of rotation right within that area right there, according to the radar. Now, do I actually think there's rotation there? Well, yes, I do believe that there is rotation. It's just not super significant at this time. I'm not saying that it's going to die out, and I'm not saying that it's going to intensify either. I'm just saying that there is a little bit of rotation here, and that does have the potential, all right? It does have the potential to be something tornadic a little bit later along the line. So if you guys live in those areas, I highly recommend you guys get into a sturdy structure, all right? It would be, once again, areas along the intersection of 94 and 57, Interstate 94 and 57, as well as Interstate 90, and further down to the south, and even southeast near Burnham, as well as Whiting, Dalton, and East Chicago. All right, that's where the storm is going to be heading off towards. Lots of accounts of tornado verification. Well, if you guys have some, please be sure to at me at Nate_Snyder, because I haven't seen any videos of tornadoes. I haven't seen any videos. I just saw something funny on Twitter. It was pretty funny. Yeah, I don't see, from what I'm going through on Twitter, I don't see too much stuff. But once again, all right, if you guys find stuff, please be sure to at me, all right, at Nate_Snyder. That way, I may be able to get perspectives out onto what all is going on. So here you go. That's the link.
Of storms in
Woo! Stop. Clearly it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, that's definitely something interesting here. One good news here. One thing good news, the storm is starting to go a little bit more in towards the lake. So much of the mass has actually went towards the lake. But the only issue here is that we're on the southern side of the lake, so that probably won't matter all too much. And areas along 94 and 80 are probably going to get slapped here. I would say in about good 10 to 15 minutes from now. 10 to 15 minutes from now, East Chicago probably will be hit on directly. You're in Burns Harbor right now. Let me take a look and see if they will be impacted. Give me 2 seconds here, chat. I don't think it will deteriorate by the time it gets towards your area. So I would just watch out. I would just watch out, okay? I'll still be on this storm, all right? So don't, if there's if you live in the path of any of these storms, or if you know anyone who lives within the path of these storms, okay? I will be here, guys. I'm going to be here for quite some time, all right? These storms are expected to move through the area, and they're still expected to be significant in regards to the strong damaging wind threat, okay? So I'm going to be here for a while. If you are a bit uncertain as to what's going on and whether or not these storms can move on through your area, then please feel free to stay tuned. And if you know anyone who lives within these areas, please be sure to have them tune into the stream as well so that they may be able to watch if this activity could be heading off into their area as well. I want to make an account here real quickly. Not really an actual account, but I actually want to show you guys these storms here real quickly from the models. And it's probably the best way for me to give you guys an idea as to when these storms are going to move on through. So let's get this going here. Not that actually. There we go. Perfect. All right. Timing is above me in Eastern, so please be sure to subtract by 1 hour if you are in Central. And you can see that we have a huge complex of showers and thunderstorms over here, just like what we currently have right now. We also have our showers and thunderstorms that are over here too. And we're going to see that as this continues to expand, this supercell here continues to move further and further south. We also have some more showers and thunderstorms that begin to develop over here towards portions of Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo as well. So those storms will continue to move on through, and then we're going to have a big, strong, damaging wind risk that is going to be overnight. So we're going to have an overnight threat here as well, and that'll continue to push on through, particularly into the Toledo and potentially even the Detroit areas too. So if you guys know anyone who lives over there, I would just kind of nudge them and say, hey, there could be some activity over there as well. But we have a lot of these storms that are expected to continue to move on through. And I actually want to check something here real quickly. That is a new tornado warning, so I guess we're not checking anything yet.
Tornado warning for Northern Porter County in northwestern Indiana, Northern Lake County in northwestern Indiana.
So they have pulled the trigger on another tornado warning here. They have pulled the trigger on another tornado warning. And you can see there's your second red box right within here. Whenever you see a giant red box on this channel, or whenever you look at the Weather Channel or any other news corporations that you find out on cable, those red boxes typically mean one thing, and that's a tornado warning. So here we go. Another tornado warning here has been issued. Now, this is for Porter and Lake counties here in northwestern Indiana. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you guys know anyone who lives over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There we go. Put that up for right now. And to me personally, I think the main reason why they did it is because the ZDR arc is back. The ZDR arc is back. And even though it's not in a very good, it's not looking all too well right now in regards to a vorticity standpoint, this storm has that characteristic once again. It has that characteristic once again to where it can try to intensify that low-level mesocyclone, which is this ZDR arc right here. So this is going to be something to watch. The differential reflectivity is always something that I love to look at. Dual pole radar, amazing thing to look at to tell you as to whether or not these storms are intensifying, they're weakening, if they're trying to do something or whatnot. And in this case, it tells me here that this thing could be trying to develop some new rotation. And indeed, we actually have a little bit of it. These greens indicate winds that are now moving towards the radar. And for most people who've been watching this for a while, you're probably thinking, well, wait a minute. All right, you've been saying the greens have been moving like this for a while. Why are they now this way? Well, remember, the winds are moving towards the radar. And it just so happens that before, the greens were all the way up here and the radar was down here. So the winds are moving this way. But now, since the radar has not changed, but the storm has, the greens are still moving towards the radar, but they're just moving in a different direction now. So that's what's happening here right now. We have a lot of greens that are moving towards the radar. Then we have a little bit of this red right within here, just to the west of East Chicago. So right over here, near East Chicago, that's where the rotation is at the moment. There's a little bit of rotation right within that cell. And that's the reason why the National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning. So if you're in Gary, if you're in East Chicago, Hammond, Highland, Griffith, Merrillville, as well as Lake Station and the Hobart area, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let me do this here real quickly. That way we can keep this relatively consistent. There we go. This is indeed in Indiana. I do believe Ohio can get some more severe weather later on this evening. Actually, it'll be more of an overnight threat. So be aware of that for the people who live in Ohio in the chat. But yes, I do believe they could see some more activity. Do I think I'll be streaming Tuesday night's event? I don't know, to be completely honest with you. I'd have to look into it a little bit more. I've recently been wanting to learn Python, which is a coding language. That's mainly because I'm working with my research team to try and get a new radar place file for GR2. Which hopefully will change the game for how I view radar. Because that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get different perspectives. Let's see. Wild Fox with the 1, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Nick with the 2, thank you so much as well. Really do appreciate it. Mike with the 20, thank you so much. That really does mean a lot to me. Very generous amount, so thank you so much. And then Mini Stock with the membership. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. I don't know why my memberships are not showing up. There we go. But yeah, Michigan definitely will get a lot more activity. Oh yeah, that's right. You're in here, Joey's. I probably should put you as a moderator. It'll be well overnight in Cleveland. Well overnight if it does hit Cleveland. But if you're just tuning in right now, we have a tornado warning that is along the border of Illinois and Indiana. The storm actually went through Chicago earlier on, did bits of damage actually with strong damaging winds, ripping off a roof from a 3rd floor apartment building. A lot of stuff over there. So with that being said, with the history of the storm doing damage, regardless if it was tornadic or not, if you live within any of the tornado warnings right now, specifically in Indiana for Porter and Lake counties, I would get into a safe space, underground or lowest and lowest part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So guys, if you haven't already, please be sure to share this live stream with as many people as possible, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to more and more people on YouTube. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information, because I'm assuming that's how some of you came here onto my channel. You guys found me from the recommended, aspect on YouTube. And hopefully if we can continue to get these videos and or live streams recommended to people who are impacted by these events, we may be able to get this information out to them, so that way that you may be able to be safe. And that's the big thing there. That's just all I really want to try and do, is I want to try and spread this information with as many people as possible. So if you haven't already, please be sure to do so. But yeah, the ZDR still tells me we have quite the storm here as of this moment. Very strange, I will say, with the presence of this ZDR, however. Heavy amounts of rain regardless with this storm. I wonder if there's actually any cameras here. Hold up, time out. Ooh, we do have one. Oh, that's the tornado warning. That's the siren. That's in Chesterton, Indiana. That's pretty crazy. Never would have thought. So that's west. So let's see if we can watch this storm as it approaches. So let's go to the half and half screen. This is not Midway, by the way. This is Chesterton. Let's see if I can get this up. Chesterton. There we go. And, I mean, you can see the clouds look pretty ominous out in the distance. Let's actually go to the full screen here. You can see this looks really ominous, actually. Very ominous clouds out in the distance. And, I mean, it's a tornado warning. What do you expect all too much besides storms to look very ominous? Usually whenever you have a tornado warning, I mean, the clouds are going to look pretty scary in some instances, so that'll be something to watch, especially as this continues to progress closer and closer to this sky camera over here near Chesterton. But let's go half and half. If you're in Gary right now, if you're in Gary, Black Oak, and Highland, you need to get in your safe space right now. Now's the time to go. Now is the time to go. This is one of those things to where if this thing does try to pick up on its rotation, all right, there isn't really a whole lot of rotation within this right now. But if it does try to, ramp up, because this storm, I mean, if you've been with us on this stream for as long as you have, you've kind of realized that this storm has created different aspects of rotations, is recycled over and over again. And as quickly as it's formed, it also deteriorated too. So it leads to the unpredictability factor of this storm, the unpredictability of this storm being so high. So if you don't want to take a risk, all right, which I highly recommend you don't take a risk, all right, I would say you need to get into your safe space. Once again, underground, which if they don't have underground facilities over there because you're kind of near a giant body of water, get into your lowest innermost part of your building. lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, because that's what you're going to be dealing with here. You're going to be dealing with this storm that has tornadic characteristics, but also has had a history of producing hurricane force winds back over in Chicago, specifically off near the Bensonville, Rosemont, and Schiller Park areas, which is northwest of Chicago. So the storm's doing all that. It's also producing a lot of hail. We actually had reports of quarter-sized hail over in this area, and the radar actually agrees that the maximum expected hail size could be about a quarter to maybe even $half, maybe even ping pong ball sized hail possible within the storm too. So if you live within any of these areas, all right, even if you're not getting directly impacted by the actual tornadic rotation, you need to go ahead and get into a shelter anyways, all right, because no one wants to get pelted by hail. I'll tell you that much. I've done that once, and you know, it really wasn't fun. It really wasn't fun at all. Now, if you are in a mobile home park, all right, if you're in a mobile home park, now is the time for you to also try and find a sturdy structure, because mobile homes are not, they're not suited for this stuff. All right, they are not anchored down to the ground and therefore are not very sturdy. So if you find a gas station nearby, if you know a gas station nearby, or if you have a neighbor that has a sturdy structure, go ask them, say, hey, can we, sit in here for a little bit as the storm passes by? 9 times out of 10, they'll say yes. 9 times out of 10, they'll say, yeah, come on in. Ride the storm out with us. All right? I would do that. I would do that. But if you already are in a sturdy structure, you should be fine. You should be fine. Now, one thing I will say, Milwaukee and areas around there, you could see some more scattered showers and thunderstorms within your area, but your main tornado risk, probably not super high as of this moment. I mean, you still do have a risk for severe weather, but it's not super high as of this time, and I just knocked over my fan. I just knocked over my fan. What are tornadic characteristics? Very strong, damaging winds, swirling in a vortex motion. So basically, anything 80-mile-per-hour winds and higher. That's basically it. Now, I want to say, the good news is that if you're south of Crown Point and Hebron, towards like the DeMott, the Lowell area, and the Schneider area, you guys are going to be fine. All right, I don't believe you guys are going to be impacted significantly. By the way, look at that shelf cloud out in the distance. That's a heck of a shelf cloud. I'll go full screen here in a second because this storm might be trying to gust out here soon. But if you're near like Hobart and Wheeler, Lake Station, Portage, Crocker, as well as Gary, of course, as I said, and heading off towards the Valparaiso, Valparaiso, I believe that's how it's pronounced. I would say get in your safe space. Get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Because those storms will eventually head off towards your area. Now, I've seen some people in chat that have asked, hey, I live in a mobile home over in like Marion. What about Fort Wayne, Logansport, Rochester? All right. The thing of it is that these storms are not near your area right now, but when they are near your area, so when I eventually do call out some of these areas and you do hear your town name, I would head towards a sturdy structure and spend the time now to start thinking of a plan of action. All right. Start thinking of a plan of action in case if you get a severe thunderstorm warning, in case if you get issued a tornado warning. Because all I gotta say is you don't want to be caught unprepared. All right, if you get caught unprepared, you know, there's some instances where you can be lucky. And that's, you know, congratulations. Wasn't very smart, but congratulations. It's good, and thank God. Okay? But there's some instances to where if you don't take your proper precautions, you don't have a plan of action, there could be some instances to where it could bite you. And I highly recommend you formulate some form of plan right now, so that way, you know, when some form of situation does occur, you know, it doesn't have to be today. It can be tomorrow. It could be next year. You do have some way of getting into, you know, sturdy structure. All right, let's go full. Let's go full to Chesterton. And this line is starting to move on through. Look at this shelf cloud. Man, oh man. That's as ominous as it gets, isn't it? I mean, look at that. Huge shelf. Huge shelf cloud right within there. A lot of strong damaging winds coming in behind all of that. A lot of lightning there too. Valparaiso, thank you so much. But yeah, that's a heck of a storm that's starting to approach closer and closer. Those clouds are looking very ominous. Holy. Let's go back to the half and half screen once again. And I want to take a look at the storm that's in northeastern portions of Indiana now. All right, so this storm that's over near LaGrange, Howe, Sturgis, Orland, as well as Angola. Very strong damaging winds over here for the most part. At least from what I can tell, there's a lot of strong damaging winds over here. There's actually been some reports of hurricane force winds over near White Pigeon over here in Michigan. Also been reports of damage over here. Large tree limbs across the board. A large tree limb to 5 feet in diameter is down. 5 feet in diameter is down. Also numerous reports of trees down near Marcellus in Michigan. So the thing of it is here, guys, is that this storm has had a history of doing a substantial amount of damage. Substantial amount of damage. And we need to take this seriously here, especially since these storms, all right, the most common damage report that the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center gets is wind. All right, and you know, to people who might think about it now, they're like, oh, well, that makes sense. All right, but at the same time, if that's the case, then more people are at risk of damage to stuff like wind than stuff like tornadoes and hail. And with that being in mind, people need to take that seriously whenever, you know, we've heard reports of damage from this storm, all right? Whenever there's been a history of damage, you need to take that seriously and, you know, kind of take that knowledge into account with whatever decision you make. This storm near Gary continues to rotate more and more and more. But it's also in a very weird setting. Very weird environment. Man, oh man, that camera over in Chesterton. Very crazy shot that we got there. Holy. You can even hear the thunder within the camera, which is pretty crazy. I think I actually like the sounds of the camera on than off. Provides a different aesthetic. Yeah, I kind of do like it. I kind of do like it on. But this storm over here, oh my goodness. Wow. Goodness gracious. This right here is the enhanced echotops, ladies and gentlemen. The enhanced echotops. And this basically is a way of telling me, all right, from the radar of how tall these thunderstorms actually are. And this is measured in kilofeet. Okay, so if you take a look at the scale on the left-hand side, from yellow to orange, okay, that's 30 to almost 40,000 feet. From light orange to dark orange, that's 40 to 50,000 feet. In the red, that's 50 to 60. And then from pink and above, that's 60,000 feet and above. This pixel right here, ladies and gentlemen, this dark pink pixel is 65,600 feet above radar level, above ground level. All right? And just to do some quick maths here real quickly. All right? Just to do some quick maths here. We have 65.6. That's 12 and a half miles above radar level. 12 and a half miles up in the sky. That's how tall this storm is. That's how tall this thing is. Huge thunderstorm. Huge thunderstorm. My goodness. I mean, that's tall. That's tall as it can get. Especially for this environment here. Especially for this environment. But there is still a little bit of rotation here. I haven't been seeing any reports of anything over in these areas. Haven't seen any reports of funnel clouds. There was reports of rotation back over near Oak Lawn. Yeah, it was rotation observed. So that was back over there in the portions of Illinois. We're here now in Indiana, and we don't really have too much stuff from the reporting standpoint. But the interesting thing here, I wonder if this storm is trying to split. I wonder. Because there's a huge mass of heavy rain out behind this over here. Huge mass. And then you have a ZDR arc out in front of this. So I wonder if this storm is trying to separate from itself. It'll be really interesting to see for sure. Ooh, someone just sent this in here. This is from Burns Harbor in Indiana. My goodness, good shot over here. Let's go full screen to this. I mean, look at this shelf cloud right here, guys. Look at that shelf cloud. Big time storm moving on through there. 100%. National Weather Service said there was a reported tornado. Not on my screen. Probably would have updated for me if that was the case, because whenever the National Weather Service officially confirms a report of a tornado, the actual polygon, the polygon of the tornado warning will change colors. So it would have done that if that was the case. Let's go back to the half and half screen. What in the world is this storm doing over here? It's just got severe warned. We're here near the Edwardsburg area. Ooh. New area of strong damaging winds over there. That might be something to watch out for if you're in Fort Wayne. It's going to take a while to get to Fort Wayne. Probably about another 2 hours. Hour and a half, 2 hours until he gets there. But that is a... that is definitely a storm that I would watch out for. A lot of strong damaging winds associated with that. Of course, we still have the cell that's approaching Angola. A lot of strong damaging winds with this storm. Might potentially even see a bookend vortex with this one. Basically meaning that we might have a tornado embedded with all of this rain here. So I would watch out. I would watch out for that. That's what it looks like to me. It'll be approaching the Orland, Angola, and I-69 areas over here in northeastern Indiana. If you know anyone who lives over near Angola, that'd be north of Fort Wayne. I highly recommend telling them to watch out for that very, very closely. There could be some activity with that cell. But this cell over here near Lake Station continues to create the same old story. We keep saying this over and over again. It keeps trying to form new areas of rotation. It keeps trying to produce tornadoes, and then it just kind of doesn't. Becomes a bit more linear, a strong damaging wind threat. That's kind of what we got here. More and more and more of these spin-ups across the board. So, I mean, it's very consistent with what we saw as it approached Chicago. Very consistent with what we saw. We got some more reports of damage over here in Chicago of a wall of a parking garage that has been blown out. That was more than likely from the damaging winds of this storm and not the tornadic aspect, because the actual tornadic rotation was a lot further to the west of, than this reported damage. But there has been numerous reports of damage across the board over in those areas. Whether it's tornadic, whether it's strong damaging winds, I honestly don't believe it matters all too much. I honestly don't believe it matters. Because damage is damage at that point. Someone got impacted somehow. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I saw the lightning strike over there. That was a loud, very loud lightning strike. You couldn't hear that as loud as I could hear it, but you hear how loud that was? My goodness. Is Parkersburg in the pathway of the Derecho? Parkersburg's actually getting some severe weather right now, believe it or not. They're in a severe thunderstorm watch. They're in a severe thunderstorm watch. They're also in a severe thunderstorm warning, to be specific. So they will get some strong damaging winds that'll move through their area. Charleston as well. If you know anyone who lives in Charleston, West Virginia, the state capital of West Virginia, you guys are going to get some strong damaging winds as well, as there's been reports of damage to trees within that area as well. Also a flash flood warning over in Huntington as the river/creek is overflowing within that area. So get to higher ground, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways if you're over there. This storm over here near Lake Station continues to throw me for a loop. Doesn't look like it has a whole lot of rotation to me. I mean, it's trying to rotate, but it's not doing it. It's doing its own thing, if you will. Ooh, might be something to watch here soon. Cell over here near Angola, near Fremont, might be starting to get kind of a jutting of the edge here, jutting of the line. Whenever we have that, could have the potential of a tornado along the line here. A quick spin up within this, so I'd watch out if you're in Fremont, if you're in Angola, along I-80. This might be something to watch out for. And it'll be paralleling I-80 all the way through into Ohio as well, so yeah, this is going to be a storm to watch, 100%. Regardless if this thing does produce a tornado. All right, I want to say this thing has had a history of producing a lot of damage. So if you know anyone who lives near Fremont, Angola, Metz, as well as Camden and Pioneer, highly recommend telling them there could be some severe weather heading through their area. We still have our tornado warning over here near Lake Station and Hobart, as well as South Haven and Valparaiso. If you know anyone who lives over there, I still highly recommend staying into a sturdy structure. I highly recommend staying in a sturdy structure. Because that storm still definitely could get a lot of activity moving through that area. And could potentially even try to reorganize as well. But doesn't look like it right now. Looks like it's going to be a lot of strong damaging winds and large hail. South Bend and Elkhart. All right, we have a chat. A person said in chat, storms are looking really ominous over near Elkhart. And indeed, I would have to agree with you. From radar, they look pretty ominous as well. We'll turn the camera off for right now. But very ominous skies over here in Elkhart. And for good reason. Let's see. Can I get a sky camera over here in Elkhart? And if I can, I'll be able to show you how ominous this actually is. This is a sky camera over here in Elkhart. Isn't really looking at too much from what I can tell, because probably of how dark it is outside. I mean, it is really dark outside. But I mean, you could see very ominous clouds out in the distance. And, I mean, this storm, for good reason, I mean, looks pretty ominous here on radar. Let's actually see if I can pull it up on, yeah, that radar. There we go. And if we go to the half and half screen here and switch this up so that you guys are able to see. There we go. So now I've updated it here for you all. It's okay, Sakio. If you get hit, we both get hit. Because I live in southern Pennsylvania, which is really close to western Maryland. So we'll both get the same thing. But you'll eventually get hit tomorrow, I believe. Tomorrow is when you'll get the real risk. But there you go. Big line of storms that are starting to move on through into Elkhart. If you know anyone who lives in Elkhart, I would highly recommend telling them to get into a sturdy structure. Because this storm does look like it could be producing some strong damaging winds within this line. Actually looking at the regular velocities, and I can see that there's an area over here, a pixel right here, of 71 mile per hour winds, almost 72 mile per hour winds approaching the Simonton Lake area. So just basically anywhere near South Bend, Elkhart, Bristol, over here in northern Indiana, you need to get in your safe space and stay away from windows. Stay away from windows. I also see something very ominous out on this camera shot here. Look at this shelf cloud. All right, you can barely tell it's a shelf cloud. And of course, as soon as I start doing stuff with it, it actually gets out. But look at this shelf cloud right here. Mega shelf cloud right there, indicating some very strong damaging winds. And we got some, very interesting little clouds that are trying to peek down through the bottom of it. That'll be something to watch out for as this continues to progress. But that's a heck of a shelf cloud. All right, that is a really strong looking shelf cloud that's moving through right in there. I would not be surprised if there was some activity. Someone asked if there was some rotation over near Parkersburg. Personally, I do not believe so. I've been looking at the radar and I just don't really see it. I see a lot of strong damaging winds. A lot of strong damaging winds moving through Parkersburg. Practically anywhere that is along the Ohio River, even down towards the Kanawha River, off towards Charleston. I do think there's going to be a lot of strong damaging winds. So if you're in the western portions of West Virginia, basically along 64 and 79, it'll be basically riding along those two interstates. 64 all the way up towards the intersection of 64 and 79 in Charleston. That's where it's more than likely going to meet up, and then as it continues to move on through, it'll parallel 79 all the way up towards areas like Sutton. And the cutoff to where it goes towards Beckley. But very ominous clouds over here. I mean, look at that. That is pretty crazy if I do say so myself. As I said, Charleston, need to get indoors and stay away from windows. Very strong damaging winds that are approaching their area right now. Actually, if we take a look at the velocities across the board, I do see some pixels that could indicate about hurricane force winds relatively low to the surface. And that's kind of the reason why there is a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning for this area. A lot of counties within these areas across the board. And it's in effect until 9/15. So basically, if you live in and around the areas near Charleston and around that, you have a severe thunderstorm warning for almost hurricane force winds within that general area. Very ominous clouds. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Look at that shelf cloud. I mean, that's as ominous as you can get it. A lot of the rain that's coming down around this, producing some very strong damaging winds here. We might actually see these trees here start to gust up a little bit more. I might actually also have to use a different color. There we go. So we got a tree right here. We got trees over here. Trees across the board. So you guys might be able to see the trees sway over and over again. Man, oh man. Doesn't load unsmooth data, reflectivity, base velocity correlation coefficient, and rot, and all the others. Any fixes? There isn't any smoothed velocities for velocities because you can't smooth velocities. As for other stuff, I mean, I don't run smooth, but I have no clue how to fix that. Personally, I don't recommend running smooth stuff. Doesn't tell you the full picture. Fremont, wow, this is gusting out. All right, so the rotation has failed, and in turn, we now have an inflow jet, a very strong inflow jet. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that actually might be some pretty strong damaging winds that are approaching Fremont right now. Wow. Yeah, we're looking at that here real quickly. I'm going to play the loop. Actually, can I make the animation? Can I turn off polling? Nah, let's turn it back on. Turn it back on. Oh, well. I mean, I'll show you the past few scans here. You can see the line as approaches, and then you see this part of the line down here, all right? This part of the line down here. This starts to jut up just like that, okay? And we have a rear inflow jet that is starting to surge in behind this massive line and create some substantial amount of strong damaging winds. And now you can see it's gusted out completely. Huge bow echo that's starting to develop here, jutting right within the line, and very strong damaging winds are moving on through towards Fremont, Angola, and Metz, as well as potentially Camden and Reading. So if you know anyone who lives over there, I would tell them to get into a sturdy structure as well, because this could be hurricane force winds moving on through that area. Would not be surprised at all. Probably gonna need to go into my room and get some more water here. Looks like the storms that are moving through Hillsdale and Hudson are not severe warned at the moment, so that's kind of good news. But now, I think you guys are starting to get the point here as to why this could potentially be a derecho. Because this is just one giant line at this point. Look at that. Big line that is all starting to come together. Huge line. So this is the said derecho that could be trying to develop. Now that's kind of the reason why we're on right now. We're watching to see if this thing can continuously produce hurricane force winds. If it does, well, I mean, good thing we're here. If it doesn't, I mean, that's all the more reason for us to rejoice, is this event didn't do a whole lot. I mean, besides creating big-time supercell that went through Chicago. So let's just say, if it wasn't in Chicago, it didn't do a whole lot. And let's just hope for that, but... I mean, obviously, this event hasn't even started yet, officially. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings over here in portions of Wyoming and South Dakota, as well as even into North Dakota. Damaging winds and hail is possible within the storm north of Bismarck, according to the Storm Prediction Center, so that'll be something to note. Also, a new mesoscale discussion for this line. So severe threat will continue spreading southward. Local spatial extension for the severe thunderstorm watch could eventually be warranted in parts of north central Indiana. Line of convection consisting of multiple different modes will advance southward. That's funny. They even said that it's just multiple different storms. Like different types of storms have congealed into a line. That's hilarious. Tornado cannot be ruled out. Delayed streamwise vorticity amid recovered surface-based inflow. Interesting. So they do believe that there is the potential for a tornado within a storm or two. But it just really depends. Chicago is now out of the tornado watch, so Chicago is in the clear completely. This is the tornado watch box right here. You see this big red box across the board. Of course, one red box is larger than the other and also has not as sharp of black borders, whereas you can see this one has a little bit more of a black border to it. So this is our tornado watch right within here. And you can see it's mainly for Indiana now. Illinois is in the clear as of this moment. But they were talking about how they were going to expand this severe thunderstorm watch a bit further southward, more than likely into central portions of Indiana. And I do think that probably will need to be warranted. Excuse me. This storm continues to try and formulate hooks over and over again, but I mean, it's just not doing too well in the rotation department. It really is not. So we'll come back to that when it actually wants to, you know, be serious about wanting to be a thunderstorm. This cell over here near Fremont continues to look very concerning in my honest opinion. This one is probably going to continue to create some very strong damaging winds, and we might actually be seeing a little bit of rotation on the northern side over here near Fremont, Clear Lake, Montgomery, and Camden. Might actually be seeing a little bit of rotation over there. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, I would recommend telling them to get indoors and stay away from windows. Did you see Cincinnati earlier on that map? Yeah, Cincinnati is just barely on the 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. They're all the way down there. Latest velocity data tells me it's relatively displaced, but we could be potentially trying to see some rotation near Fremont. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing tried to develop more and more. So yeah, if you're in Fremont, Clear Lake, Camden, Montgomery over here, along the border of Indiana, Ohio, and Michigan, all right? If you're in this area, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Let's take a look at the raw velocity data. And, wow, okay. Well, I mean, that's some pretty strong velocity data. Across the board, I see some instances to where we can get up to 75 mile per hour winds. That's actually about hurricane force winds, maybe even stronger in some instances, which is pretty crazy. So potential hurricane force winds possible within this storm. And that's basically equivalent to, you know, a weak tornado, but on a widespread scale. So would not be surprised. Is Michigan in the clear? Southeastern Michigan? You guys do have some showers and thunderstorms that can move on through in your area. But as of right now, I don't see anything too concerning for you at the moment. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow. Okay. So let me pull this up here. Look at that moving through when it was moving through Chicago.
Sandy.
Whew.
Sandy.
That's pretty crazy right there. That is really crazy right there. All right, there are no more tornado warnings at this moment, which is the good news. No tornado warnings. They have updated the convective outlook. Still a moderate risk. And it's mainly for these lines of storms, I believe. Jeez, Elkhart just got some strong damaging winds that moved on through. Sorry for the yawn. It's getting that time of evening where I just become a yawning machine. So I'm sorry. There is a little bit of a ZDR arc within the storm, so maybe a supercell that's trying to develop over here near Goshen, Dunlap, south and east of Elkhart. Elkhart, as of right now, I will admit, they are getting a lot of hail, so do not go outside by any of the stretch of your imagination. And they also will probably get some strong damaging winds that'll move on through their area as well. You'll see that the storm actually developed and just really kind of took off. So you're still getting a lot of strong damaging winds. You might be in a little bit of a lull at the moment, but I do think stuff will start to re-intensify a little bit more. It'll kind of pick back up. So if you know anyone who lives within those areas, I would kind of just tell them, you know, near Dunlap, Goshen, Millersburg, Topeka, Ligonier, I would tell them to be mindful. I would tell them to be mindful, in my honest opinion. That is a very weird cutoff, though, I will admit. Yeah, I'm sorry for yawning. I'm sorry for yawning. New MCD? There's another one? I don't see it. If you're talking about the one that's over Indiana and Ohio, I think we mentioned that already. If not, basically what they said is that they're going to expand the severe thunderstorm watch more than likely south. They're going to expand it south. Let me take a look at something real quickly. Whew. That's some crazy stuff. Yeah, this storm near Goshen is starting to kind of amplify a little bit more. I'm still pretty concerned about this cell near Camden. I still see a lot of very strong damaging winds. This is a very strong damaging wind threat. It's basically paralleling along I-80. I want to see, do we actually have any sky cameras over here? It doesn't look like it. There's a sky camera over here in Warsaw, though. So we might be able to use that as these storms continue to go further south. But now we're starting to get to a part of the coverage to where things are going to get really interesting in regards to accuracy. Got to really test ourselves now, because it's starting to well, let's put it in two different perspectives. All right, there's a radar right here, there's a radar right here, there's a radar right here, and there's a radar right there. Okay, this storm is starting to move to where our radar is not. Now, this does not count as a radar. This is a weak radar. This is an airport radar. We want the regular National Weather Service radars. So we're moving into an area to where there's a lack of radar coverage, and we're also moving into an area where there's a lack of sky camera coverage as well, too. So it might kind of be one of those things to where might have to try and find some stuff. They are allowing people to come into Wrigley Field now. If we want to take a look at that here real quickly. That's Wrigley Field, and they're starting to allow people in. The game between the Cubs and the Padres are expected to commence here in about 8 minutes. Which is pretty cool. But yeah, they definitely got rained out all over the place. Let's go back over here. See this spike in northeastern Indiana. Velocity looks very bad. This is likely a tornado on the ground. What? Let's see any debris. I don't see any debris signature. Could also be hail too. All right. Big thing about correlation coefficient. Big thing about correlation coefficient is that it determines as to whether or not something is rain or hail. All right. So the higher the correlation coefficient, the closer it is to 100%. The higher the likelihood of it being rain. So that's basically anywhere within this kind of reddish area. I don't really know how to describe this color, so I'll just refer to it as red for right now. Once you start to get into the yellow areas, into the green and even blue, that's when you can start to get into uncharted territory to where it's not rain. And it could be a multitude of different things, such as hail, it could be bugs, birds, debris, air, smoke. Yes, you can see fires on that stuff, which is pretty cool. And a bunch of other stuff too, but I don't see any velocities that correlate with the lower correlation coefficient values. So I don't believe that there is a tornado from this. However, on the contrary, I do think that there is something that's very similar to a tornado. Hurricane force wind gusts within this storm, maybe even stronger than that. So Pioneer, Montpelier, as well as Alverton, Waldron, Frontier, and Camden. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Storm that was in that storm? That's inflow, if that's what you're referring to. I'll circle that. Go to correlation coefficient. Yep, that is inflow. So no tornado at this time. No tornado at this time. Yeah, okay, JL. Don't have to rub it in that I'm an Orioles fan. Just let me be upset somewhere else. Let me be upset somewhere else. We actually have a future, so who knows? That's really interesting. We also have an outflow boundary here with this storm. This might be something to watch. This might be something to watch down here. A lot of sudden development within this line here. Near Waterloo, Indiana, towards the Edgerton, Ohio area. That might be something to watch. We also do have a little bit of rotation near Hannah and Wanata. So this is kind of still a storm that is trying to kind of hold on to its past relevance. Because this is the same storm that was over in Chicago. Did all that activity over there. Real quickly, I want to check something here. I know I'm checking a lot of things, so I apologize, but there we go. All right, I just wanted to double check something here, chat. I wanted to make sure that my information was relatively accurate. Velva in North Dakota could drop one soon. Well, let's go see. Velva is probably that one near Minot Air Force Base, so let's go take a look. Luckily, we have an extra radar. And yeah, that is. Now, funny thing about it is that whenever I use Minot Air Force Base, usually the radar is down. So let's hope that it's not down so that I can actually use this radar for once. And as we wait, imagine if the radar dies. Nope, it didn't. Look at that. Ooh. I'm actually kind of surprised that they didn't put out a tornado warning already on this storm. Gonna be honest with you. Because it's like, it actually has some good rotation, or at least it had some good rotation. Yeah, I mean, Velva, North Dakota, definitely could see some activity, so I'll watch out for that. And yeah, it actually had a pretty well-pronounced ZDR arc before the ZDR actually kind of downtrended a little bit. So, and that's probably the reason why the velocities have downtrended too. So that makes sense. But I'll come back to that here in a bit. Cell near Hannah is approaching Knox here soon. If you're in Knox, I would watch out for some strong damaging winds. Potentially some spotty hail within your area too. This is a view here from the Monroe Township. Monroe Township in Michigan. And a huge light show. That's kind of what we're expecting to see with a lot of these storms, actually. A lot of lightning here. A lot of lightning present. Sheesh. Yeah, contrary to what I'm actually getting where I live, not a whole lot. I want to point out here real quickly, because this is just within the recent development here. The cell that was over in Goshen is now starting to become pretty significant. The cell in Goshen is now starting to become pretty significant. And the reason why I say that is because if we take a look at the reflectivity, or actually, let's take a look at the... Well, let's look at reflectivity first. You notice how this line is starting to arc like this. It's starting to bow out a little bit. We call this a bow echo. We have a lot of rear inflow jets coming in here. That's kind of what we're expecting here today. A lot of these storms to have a lot of rear inflow jets, which basically push the line to where it kind of arcs at the front. And we call this a bow echo. And we do have a very strong bow echo that is starting to move towards Milford and Syracuse. So if you know anyone who lives within those areas, I would highly recommend watching out for this very, very closely. Due to the fact that this strong thunderstorm is probably going to produce hurricane force winds. It more than likely will. We actually have some pixels here that indicate almost 93 mile per hour winds, about 600 feet above radar level. 600 feet above radar level. That's pretty crazy. That's not super high up in the sky at all. It's 2 football fields, actually. So, we actually have a lot of strong damaging winds that are starting to approach areas like New Paris, Millersburg, Syracuse, Milford, Ligonier, as well as Cromwell. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, they need to get into a sturdy structure. Because, I mean, my goodness, this is marching. This storm is marching its way through. I just popped my neck and it feels so much better. Is Chicago over for tonight? I believe so, more than likely. But this is very strong damaging winds. I'm actually really curious as to what this weather station says. I'm very curious as to what this weather station says here in a few minutes. It actually reported at 8:53 Eastern, which obviously was well over a half hour ago. So I wonder if it actually changes here. See anything bad for northeastern Ohio? Trumbull County area. Second floor, broken leg. Hobby horse started shifting. It's gone. 2 kids trying to prepare. I think if you do see anything, it'll be late tonight. Very late tonight. Due to the fact that there's just going to be multiple waves of storms that are going to try and move on through. Let's time this out here real quickly for you all. Let's make things a little bit easier. How do I want to do this? Yeah, this is very nice. There isn't really a a good way to get a close up of Ohio besides looking at Ohio. Because I kind of want to get the surrounding areas so that people can get a general perspective of what's going on. Oh my goodness. 99. It's a 99 mile per hour pixel. 99 mile per hour pixel that's heading straight to Syracuse in Indiana. My goodness, that's very strong. Very strong damaging winds that are moving on through here right now. And it's heading towards Cromwell. It's heading towards North Webster. If you live in those areas, you need to tell them to get into a sturdy structure. Because this is pretty much Category 2 hurricane force winds now. Pretty much Category 2 hurricane force winds. If you're near Syracuse, the intersection of Highway 6 and Highway 33, near Cromwell, Ligonier, probably, I would say at least the western portions of Ligonier, they're going to be impacted directly. Now, if you're in Ligonier, you should be in a sturdy structure anyways, because you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, and this storm probably could produce some very strong damaging winds across your area as well. But I mean, man, oh man. This is some very strong damaging winds. Very strong. So I want to point out here real quickly. Just real quickly. This is going to have to do. This is just going to have to do for right now. And you notice here as of this moment, as I refresh the page, there we go. So these lines here, these lines of storms, they're right here as of right now, okay? And as they continue to progress southeastward, you see that you have one band of storms that move on through, and then they kind of deteriorate. Then you have a new band of storms that form over here, probably around 10 o'clock Central / Eastern, something like that. And they form and they produce a lot of strong damaging winds across the board. Now, they also can produce some severe weather over near Detroit and Windsor, move across Lake Erie, over into portions of northern Ohio as well. And they become really expansive sometime around 4 o'clock in the morning Eastern. So that would be the time frame in which I would watch out if I were you. Yeah, that clearly makes a lot of sense. Apparently, there was also the risk of an MCV moving through. That's tomorrow afternoon, so that's really interesting. Maybe something there, continuation of that storm. But the NAM is really weird, so I kind of doubt it. I really do doubt it. But big thing here to take away is that tomorrow morning, early tomorrow morning, northern Ohio is really going to get hit. And I'm going to try and stay up here. I'm going to try and stay up to see if I can catch this big line of showers and thunderstorms that are going to move on through. Try and stay up to like midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. I might have to get a coffee break here soon. Well, that right now, obviously. I'll have to wait a few hours. But I probably will have to get a coffee break sometime between then and now. So that way I can continue to stay awake. Because I do plan on covering this pretty much throughout the overnight hours. So we'll see. But yeah, this is a kind of the beginning, or at least an appetizer, more or less, for these showers and thunderstorms. As they get closer and closer to the radar, the velocity data starts to get higher and higher. Now, I will admit, some of this velocity data is pretty bugged. For instance, I saw a 126 mile per hour pixel rate in here, or 124 mile per hour pixel actually. And that's clearly wrong. All right, that's clearly wrong. But some of these areas, however, the 90 mile per hour threshold, almost 99, that's a little bit more reasonable within this storm, in my opinion. And if we get closer, the next scan gets closer to the radar, we have some pixels that are in upwards of 90 miles per hour again. So I'm not really too surprised that there's some very strong damaging winds moving on through with this storm. And we got to watch out. Now, I do want to direct your attention over here to Winona. And we do have some very ominous clouds in the distance over there. Very ominous clouds in the distance over here. This is from the village at Winona in Indiana. This is due south of the actual showers and thunderstorms over near Warsaw. And this is looking off, I'm assuming, to the north. And you can see how ominous the clouds are off in the distance with how much lightning there actually is in there too. So that's something to note. That is something to note. Have I considered opening a P.O. box so that people can send me stuff? I mean, I don't really think I have. I might. I definitely might, but who knows? Who knows? I don't know. Let's go to the half and half screen. And let's go put this as Winona Lake, Indiana. There we go. Boom. So now we have that footage over there. I'll also move that down just like that, so that way we don't have that border there. But we still have some very strong damaging winds that are starting to move on through. And now that's green screen. Okay, there we go. Fixed. Fixed. It is definitely fixed. True facts. Let's see. Pickles has became a member again. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I'm basically gonna go over all the super chats that I skipped over. So sorry. But let's see. Linda with the membership, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Let's see. Or not Linda, Lynn. I'm sorry. Jeez. I'm losing my mind already. Lynn with the super chat and Lynn with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's see. Leo with the membership. Coming back again. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. I don't know why my thing is not updating. Yeah, there we go. Finally fixed it. So yeah, Lynn and Leo with the membership. Thank you so much. And then I be tripping. I love that name. I love that name. With the 30, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says coffee's on me. Yeah, I might be able to go out and get some. Might be able to. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Okay, destructive storm. Severe thunderstorm warning with a destructive tag on it. Well, I mean, can't say I didn't really warn you all. Because we kind of been saying that these storms were more than likely going to produce some very strong damaging winds. In upwards of 80 miles per hour, maybe even 90 miles per hour in some instances. And now they've officially updated it. The severe thunderstorm warning that is comparable to a tornado warning in my honest opinion. A severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat destructive tag. And you can tell it's the damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning because you can see it's a different color from a normal severe thunderstorm warning. It's a lot uglier. Probably should change it to a different color, but that is a severe thunderstorm warning. I might actually want to change it to something else, but yeah, damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80 mile per hour wind gusts. 80 mile per hour wind gusts. Very strong, very dangerous situation over here for areas near Syracuse, Cromwell, North Webster, Ligonier, as well as Wolf Lake, Albion, as well as Merriam. If you live over in these areas over here in Indiana, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and these very strong storms as possible. Orange, those are my special marine warnings. You can see those are special marine warnings. But very, very strong damaging winds here according to the National Weather Service. We also have some very widespread strong damaging winds over here in Ohio, northwestern Ohio, approaching the Defiance and Napoleon areas. If you know anyone who lives over there, I would also tell them to get into a sturdy structure, as there's been reports of damage with these storms too. There's actually a storm that is approaching Toledo at this time. It's actually moving to the south of Toledo near Parkersburg. And that one is actually producing a lot of strong damaging winds as well. So I would watch out for that. Very much so. Why is there TVS on this? Doesn't make sense. April with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you so much. How concerned should Northern Ohio be overnight, east of Cleveland, lakeside communities? If you are like along the coastline, so obviously lakeside is pretty much close to the coastline, if not on the coastline, I would watch out. But if you are a bit more east of Cleveland, you might have a little bit more leeway. You might actually be a little bit too far east in some instances. But I do think you're going to see some very strong damaging winds overnight. So specifically, like Cleveland and east of Cleveland, I wouldn't be super concerned, but I would be aware. I'd find out a way for you to get warnings from the National Weather Service if something does happen, because these storms will be moving across Erie and will be making landfall over here on the northern side of Ohio. Now, if you're closer to like Sandusky and stuff like that, then you need to be aware and you need to have a plan in place, just in case if these storms do move through your area, because there's a higher likelihood that that could actually happen. And if we actually take a look at the actual convective outlook, more or less, for these storms, you can see here that there is a lot more activity expected over here on the western side of Ohio than on the eastern side. Still a decent chance, but the 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale over here in this red is over here on the western side compared to the central and eastern side. So that would be something that I would make a note of. Yeah, TVS is a tornado vortex signature. You're in Bristol, Indiana. Are you okay, or should you stay awake? Let me take a look. Bristol, Indiana. Oh, that's over there. So as of right now, you guys are good, but I do believe that you guys can see some more activity later on this evening. More than likely sometime around midnight to 1 o'clock. All right. Actually, it might not even be that late. It might actually be even a little bit earlier than that. Let's go to the full screen here just for radar as I pull up the stuff again. And yeah, it'll be sometime around midnight to 1 o'clock is when you guys can actually start seeing the stuff come on through. I want to take a look at the HRRR to try and see if that is correct. And it could be the potential of an overnight supercell that could move on through, which is really interesting in my honest opinion. If that's the case, I want to look at one more thing that could potentially sway my opinion. And if it doesn't, then we could see an overnight, supercell threat instead. But I want to see one thing. What are you? Oh my gosh. That doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't make any sense. That's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. That's really funny, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, there's no way that happens, but if it does, that'll be pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. Oh boy. All right. Well, yeah, as I said, could get some activity sometime around midnight. South Bend done. Same thing. Could get something around midnight. How much energy is there in Michigan, Ohio, Illinois? Spire Chaser. Yeah, let me take a look here real quickly. Why not? How much CAPE is in this area? Survey says that's a high significant tornado parameter. Yeah, there's a plethora amount of energy. Over here. What about capping inversion? Yeah, of course there's a lot more capping inversion further west. So only this area here in northern Illinois, or not northern Illinois, northern Indiana into Michigan and Ohio would be the prime areas to watch. But over in Illinois, not too much capping, or there is a lot of capping inversion, so there wouldn't be too much activity. So I hope that kind of answers your question. There is enough energy for these thunderstorms to do things. And there's a bit of capping inversion as well, so pretty gnarly significant tornado parameter as well. My phone is going off. I don't know why, but it just is. Little bit of rotation over here near Ligonier, actually south of Ligonier. That'll be heading off towards the Albion areas and the Wolf Lake area. So if you know anyone who lives over there, I'd watch. You have a way you can send me storm pics? Yeah, either on Discord or on Twitter. It'll probably be easier for me to see it on Twitter, but it's also pretty easy for me to see stuff on Discord as well. But if you have anything that you want to send in to me, please be sure to do so. Link is in the chat. I appreciate everyone who's been with me so far through the channel, watching this live. We have 717 likes right now. It's a lot of people that have helped me get this information out to more and more people. Once again, I'm going to have to ask you guys to keep hitting that thumbs up button because we have a storm that's practically comparable to a tornado warning that has now been issued for Fort Wayne. Fort Wayne now has a severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat destructive tag that has been issued for their area. Big time severe thunderstorm that's going to start to approach Fort Wayne here, more than likely in less than a half an hour. Yeah, gnarly is a word. Gnarly. On this channel, you'll hear a bunch of these weird phrases and or words that most people in chat have probably recognized as natisms. He just creates words as he goes. But yeah, this is a pretty serious situation for the city of Fort Wayne. And I mean, I take the radar, off of this. You can see Fort Wayne is not a scrub city. It is not a scrub city. And the fact that it is in a very dangerous severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat destructive tag, that's something that, not exactly the best case scenario here. So please be sure to do so. Please be sure to do so if you haven't already. Please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. Essentially helping me spread information. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me do that as well by getting this out to more people's recommended feeds. That's the way that we're going to be getting information out. And that's how most of you guys actually found my channel. But yeah, Fort Wayne is a pretty big city. Pretty big city. We actually don't have a sky camera over here in Fort Wayne, which is kind of unfortunate, to be completely honest with you. But, I mean, is what it is. Would like it, though. If you guys actually have any sky cameras that you would like to send in, once again, either on Twitter or on Discord. Those are the ways to get stuff out to me. All right, let's see what survey says with these velocities now. Starting to get back to the 70 mile per hour range here across the board with this. Might be seeing a little bit of rotation here, maybe even embedded tornado. Yeah, hold up. Maybe an embedded tornado over here, south and east of Ligonier. Heading towards the Albion and Wolf Lake area. Spectrum width actually indicates it. A little bit of turbulence here, a turbulence ball. And if you go to the velocities, yeah, there's a little bit of rotation right within that area. Just a little teeny bit, but you see red's moving away from the radar and green's moving towards. I don't see a debris signature. Don't see... Oh, is that a debris signature? That could have been a debris signature. That could have been a debris signature. Could have been a weak tornado that moved on through. Very interesting. Very interesting. Jeez. Yeah, those Mattis clouds are crazy. That was over Wrigley Field. My goodness. But yeah, that's really interesting. Maybe a potential tornado within the line here. Bit obscured by the rain. And if that's the case, guys, if that's the case, you know, I would not be surprised if we continue to see these trends. And if we continue to see these trends, then for the people who might try and watch these storms and stuff like that, you know, whether they're outside or not, this might be a serious situation to the point to where they shouldn't be outside. All right, you shouldn't be outside anyways because these storms are, you know, kind of producing hurricane force winds across the board. But this is one of those things where if you're outside, even if this wasn't, you know, producing hurricane force winds, there might be a tornado obscured within all this rain. Yeah, there's still rotation right here. Look at that. It's still there. Not as much turbulence as there was, though. There is still something, 100%. When am I streaming till? More than likely until 3 or 4. I'm gonna make the, I'm gonna go to the distance tonight. I'm gonna try and go to the distance. Ray with the Weather Watcher, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Welcome back for the 2 months. The man, oh man. And just a reminder to everyone, these storms are progressing to the south and east towards Fort Wayne. The storm has the potential of producing hurricane force winds to upwards 80-mile-per-hour winds as well. If you know anyone who lives in this pathway, Columbia City, Fort Wayne, Roanoke, now's the time to tell them, hey, these storms are moving into your area. You need to take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure. There's a good chance that these storms actually do amplify. I want to ask my research team a quick question, specifically Joey's. Just wanted to put that out. I'll get a response from him in a second. I just wanted to see what he got from that. Looks like the rotation has indeed died out a little bit. The spectrum width, the turbulence indicator has went down. So more than likely a quick spin up within the line. More than likely that being the case. Wow. Velocity data back over 83 miles per hour, however. So we do have still some very strong damaging winds with this storm. And there's a reason. There's a reason why this storm has a severe thunderstorm warning, damage threat, destructive tag on it. So this is in my opinion, very comparable to a tornado warning in regards to how widespread the damage could potentially be. If you're over in these areas like Merriam, Tri-Lakes, Churubusco, as well as Columbia City, Arcola, as well as Fort Wayne, Huntertown, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and these serious storms as possible. All right, these storms are producing hurricane force winds within this thing, huge thing that's moving on through. I want to see it. Oh boy, he got it. He got the supercell. I want to see it. I want to see it. Oh my gosh. That'll be one of the craziest things. Especially since they put it into machine learning. Wow. Wow. It's gonna be goated. It's gonna be goated. Oh, is that a new area of rotation that's developing? Is that a new area of rotation that's developing? I think it's actually been there. I think that area of rotation has been there near Merriam. What happened to Chicago a couple hours ago? Just joined. A tornadic supercell went through. It produced numerous microbursts and maybe even a tornado. So I'm really interested. Really interested. Because my research team is doing research on storm structure. Yeah. New severe thunderstorm watch, and it excludes Cleveland. It excludes Cleveland, but it doesn't exclude Youngstown, which is kind of funny. Effective Monday night and Tuesday morning from 10 until 3 a.m. Widespread damaging wind gusts and isolated significant wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour likely. 25 tornado probs. So once again, pretty low, pretty low. 25 tornado probs. Send some gnarly intercept photos. Oh boy. Oh boy. Where'd you send them at? But yeah, very strong damaging winds. Of course, not enough to be PDS, but we kind of all knew that for the most part. Back to the subject at hand, as Fort Wayne is about to get slapped. That is a 95 mile per hour pixel. 95 mile per hour pixel approaching Fort Wayne. 25%. So how the probs work, okay, for the tornado probs is the first set of numbers that I say, so 20, and then I'll put a pause in there. So when I say 25, it'll usually be straight up 25, all right? But then I'll say it in different tones as well. So 25 probs, it'll be different. So what I mean by that is the first set of numbers, so in this case 20, is a that's the percentage, the chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes within that specific watch. So in that case, there's a 20%. And then 5%, which means there's a 5% chance of seeing one strong tornado within that watch. So it's a 20% for 2 or more tornadoes within that watch, 5% for one of those tornadoes being strong. So So that's basically what it means. That's an embedded supercell. That's an embedded supercell. That's a left flank velocity enhancement. This storm's gonna go. Oh, this storm's gonna go. Oh, this storm's gonna go. Let me ask Joey. Joey, are you... You have one on KAW or KIWX as well? Because that's an embedded supercell. This thing might try and go. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. If this thing tries to put down a tornado, it's going to be heading straight for Fort Wayne. That is a left flank velocity enhancement. Oh boy, it is starting to kind of surge in. Wind's coming around just like that. Oh yeah. This thing is trying 100%. This is an embedded supercell with large hail and 80-mile-per-hour winds. GG! Oh, he's got it up. He's got it running. Let's go. This is why my teammates are the best. This is why my teammates are the best. He's running the program, and he's been running the program on this radar here for detection. That's cool. Now we gotta look at the data afterwards. Team is the best. Okay, enough, enough, enough. It's trying. Look at some of these velocities. 120, 105 mile per hour winds. Excuse me. Hello? Jeez. Very strong damaging winds at minimum. Very strong damaging winds at minimum are starting to surge on through right now. Holy. It's got a ZDR arc, I'll tell you that much. It does indeed have a ZDR arc, but the KDP, not bad. Wait a second. Wait a second. Why does it have a 0? This doesn't make any sense. Does that mean that it's just complete crosswise vorticity that this storm is inhaling? If that's the case, then this thing should hypothetically be not rotating. And hypothetically not trying to put a tornado. All right, well, we're going to get our new velocity signature here in a second. This will tell us if something's going on with this storm. Regardless, we have some very strong damaging winds. Very strong damaging winds. Oh, wait, this is our latest scan. Nice, it updated within the last frame. That's good. It looks to me like it just contributed with the main body of the strong damaging winds again. It kind of just veered off to the south. Which if that's the case, I'm happy with that. I'm happy if it doesn't produce a tornado. But obviously, I mean, it's still a pretty... I mean, look at this supercell, guys. One heck of a supercell. Very displaced, however. Very displaced. A lot of high values of KDP down towards the bottom, so that tells me this is probably gusting out, which obviously, I mean, it is. But this is approaching Fort Wayne. This is the reason. Why is there already a report? Report from MPing. Trees uprooted or snapped. Roof blown off in New Haven. There hadn't even been a storm that moved through there. Does that even make any sense? Yeah, okay. Sure. That makes a lot of sense. Totally. Alright, so that's a 99 mile per hour wind gust. More than likely within the line. Very strong damaging winds that are now approaching Fort Wayne. So if you know anyone who lives in Fort Wayne, now is the time to tell them. Now is the time to tell them. There's a significant storm that's going to move on through. It's going to produce a lot of very strong damaging winds. Very strong damaging winds. And upwards of 80 to maybe even 90 miles per hour possible. There's actually a pixel right here that says 109 mile per hour winds. Now, I don't really think that that is very likely. I think 100 is. I think 100 is possible. But it'd be more in the realm of 90 to maybe even 80. That's what I'm more thinking about. But regardless, I mean, that's hurricane force winds. That's hurricane force winds. So if you know anyone who lives in Fort Wayne, you need to tell them get indoors now. You need to get them into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this significant storm as possible. Because I do believe that this could potentially be producing potentially 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. I mean, this is just... wow. I mean, that's insane. The storm just continues to keep going and going and going. Oh, what? That's pretty funny. What I just saw. With the research team. Inverted 90-degree angle. But yeah, we need to continue to spread this information because this is starting to get into a pretty big populous area, right? Fort Wayne, Indiana is no scrub. All right? No scrub city. Still 80 mile per hour wind gusts over here. These are destructive storms moving southeast at 55 miles per hour. Yeah, velocity's at 102 miles per hour, 1,000 feet above radar level. Wow. So guys, we need to spread this information, all right? We need to tell as many people as possible that these people in Fort Wayne are going to be hit. They're going to be slapped. They're going to be slapped by these 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. They're going to be slapped by the 2-inch hail that's possibly falling down. And don't forget, the storm also could have potentially produced a brief tornado. So we got to consider that this is, you know, these are all potential outcomes that can occur within the next 10 minutes. All right, because that's how long at maximum it's going to take for this storm to get to the southern portion of Fort Wayne. So if you're in the pathway of this specific storm right here, treat it like a tornado warning. Underground, or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you're in other severe thunderstorm warnings, get indoors and stay away from windows. All right, because just in case if flying debris moves through, if you have large hail that breaks windows and stuff like that, guess who's right next to that window? So please be sure to stay away from windows if you can already. Wow, that is... Look at that inflow. Big time ZDR. What is this? That really doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. What is that? Is that a ZDR arc disruption? It looks so weird. What is this? Looks like a ZDR arc Wait a second. No, it's not. No, it's not. Is that the SV? No. Or is it the elf? No. Don't tell me. Really? 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 This doesn't make any sense. I'm telling you. This doesn't... What is this? Why? I'm gonna have to talk to my research team about this. This is very strange. I might even email the National Weather Service when they're not busy, because that actually is really interesting. I've got no clue what that is. I'd like to think it's a ZDR arc disruption, but I don't know. It's still there. High values of ZDR, I don't know. It's Indiana, someone said. Oh, it's amazing. I don't know. Lincoln, you guys are in the clear as of right now. You could see some more activity later on this evening, however. Or actually, technically, it would be overnight. Sometime around 1 or 2. I would watch out. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get in contact with them after they're all done with being busy with this stuff. Because this doesn't make any sense. ZDR, so the Z is silent. The D and the R is differential reflectivity. So you can look at it on radar scope and radar omega if you want. It'd be differential reflectivity. I use it a lot. Once again, 90 to 100 mile per hour winds possible within the storm. It's now moving through Arcola, Aboit, as well as heading towards the international airport. If you know anyone who lives near the international airport in Fort Wayne, you need to tell them get in their safe space. Because this storm appears to be pretty significant. Very strong damaging winds here. Very strong damaging winds. I mean, this is one heck of a supercell. Huh. I'm trying to look through. I don't see a whole lot of people talking about it, so I guess it's not really known either as to what that is. Because that's really interesting. If I can figure out what that is, that might lead to, you know, something on radar I might be able to interpret in the future. I'll have to look that up because I'm really curious. I honestly have no idea why the ZDR slices like that. Now it's starting to fill up. I will say that much. It is starting to fill up. Might be trying to gust out. Yeah, heat wave is not fun. I will admit. I will admit. Is this a tornado? Nope. This is something similar to a tornado, though. Hurricane force winds approaching Fort Wayne, Indiana. It's basically a big populous area. It's about to get hit by a big windbag. That's kind of the reason why I'm like, hey, you know, if you live in Fort Wayne, you need to get into a sturdy structure. The northern portion of Fort Wayne, they're going to get hit by the large hail. The southern portion of Fort Wayne, they're going to get hit by hurricane force winds. So pick your poison. This is going to be a pretty widespread event. We already have reports of damage. Trees down over near North Webster from a National Weather Service employee. Is that a hail spike? That is a hail spike. There's a hail spike within this storm. So it's not just 80-mile-per-hour winds. You also have large hail too. Why are they thinking that it's not going to have large hail? This doesn't make any sense. Do I think the Wabash area could get something? Yeah, okay, Matt. There it is. The Wabash area. They could potentially get some of these lingering showers and thunderstorms, but it's going to be really hard to say. Does National Weather Service issue any kind of warnings that can wake up people with these kinds of storms? They're as bad as tornadoes. It's just if people have weather radios, all right? If they have NOAA weather radios, they'll be informed. Which is the reason why you probably should get a weather radio if there ever is, you know, it's for these type of events that occur at night. Wow. Interesting thing from what we just got from the research. Interesting thing from what I just saw from the research data that we just got. Where'd you send the pictures, moderator? Did get some footage over here at Cedar Point in Sandusky, Ohio. Someone sent good pictures over here. Look at this. Over here in Sandusky. That. Pretty interesting looking, right? Different color schemes. All right, well, this is starting to kind of uptrend a little bit. This is starting to uptrend a little bit with its velocity. Oh my gosh. Um, 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 hmm. Well, take luck. There's no ZDR arc on it, or at least it's not a very strong one. We still have this thing. What is... I have no clue what that is. Left flank velocity enhancement? I don't know. Probably not. Interesting. Toledo radar? Toledo doesn't have a radar. And we're using Fort Wayne's, which is the closest here. Toledo, by the way, they are pretty much done with the risk here from these lines of showers and thunderstorms. There will be more that will come through, but this big line pretty much through. There's a storm that's moving through Findlay, heading towards Sandusky and Fremont, Bettsville. If you live over there, you probably should watch out for this very closely. Upper Sandusky, Arlington, Sycamore, Willard, Norwalk, and then progressively heading down towards I-71. That might be something that you guys need to watch out for as this continues to move on through. Yeah, that is a heck of an inflow notch. I'll tell you what, this storm might be trying. This is one heck of a supercell. You know what we should do, chat? You know what we should do? Let's see what this supercell's doing. Let's take a 3D. Let's take a 3D. Okay, that is a heck of an inflow notch right there. Tell you what. All right, so this is our nice little supercell. And you see we have a lot of rain here, very expansive. You can also see how this is pretty slanted like that. You see that? This is more because there's a lot of very strong damaging winds that are coming down and surging out. Okay, so this is our gust front. Looks just like that. So big time gust front that's surging out just like that. Okay. Then what's happening here is you see this cave, everyone, chat? You see that cave? That's an inflow notch. So that's where the storm basically goes out and channels all the unstable energy and moisture in the atmosphere, and it brings it into the storm just like that. All right. So if you think of it this way, think of the storm as Pac-Man. And as Pac-Man goes around the course, it eats more and more dots to continue to get more and more points. And eventually it goes off into the next level. That's what this storm is. This storm is essentially Pac-Man, and it is running around, eating up energy in the atmosphere, all the moisture in the atmosphere, to continue to try and form or sustain and eventually get to the next level. Now, fortunately for Pac-Man, there aren't any other ghosts around nearby, so this is kind of a storm that is gonna more than likely linger for a bit. But that was a very well-defined supercell signature here. And we have some very strong rotation because of it. You can see we have a lot of our blues surging towards the radar, and then we have reds that are wrapping around on in the outflow here, the strong damaging winds that are surging out with this hook. So right about there, very weak rotation at this time, but if this can all congeal, if this can congeal all into one thing, we can potentially see a tornado with this supercell that's going straight through Fort Wayne at this very moment. Regardless, this storm still has about 80 to 90 mile per hour winds within it. There's a good chance that this thing will continue to produce hurricane force winds across the board, and we might actually see some damage, unfortunately, within some of these areas. But my goodness. A very strong storm here. Very strong storm that's moving on through. And just exactly what we've been saying here. I mean, we can take a look at the 2D version of all this radar. You remember we were talking about, so on the southern side, that's where everything was gusting out. A lot of the strong damaging winds that are pushing that rain further out ahead of it. That's what we got right there. Then we also have our inflow notch right within here. This is where all the moisture comes in to feed the thunderstorm. And then on the backside here, we have a lot of the rain and hail in this area. This all gets wrapped around. It either A, gets pushed out, once again, as our surging, damaging winds, our gusty winds on the southern side, or it's either wrapped back around as inflow. And we can take a look at that velocity signature, and look at this. We're getting a lot more pinks congealed within this area, so a potential consolidation of the velocities here, which could indicate we might see an uptrend in tornadic activity here if this thing continues to try and do what it's been doing. We actually have a bit of a ZDR arc within this storm, which tells me that this could potentially try and intensify its lower level rotation here more and more. And we just got a new scan and it didn't go away. So that's telling me that we will continue to see an uptrend here within this storm. And within about 20 seconds, we're going to see a new velocity scan that might tell us a new story. But this is trying. This is trying very hard to produce a tornado. And it's right next to Fort Wayne. So once again, you know, not just Fort Wayne, but it's even areas around us. We are trying to spread this information with more and more people so that we can just get the general idea that, hey, this stuff is happening. This stuff is trying to move on through your area and you need to be prepared. All right. So copy the link to the live stream. Put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, so that way we may be able to get this information out to more and more people on YouTube and all sorts of social media platforms. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. Now, we saw that the pinks were actually intensifying a little bit more, and then I said that the next scan would give us a different story or a new story. We still have a little bit of rotation here. We actually see our mesocyclonic indicator right within there. But the good news is there's no more pinks in that area, right? No more pinks. That is more than likely because it actually, instead of it resulting to tornadic rotation within that area, you see that this gust front down here, or the Boeing segment on the southern side of the storm, actually has gotten a bit more displaced from the actual thunderstorm. So you see, this is where the hook was right within here. The hook was very much so flat with the actual gusty winds. And if we go fast forward in time, you'll see that back here is the hook now. And instead, the gusty winds have surged out a little bit more. Now, what this basically tells me a little bit more is that these gusty winds could curl out a little bit more to the right. It could surge off to this area, more towards the Hoagland area and the Monroeville area. So I would not be surprised if we had a short-lived aspect of time to where those general areas actually got impacted instead of areas a bit further south. So I would watch out if you're near the Hoagland area as well as the Monroeville area as well. And then potentially a bit further along towards the Ossian, the Tossin, and then the Decatur area over here into portions of extreme eastern and northeastern Indiana, to where there could be some strong damaging winds there as well. But yes, we do have maybe a bit of a displacement here between the strong damaging winds and the actual supercell here, which might be the saving grace here. Now, I mentioned about Pac-Man and how this storm could be very similar to Pac-Man in regards to it moving on through the environment and eating the dots, otherwise known as the moisture and energy levels in the atmosphere. But what I failed to tell you is what the ghosts are in this game. I said originally there probably wasn't a whole lot of ghosts. Now there is. Now there is a ghost. There's always been ghosts, but Pac-Man has been actually avoiding these ghosts relatively well up until this point. The ghosts to Pac-Man in this instance is other thunderstorms. To every one thunderstorm that is Pac-Man, all the other thunderstorms around it are the ghosts that are trying to take Pac-Man's lives away. And to some of you, you might be wondering, well, how does that work? I mean, one thunderstorm is rain and the other one is rain and it's taking in moisture. I mean, there's got to be enough moisture to go around. No, there isn't. Believe it or not, no, there isn't. Thunderstorms are kind of like quarters. They're kind of like, warriors in the battlefield. They want to take most of the glory for themselves. All right. Now, not all warriors do that, but I mean, you get the point here for the most part. They want to be isolated by themselves. They're pretty introverted if you think about it. They are the type of storm that draws attention in some instances, but at the same time, doesn't really know what to do with that attention if it actually gets it. And in this instance, the other thunderstorms are the attention that it doesn't want. And in that case, well, each thunderstorm has to get moisture and energy in order for it to sustain. But if you have more showers and thunderstorms, that moisture and energy now has to be evenly distributed to every other storm. Unless, in this instance, if it fights over it, which is the reason why I referenced the warrior. So basically what I'm saying is that this storm is now in an environment where it's trying to fight for its energy. And the reason why I say it is because this supercell here, where it has the hook and whatnot, is starting to become displaced with this strong damaging wind threat that's out in front of it. So now this is trying to develop into its own thunderstorm, and it's also trying to get its own energy and stuff like that. And because both of these storms are moving in the same direction, guess where the moisture is going to go to what storm? Well, it's going to be the one out in front of it, of course, the one that's going to be the furthest out in front to try and take advantage of all that moisture. And so therefore, this Pac-Man that we've been talking about is now experiencing a ghost. How it deals with this ghost, I guess we'll have to see. But that's what we got. That is what we got. Fort Wayne still is getting a lot of hail within that environment, so I would stay indoors. There's actually been reports over here near Churubusco of trees down, multiple trees down, actually across the board over there. So that's something to consider. A lot of damaging wind reports over in that general area. As I said, stay indoors until these storms pass. Once they do, you guys should be good. You guys can head to bed, stuff like that. I do my best Pac-Man impression. Waka, 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 waka. It's not the best, actually, but it is still. But yeah, it looks like these storms are starting to pass through Fort Wayne. There is another layer of storms that are back near the Columbia City and North Manchester areas, but those aren't really significant. Those aren't very significant, in my honest opinion. The supercell might be trying to take advantage. The supercell might be trying to re-intensify. What's it looking like in the upper levels? Oh yeah, it does have mid-level mesocyclone. Just if it can force it down. We'll have to see, but this is definitely a storm. Well, I mean, obviously it's a storm, but this is definitely a storm that we should watch out for very closely. Because this is a pretty significant storm, if I do say so myself. What? Hello? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. By the way, intensifying ZDR arc with a weird KDP indicating some crosswise vorticity. Not really doing too much in that regard, but still, This storm has some really interesting rotation. If you haven't already, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible, because this storm is now going to impact the city of Decatur. Decatur, Indiana. Which, just for reference, has a population of almost 10,000 people. So if you know anyone who lives in Decatur, Indiana, I would tell them to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure right now, because this is a pretty concerning storm that could be producing 80-mile-per-hour wind gust within this area. 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. And it's definitely not done either. There's a storm or a new area of rotation that's trying to develop over here near Hoagland. That would be something to watch out for too. Not a whole lot of good vorticity with this storm, I will admit, but any naders tonight? There could have potentially been a tornado north and west of Chicago. But other than that, we've had some very strong damaging winds across the board that is comparable to EF1 damage. So it's about the same. Put it on the same pedestal, more or less. But I mean, man, oh man, this is a significant storm. Latest scan came in and it's... Oh, that's a new thunderstorm that developed. So that's the reason why ZDR is going off over here. Okay, so now we have more ghosts that are coming into play. Look at that. Ghost right there, and it expands more. Wonder if that will impact this. That's going to be very interesting. I appreciate all the people who have helped me spread this information to more and more people. Once again, all right, if you haven't already, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. By hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information, because we got to here in this instance. There's been a lot of reports of damage now. Reports of damage over here, 2 miles south of Dunphy. Multiple trees down at Covington and County Line Road. There's also been reports of damage over here in Roanoke, of large trees down and similar or assault. Jeez, I can't speak. Several smaller tree limbs down, including one onto a sheriff deputy vehicle with minor damage. What? Well, it just goes to show you that, you know, the trees can do damage even if you're driving or not driving. I just hope that he wasn't driving while that tree hit him. I mean, it says it's not major damage, so that's the good news, but I mean, it's just, man, oh man. So big time severe thunderstorm warning here that is comparable to a tornado warning. This one is a severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat destructive tag. That is what we are looking at right now. Damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which will be in effect until 11:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you know anyone who lives within this severe thunderstorm warning, this would be specifically for Allen, Huntington, Wells, Adams, and Van Wert County here in Indiana and Ohio. You have a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which in my opinion is comparable to a tornado warning, and you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So that would be Decatur, Wren, Wilshire, Monroe, Monroeville, Hoagland. You need to get in your safe space right now. A lot of strong damaging winds. Strong damaging winds and upwards of actually hurricane force across the board over there. I want to take a look at something here. HRRR, what do you have for me? Someone said, can you show Michigan? Yep, here's all the cells that are moving near Grand Rapids. Let's play the loop here real quickly as I look at the radar. Oh yeah, that is quite the supercell that develops. So from these storms up here near Grand Rapids, they actually move down south. And that's your second line of severe weather that moves on through. So looks like we'll be up. Looks like we'll be up for a bit. Second line of storms actually move on through. That's at 3 o'clock. And then they start to move across into like the Cleveland areas. I'll probably be up until like 3 or 3:30. I'll probably be up until like 3 or 3:30. That's what I'm guessing here. 3 or 3:30 in the morning. I know most of you can't stay up that late, but I do want to pay attention to the second wave, as that could be some strong activity as well too. Let's go back to Radar Omega. We haven't used Radar Omega in a while. There's a chaser over here. Oh, it's Brandon Kopic. That's pretty cool. Well, Brandon Kopic, actually, I think is his thing. Brandon Kopic. So that's pretty cool. I don't know why he's chasing behind these storms, though. He probably is going to want to make a U-turn and head back up north, unless if he doesn't want to chase the nighttime setup. I mean, it is already technically nighttime, but I mean, yeah. But big time storm here. If you guys want to read the text here, guys. I mean, look at this. At until 11:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, at 10:26, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Fort Wayne to 7 miles north of Ossian to 6 miles north of Markle, moving southeast at 55 miles per hour. These are destructive storms, hazard 80 mile per hour wind gusts. 80 mile per hour wind gusts, guys. I mean, that is just heck of a warning there. They even note that flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. So they're saying that if there's any debris that fly off of trees, buildings, and stuff like that, or actually it is possible, that's what they're basically saying, could injure you. Extensive tree line and power outages are likely, which actually, that's a good point. Very good point. And for that reason, I actually want to take a look at our trusty power outage map. And I think we know where this is going. Oh boy. A lot of power outages in the southern portion of Ohio from earlier on today, near Pike and Jackson counties. So a lot of power out over there. But let's take a look at Indiana. You can see the northern portions of Indiana. I mean, look at that. There's a lot of people without power over there. What about Illinois? For whatever reason. Yeah, there we go. So northeastern portion of Illinois and Cook County specifically, which is where Chicago is at. 63,000 people are without power over there. What about Michigan? Yeah, quite a few people in Van Buren, as well as Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, and Branch counties, all without power. West Virginia, Mountain Mama. Wirt County almost has everyone without power. I used to live in West Virginia, by the way. Fun fact. Not anywhere in this area. I actually lived in the Eastern Panhandle. But and look at this. A lot of people without power. 47,000 people without power over in West Virginia. They only track 1 million. So yeah, that's a pretty big number with how many people without power. Lot of people. And this is expected to continue, unfortunately. This is expected to continue. Two reasons. One, Brandon had to fix his flat tire in the rain. Says he's calling it end of the chase for the night. Ah, that makes sense. Unfortunate. I was going to say, if he wanted to get round 2, it'd be right behind him. But I get that. I get that. Trust me. Wanting to call it end. Call it quits. Should have went through. What's your account then? Because bunch of stuff that just got sent in right now, though. Live KC Media 12. Brandon. Oh, wow. That's outside of Sandusky. Look at this, guys. Look at this. This is outside of Sandusky. Look at how intense these showers and thunderstorms are. Look at that. Good on you for pulling off. I will say that. I'm not driving through that. And I chase storms. I've chased a tornado about, what, 2-3 weeks ago, something like that. Look at that. Goodness gracious. West Virginia is real? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate. I'm just kidding. 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 I just popped my neck. Again. What is IEMBot SPC doing? A new severe thunderstorm watch? Where? They issued a new severe thunder... Wait a second. Is it for up there? No. This doesn't make any sense. Oh, I just got an unconfirmed report, and there it is.
Tornado warning for northwestern Wells County in south-central North Dakota, northeastern Sheridan County in south-central North Dakota,
Wait,
south-central Pierce County in north-central North Dakota.
South Central and North Central. Yeah, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But that's a tornado warning in North Dakota, ladies and gentlemen. Did you think that was going to be a thing here today? So we do have a tornado warning here. Martin and Harvey, as well as Sells and Wellsburg here in North Dakota. If you're over there, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and tornadic rotation as possible. Now, sure, there's only 2,700 people that live over in these areas, but people are people, and there is what looks to be a relatively decent populace over here, especially in Harvey. Looks like there actually is quite a few people that live in Harvey. So I think most of the actual populace is probably over there. There might be a few towns over across the board. Maybe like a good 300 in some of the other 3 places. But Harvey seems to be the main area to note. So if you're in Martin, if you're in Sells, if you're in Wellsburg or Harvey here in North Dakota, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Rotation is as simple. Greens moving towards, reds and pinks moving away, right in the middle. Pretty broad area of rotation here. And this is an embedded supercell within it too. I mean, look at that. Pretty interesting supercell there. Does have a ZDR arc, so this does mean that the cell is trying to continue to intensify. And KDP is actually lingering behind this, so I wonder... It actually is really interesting, Thunderstorm. I'll say that much. Put the storm track there. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it is a... It looks like it does even have a little bit of streamwise vorticity. So yeah, I'll watch this very, very closely. Let's see. Madison County, Ohio. Madison County, Ohio. That's very far away. If they're gonna get anything, it'll be tomorrow morning-ish, like at 6. They'll be fine. Lorain County, Ohio. They're going to get a lot of strong damaging winds, more than likely. More than likely. Look at CC. It doesn't look like there's a tornado to me. Does not look like there is a tornado to me. A lot of inflow within that. I will say that much. But yeah, this definitely looks like there might be... I'd say probably one area of rotation. This one, I think, is probably not too strong. And if anything, don't think it will sustain. It'll be that one over there, however. This one is probably going to be the one if it does. Or if anything, to produce the tornado. So I would watch out for that. Excuse me! That's a 98 mile per hour wind gust report, chat. That's a 98 mile per hour wind gust report, chat. That is a 98 mile per hour wind gust report from Fort Wayne International Airport. Okay, that is Category 2 hurricane force winds that just went on through with this singular thunderstorm. Albeit through a very populous area. So we're probably going to get a lot more reports of damage. Estimated wind gusts around 80 miles per hour. Large trees broken. Southwestern portions of Fort Wayne. Power is also lost at the location. 76 mile per hour wind gust report over there too. My goodness. That's a lot. We're going to get a lot more reports of damage. I think I'm actually going to put up a police scanner here. That way we can hear stuff. So Allen, this is Allen County. It's 11 o'clock, my dudes. And my phone is going off with the notification, so that's nice. Do I think the storm will hold it together tomorrow and come to the mid-Atlantic? There is a good chance for it to do so. Might go through me as it makes it through there, because I live in southern Pennsylvania. Almost near the Maryland border, so who knows? I might actually see weather for once. But, yeah, it looks like it will continue. As a matter of fact, if we take a look at the outlook for tomorrow, and this is just going to be temporary here real quickly, chat, so it's not like I'm going to talk about this for too long, because, you know, storm that just went through, you know, Fort Wayne just produced almost 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is the outlook for tomorrow. So basically it's as follows. If you're in the light green, that's just a general thunderstorm risk, more or less. If you are in the dark green, that's a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. And if you're in the yellow, you're in a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. And so what they are anticipating is these storms to continue to move off to the south and east and eventually impact areas here along I-95, connecting from Baltimore all the way down towards Fayetteville and Florence and stuff like that. So that's basically what they're thinking right now. That's a new VDS severe thunderstorm warning. That's another destructive severe thunderstorm warning. 80 mile per hour wind gust still with this thing. I mean, my goodness, that's absolutely insane. And real quickly, I just want to take a look. Yeah, that's mid-range EF1 wind gust, if that was the case. Could have been, you know, if this was a tornado, it would have been an EF1 tornado. That's how crazy that wind gust is, like mid-range EF1, which would be around 100 miles per hour. That right there, in my honest opinion, I mean, I think should just probably tell you what you need to know. All right, I'm gonna pull up the scanner.
Acceptable to go to Mickey D's just for a drink?
McDonald's, no, it's a McDonald's ad. Excuse me. That's pretty funny. Why am I getting Snapchat notifications? Stop it. Go away. All right, guess who's going to be watching that from now on? All right, I think it's up now. We have Central Indiana Skywarn. All right, so if there's any reports coming out, Skywarn will be able to tell us as to what's going on, hopefully. Hopefully. I don't know exactly, but I hope that they do. We do also have other showers and thunderstorms that are moving on through. I want to start moving some of my other radars. Is Charleston still doing stuff? Yes, they are. There's actually reports of trees down across the board over there, too. But I think I'm going to move Wilmington's radar further north to Cleveland's radar. And let's get a different perspective on what's going on here. How's Detroit looking? Detroit's going to be fine for right now, but they're going to get some more severe weather later on this evening when this does move off through their area. So I would watch out for this, probably around midnight to maybe even around 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. That's where I would probably watch out. There are now 15,000 people without power in Allen County. That's Fort Wayne. Of course, there were reports of power out over there. Let's go back to the tornado warning over here in North Dakota. I know we're jumping all over the place, and I'm sorry, but there's just a bunch of stuff that's going on right now. Wells, Sheridan, and Pierce counties, you have a tornado warning until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for tornado and half-dollar sized hail. We actually do have a little bit of rotation, but I don't see a debris signature at this time. Regardless, if you're in Wellsburg, if you're in Sells, if you're in Harvey, you need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, let's go back to Cleveland, or Cleveland's radar. You can see we have a massive line of storms that are now starting to surge on through, and they are steadily approaching I-71. You can see I-71 right along here, and you can see the massive line of storms that are starting to move on through. And they've actually had reports of about 60 to 70, even 75 mile per hour winds, which actually is hurricane force. So this line even has a history of producing hurricane force winds, albeit to a lesser extent. Regardless, if you are over here along the Mansfield, the Mount Gilead, Ashley, Ashland, as well as the New London, Wellington, and Medina areas, I highly recommend having a plan of action to get into a sturdy structure and staying away from windows due to the fact that this storm is starting to uptick in activity. It's actually becoming very much so widespread, and we just really need to be prepared for this storm as this continues to move on through. So please be sure, if you haven't already, to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. And that does not mean a mobile home. Do not be in a mobile home. That'd be greatly appreciated. I don't know why the police scanner is not working. I guess nothing is on it at the moment. Guess no one's transmitting anything through it. So, guess that's interesting. How late am I going to be streaming? More than likely until 3 Eastern. More than likely. So another 4 hours. That's what I plan for. So please be sure to stick around if you haven't already, because we're going to be in here for quite a while. Still, VDS, severe thunderstorm warning. So that's 80 mile per hour winds. That's 90 mile per hour winds. This doesn't make sense. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. Also reports of flooding. With this thing too. Sheesh. A lot of reports of damage over there. If you guys find anything, please be sure to at me at Nate_Snyder on Twitter. Trying to look through Twitter myself to try and see if we can find anything. Yeah, I can't find a whole lot. I really can't find a whole lot of stuff, but probably because I'm not really looking into it too much, so yeah, that's the thing. Is that a new severe thunderstorm watch? That's in northeastern North Dakota, so that's interesting. An additional watch also maybe needs to replace parts of Weather Watch 356. So they're thinking about a new severe thunderstorm watch for all of these storms. This is the storms that I'm also watching back here, because these could potentially be some strong damaging winds overnight as well. Do we have any sky cameras over here? Can we like watch anything for the time being? It's currently getting impacted by Willard, so we can't do that right now. There's Mount Vernon. All right, so we do have a camera north and east of Mount Vernon, like the Danville area. So that's going to be interesting. Is there anything else? Anything else that I can look at as of right now? Unfortunately, no. As I said, we're getting to the uncharted territory to where not only does the camera footage kind of get inconsistent, but we also get into an area to where the radar coverage is also pretty terrible. So that kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. It happens, but it's still. Let's go back to go back to Fort Wayne's radar. It looks like this storm's starting to become a bit more of a cluster over here near Van Wert. But Van Wert is currently getting slapped. One thing I do want to mention here real quickly, though, ladies and gentlemen, is that this is going to be approaching the populous town, or the populous city, I should say, of Lima. Lima, Ohio. Lima, Ohio. Okay, so if that sounds familiar to any of you, then you need to tell people, or you need to get into a sturdy structure, due to the fact that this storm here, more than likely, is going to be pretty strong as it moves on through. And just for reference, as to how large Lima is. Lima, Ohio has a population of 37,000 people. 37,000 people live here in Lima. A lot of people that live over here. So, if you know anyone, all right, if you know anyone who lives in Lima or in Delphos, Spencerville, Venedocia, as well as areas near St. Mary's and Neptune, Mendon, Rockford, Elgin, Wapakoneta over here in Ohio. I would highly recommend telling people, get into a sturdy structure. Let's fix this. This is no longer in Indiana. This is in Ohio. Let's put that up. That's in Ohio. ODOT has traffic cameras. Oh, yeah, that's right. Do they have traffic cameras over here? Lima? So it's a lima bean, basically. Lima bean. That's Oklahoma dot. Ohio traffic cameras. All right, let's see. Do you have traffic cameras over here near Lima? Yeah, maybe. Is this camera live? No, it is definitely not. It is definitely a still picture. Huh. Yeah, OHGO, that's what I'm looking at right now. And a lot of these traffic cameras are stationary. moving cameras compared to the other ones that we usually have. Yeah, none of these traffic cameras are motion based. So it is what it is. It is what it is. But if you're in Lima, if you're in Wapakoneta, as well as St. Mary's, Salina, you need to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Because these storms are going to be approaching your area, and they're going to be doing a lot. They're going to be producing a lot of very strong damaging winds. Yeah, might as well, straightforward. How about Bellefontaine? I do think you guys could be impacted by these storms as this continues to progress. It'll take a little bit of time before this gets there. And I kind of doubt that it'll continue to stay at its same intensity as it gets to your area. I think it'll be a lot of 70 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts as it gets near you. So, yeah, I do think you guys get impacted, but it'll be about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes before you actually get stuff. Jeez. New NATO cast? Really? For what? I'm in a 0.1%. Let's go. Clearly makes a lot of sense. Starting to get more reports. 2-foot diameter oak tree snapped about 20 feet above ground level. Ouch. Multiple trees down. 70 mile per hour wind gusts over in Wilshire. Multiple trees down in Wren. Wow. Cell in Mansfield and across the board is now starting to elongate more and more. Let's go to Cleveland's radar. Yeah, very strong damaging winds. 70 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter size tail. They're moving southeast at 75 miles per hour, so that's highway speed. If you were trying to get away from that, you couldn't. Unless if you drove like a madman. When will Akron get hit? Akron will probably get hit here. More than likely. This is a weird, there you go. Well, they could be dodged, so, if they don't get this stuff, which there's a good chance that they won't, they could get some of the activity overnight tonight at around 3 or 4 o'clock. About Parkersburg, West Virginia. From this activity that's currently ongoing right now, I don't think that they're going to see some stuff, but the stuff that's over in Michigan, I think could get near their area at about 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. Or not evening, in the morning tomorrow. So basically all this stuff over here will make its way to Parkersburg early tomorrow morning. derecho potential tonight? Is it possible we had a derecho tonight? I mean, the thing of it is the way I view derechos, and this is how I personally view it. Of course, I could be completely wrong within this opinion, but I view it more as if a derecho is one giant line, like not just one giant storm system, one giant line of storms. And these storms were obviously not connected by any stretch. So, I mean, was this a derecho? Maybe. I'd have to look up the definition, I guess, again to double check, but I just don't see it. Regardless, I mean, these storms are pretty significant across the board. I'll say that much. Am I from Pennsylvania? Yeah, southern Pennsylvania to be specific. Will Titusville, Pennsylvania be seeing any severe weather? Let me take a look. Titusville, Pennsylvania. There's a good chance you'll see it tomorrow morning, but it's not a super high chance. So, you guys could see something, but it's not like big time stuff. If that makes any sense. Mount Gilead, Ohio, strong rotation? Really? That cell? Cleveland? Oh yeah, there is. That could be a tornado. That's yeah, that could be a tornado. Huh. Is there any closer radars? 5,800 feet. Let's move Charleston's radar over to Wilmington. And let's hope. Pray to God. What about Detroit? I do think they could see some activity more towards like the 1 o'clock hours. I will be live by then. Widespread long-lived windstorm quasi-linear convective systems. So technically it wasn't a QLCS in my opinion. This definitely was not a QLCS if that's the case. Is that a debris signature? I mean, there is rotation with it, but we're looking up 9,000 feet, so this wouldn't help us even if we wanted to. We'd have to use this. I don't see a debris signature with that. But there is rotation with this. I will admit, there is rotation with this. How's a shelf cloud different from a roll cloud? A shelf cloud basically is just winds that are jutting away from the actual storm. So it's just all one giant motion pushing through. Whereas a roll cloud is a displacement between winds at two specific heights. So you have your winds that are above and you have your winds that are below. And one or the other has to be weaker in order for the cloud to start to roll. So it's basically horizontal rotation. Basically. Cape in northern Indiana remains high. Do I think any more storms will move into it? Yup. That's the reason why I plan to live stream until about 3 in the morning. 3:30. Yep. Well, 3:30 in the morning, something like that. I don't plan to go. I definitely am looking at those storms that I saw on radar. Very high interest value. Just wanted to put that up there real quickly. Call roll cloud horizontal tornado. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Lima now has a VDS, a severe thunderstorm warning with damage threat destructive tag. Damage threat destructive tag. Which I would not be surprised. Would not be surprised if that was the case. Damage threat destructive. So if you know anyone who lives in Lima, now is the time to get into their safe space, because this is it's a pretty significant storm. Sounds good, Brendan. As I said, I'll be here. If any of you guys need, you know, any sort of input on what these storms are doing, I will be here. Oh, come on. Possible CC drop? On which cell? There's a bunch of ones. Bunch of them. For Chesterville. Ooh, that might be the dagger. That might be the dagger. That might be the dagger. That might have been a tornado. It's so hard to tell. Looks like inflow. But at the same time, I could very easily see it being, you know, tornado with debris. Would not be surprised if they issued a tornado warning because of it. So I guess we'll have to see. We will indeed have to see, but Mount Gilead now is getting a lot of hail. Definitely getting a lot of hail. Everything else, a lot of strong damaging winds. But yeah, that could be the dagger. Could be a potential tornado. It's hard to say for certain, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, velocity scan just kind of... It's there, but at the same time, it's not there. So... Lima is still in the main threat. My goodness, they are getting absolutely hammered. Or at least they're about to be hammered by this storm. Wapakoneta, if you're over there in Wapakoneta as well in Ohio, you need to tell them to get in their safe space as well. Because this storm is producing some significant, all right, significant damaging winds over in these areas. Also, all right, this didn't happen over here in any of these areas. It happened outside of this area. But this is in Montana. And look at this flash flooding here.
Oh God. That is a big tree.
That's a huge tree. And look at that flash flooding.
light didn't just come on. Oh, thank you.
Man, oh man. That is... Holy. As I said, if you guys find any more videos or photos of these storms, please be sure to at me at Nate_Snyder. This is a pretty nice shot over here at Notre Dame. I mean, look at that. As the storms moved on through, kind of looks like you're on Mars, you know? Doesn't look like you're over here on Earth. Looks like you're on Mars. But I mean, heck of a shot there. That's pretty cool. Still a damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for Lima. One thing I also want to mention is that the winds have gotten so significant that the spectrum width is starting to pick up on it now. A lot of turbulence around those winds, and some very strong winds in upwards of 100 miles per hour, albeit it is about 7,000 feet above radar level, so that is something to note there. But on the other hand, this is the closest radar we have to this storm, so. Can a cloud be a wall cloud without it having rotation on it? Nope. Wall cloud needs rotation. It needs it. Need. Really? I'm really interested, to be completely honest with you. I'm very interested. Alan now has about 21,700 people without power. 21,000. The state of Ohio has 231,000 people without power. Wow. Wow. 231,000 people without power. Severe thunderstorm warning for Wapakoneta just got the 80-mile-per-hour wind gust upgrade. So now we have, what is this? Why is there a VDS, severe thunderstorm warning? It's baseball-sized hail in South Dakota, so that makes sense. But now we have 6 damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warnings in the United States. 5 of them, if you'd had to guess, are in Ohio. Probably wouldn't guess that they would be in Ohio, but they are. Big time severe weather over here in Ohio. And man, oh man. Wapakoneta and Minster. A lot of people that live over there as well as Sydney. They're getting a lot of stuff. They're getting a lot of activity, I'll tell you that. Lotto win with the 20. Thank you so much, Arudu. Appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying the show. And then Linda with the 20. Thank you so much, Arudu. Appreciate it. I really do appreciate your guys' support here this stream. It really does mean a lot to me. Once again, the best way to support my channel is by hitting that thumbs up button down below and sharing this information with more and more people, because that's what we are going to want to do. But on the other end of the spectrum, Pyro with the 6 months, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Best way to support the channel financially is through becoming a member. That's who you are, member for 6 months. This is, and Pyro says, I know this is sort of irrelevant since the other places, you know, there are 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but what's going on in Virginia? There's 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts over there. Let's go see. The line over there. Are both lines a derecho now? Well, the second one, I'm not sure if it technically constitutes as a line. First one probably was, but the line that's moving into Virginia seems to just be consistently shooting a lot of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I'd say more 60, probably more 60. So, but just be mindful. Just trees falling down, stuff like that is possible. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Benson County in northeastern North Dakota.
Well, that is a new tornado warning for North Dakota. And it's the same cell. It's the same cell. Same cell. Tornado warning for Maddox, Minnewacan, as well as areas along State Highway 30 and State Highway 19 over here in South Dakota. So if you live over there, highly recommend you get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This is a lake. I thought this was, I really thought this was trees. This is actually a lake. Interesting. But yeah, Maddox, Minnewacan, if you're over in these areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get in your safe space. We do have a little bit of rotation. Greens are moving towards the radar. Reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Just to the south of Maddox, just to the north of Hamburg, moving to the north and east at about 35 miles per hour, as well as the threat for ping pong ball-sized tail too. Interesting ZDR there. Spectrum width shows a lot of strong damaging winds, so might be able to gust out a tornado possible within this. A lot of rain with this too. I mean, you can look at reflectivity, and the only way you'd be able to tell if there's a tornado or not, or if a storm is trying to be tornadic, is if you can try and trace around a little bit of this hooking thing right in there. A little bit of a hook in there. So there definitely is a storm. Definitely is a storm within there, but not too much stuff. But yeah, definitely warranted a tornado warning for sure. So if you're in that area near Maddox and Minnewacan, highly recommend getting into a sturdy structure. There's trees falling down and stuff. I mean, we've had it a lot today. Just stay away from windows. All right, that's the best thing, best advice I can offer you. Stay away from windows. North Dakota, we don't have trees. Well, I kind of figured that out a little bit. By the way, sorry for yawning and stuff like that. Once again, it's that time of night. That time of night for me. I'm half tempted to go downstairs to get myself some coffee, though. I will say that much. Marilyn with the 9 months, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, awesome work. #1 fan from Santa Cruz, Cali. Well, I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting the channel so much. Chandler Wolf with the Weather Watcher, thank you so much as well. I really do appreciate it. That is the best way to support my channel financially, is becoming a member. And you guys, I really do appreciate you guys helping out. I mean, of course, the donations and super chats help out a lot too. But, you know, $5 a month wraps up, you know, $5 or $10 a month. You know, that ramps up pretty quickly, catches up with you. And, you know, with the price of gas nowadays, people are using that money for gas and whatnot. I mean, you know, there's it's in pretty high demand. Do these higher end radar programs have future radar? If so, which models do they use? Well, this one that I use right here called GR2, no, they don't. This is more for current radar analysis, but it is the best radar product in all of radar products. Of course, it costs a lot too. But you compare it with stuff like, you know, Radar Omega. Radar Omega is a relatively cheap app on your phone. And if you actually, you know, do more than that by like paying subscriptions and whatnot, you can actually look at models like the HRRR, so the high rapid refresh model, then NAM, so the North American model, GFS, and all sorts of other stuff like that. Or you can just go on the internet and you can look on it that way, like Pivotal Weather and whatnot. That would be a way to look at too. That's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. All right, I'll bookmark that for later. Later? Jeez, that's amazing, Nate. Wow, what an English move. You can clearly speak English. That's a new tornado warning. What?
Tornado warning for South Central Ashland County in North Central Ohio, Holmes County in Northeastern Ohio, Northeastern Knox County in North Central Ohio.
Did they finally tornado warn this thing? Oh, that is, yeah. Oh, yeah. Did this thing produce a tornado? Doesn't look like it, fortunately. But that's probably what they tornado warned. Yeah, the cell near Loudonville. So new tornado warning here. New tornado warning in Ohio. If you know anyone who lives near Glenmont, Nashville, Millersburg, Killbuck, Holmesville, or Holmesville, Berlin, and Charm, you need to tell them to get in their safe space. All right, now is the time. Now is the time to try and share the information with as many people as possible, because there is quite the storm here along the line. This entire line not only has the potential of producing hurricane force winds, but even could potentially have some tornadic rotation within it too. So that's kind of what I want to get out to you people, is that, hey, this entire line is something we need to watch very closely. There's two different storms that we need to watch very closely. The storm that has had a history of producing almost 100-mile-per-hour winds near Lima, and then this big elongated storm that's right along, I believe this would be Interstate 71, and actually a bit further east of that, that all have interesting areas where there could potentially be tornadic rotation. So, once again, if you know anyone who lives near Nashville, Glenmont, as well as Gann, Jellaway, Millersburg, Killbuck, as well as Berlin, Charm, and Holmesville, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So if you haven't already, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible, right? Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information to as many people as possible on social media, because I guarantee you this late at night, there's probably not going to be a whole lot of news networks that are on this one. They might break in for a short period, but maybe not for a whole entire time period, watching this over and over and over again every single minute. So please be sure to try and get this information out. And by hitting the thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. essentially helping me spread the information, because that's what we're going to want to do as well. If we get this information out to more and more people, hopefully we can help people make the right decision in regards to how they are approaching this thunderstorm. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already, because this is going to be something to watch out for very closely. We are actually approaching 1,000 likes here. 1,000 likes. So if we can get to 1,000, and hopefully we'll be able to get out to more and more people. But yeah, I mean, this is a heck of a thunderstorm that is starting to really start to develop on both ends of the spectrum. We have this one over here that's approaching Millersburg. Glenmont, once again, does have rotation with this. You can take a look at the greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And that'd be heading off towards the Killbuck, Millersburg, and Glenmont area, as well as Charm and Berlin here in Ohio. But we also have another storm back behind this that's moving through the I said this one earlier, holy, Wapakoneta area, as well as the Bellefontaine areas. Bellefontaine, someone said that Bellefontaine is where they lived in the chat. The storm has not weakened by any stretch, and it is expected to continue to move on through your area, so please be sure, all right, if you haven't already, please be sure to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Let's actually move one of these radars down over here. Hopefully we're going to get a good view of this. Sora with the 2 months, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I really do appreciate the 2 months of becoming a weather watcher. So thank you. Look at these strong damaging winds that are continuing to show on through here on radar. That's 94 mile per hour winds within that. 94 mile per hour winds within this very strong storm that's moving through Bellefontaine at the moment, or is about to move through Bellefontaine. If you're in Bellefontaine, you got to treat that like a tornado warning too, because that could potentially be a significant storm that could do some damage. Let's go back to the tornado warning in Ohio. The rotation near Gann and Glenmont has actually weakened a little bit, so that's kind of the good news here. I'm trying to see if there's any other areas along the line that could potentially do stuff. This stuff over here near West Salem and Congress actually has some very strong damaging winds. Actually, I had a report of 62 mile per hour winds, which, you know, if you compare it to what, you know, who all else has been impacted, obviously it's not as significant. But, you know, for severe standards, it definitely is there, and it could potentially be supportive of winds stronger than that as well. So I'd make a note. I would definitely make a note. Back to the storm up to the north in North Dakota near Maddock. Dealius City, I'll say that much. I don't see any debris signatures at this time. I still see that there is a little bit of rotation, so I would watch out for that if you're over here near Minnewacan, as well as Devil's Lake and Fort Totten. Definitely could be something over there, but I just wanted to check on that just briefly. Just briefly. Bell Fountain. Bell Fountain. Alright. So I'll remember that, hopefully. Got reports of damage in Lima. Numerous trees and power lines down. My goodness. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of severe weather. Fort Wayne, if you're just tuning in, as I said earlier on, had almost 100 mile per hour wind gusts. Actually 98 mile per hour wind gust over there in Fort Wayne International Airport. That's absolutely insane. Constant lightning in Bell Fountain. Yeah, I mean, that storm is significant. I mean, it is huge. It is mean. It is nasty. It is very similar to a tornado warning in regards to its intensity. So, and that's the reason why I've been trying to say as much as possible, hey, this storm has been significant. I mean, Take a look at what it did in Fort Wayne. Did a lot of stuff over there. Had a lot of activity. And eventually here, guys, this is actually going to head towards downtown Columbus. If this continues on its trajectory, this will head towards Columbus in about an hour. Hopefully it doesn't do that, but as I said, if you know anyone who lives over there, if you know anyone who lives within those areas, I would tell them to be mindful. I would tell them to be very mindful of what all is going on at this time. But yeah, I just realized this will be heading towards Columbus if this continues to go on its current trajectory. What are the purple circles? This is actually current satellite and model analysis. So this basically tells me what all is going on within these storms. It gives me a general idea as to what the environment is like so that I can kind of predict as to what's going to go happen in the future. Please check Virginia as well. Let's move this radar down. Yeah, storms that are approaching I-81, I still see a lot of strong damaging winds. I personally don't think it's going to be a 70-mile-per-hour wind maker. I think it'll be a 60-mile-per-hour wind maker, but the National Weather Service takes the threshold in that. So I would consider the following, if you will. I was about to say, how are none of these storms warned? That's a ZDR arc too. That's pretty funny. That's a new tornado warning. That's not funny. Screw North Dakota. There's a 4-inch sized hail report over in Hot Springs, South Dakota. 4-inch sized hail. Huge storm. Sheesh. That's a new tornado warning. What? You? What's the closest radar to this? Don't tell me it's Pittsburgh. If it's Pittsburgh, I'm losing it. Do I really have to move one of my radars? Well, Fort Wayne is starting to become a little bit more irrelevant. So let's go back to, well, not let's go back to, Pittsburgh. Do I need storm chasers for these events? I mean, it's obviously, it would be nice if I did have storm chasers. But I would have to talk to them about actually showing their footage on the channel, because, you know, people do not like it apparently when I show their footage on my channel. At least the professionals don't. Or at least there's one certain professional I'm talking about. It's so funny. I didn't even, or at least I don't even think I showed his stuff. But, I mean, it is what it is. There was not a tornado warning from Mount Gilead. There was reports of damage around that area, though, of a tree that fell onto a home. So I would not be surprised if you had something tornadic that moved through that area. But that's a new tornado warning for Cooperdale, areas near Coshocton, over here in central Ohio. If you know anyone that lives over there, I highly recommend you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Joey's. But yeah. Sheesh. I don't know, Emma. I really don't. I don't understand it myself. Oh yeah, the storm definitely kind of veered off to the right. There's a good reason why they issued the new tornado warning. But luckily we were right on top of it. We already said that Oberon and Fort Totten and Minnewacan is going to get impacted by this storm. So hopefully you guys took that seriously. If you didn't, there's a tornado warning for Oberon and Fort Totten, Lakewood Park, Devil's Lake, Minnewacan, even Cheyenne, as well as Tokyo could potentially get some activity over there in North Dakota. So I'd watch out for that. Just checking on the cell in North Dakota. Obviously, it's not in Ohio, so consider the following. Yeah, Reed and I are on good terms. Reed and I, or at least I would like to think we're on good terms. He's a really cool dude. He's really nice. And that's the reason why I actually, whenever I'm not on, I actually send some people to watch. If Morgan's not on, send people to watch Reed because he knows what he's talking about, and he's sometimes hilarious. You gotta have a little bit of experience if you're gonna try and chase. That's the thing, because I don't want people, just people coming out just to chase because they can. All right. Well, it's nice to see you're still here, Emma. Did you watch the cell that went through Chicago? Just reference. It's pretty funny. Man, this storm just slapped Bell Fountain. For the people who are still in Bell Fountain, did you actually are you guys still here? Are you guys still here? I just want to double check because they just got hit by a storm that kind of producing 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts. Are they still here? I just want to make sure that these people are still here, because I haven't heard from them in a while. Had to go eat. Well, it was like early in the stream. There's like a tornado watch for Chicago, and it was a weird storm that moved on through. I haven't seen them in the chat yet. Anything else for Cincinnati? Probably not. Anything for Medina? I do believe they could have got something. Yeah, they are currently getting some showers and thunderstorms. But they are going to get some more activity overnight tonight. You guys are just getting some general showers. But they will get some activity later on tonight. It'll be actually towards the 3 or 4 o'clock hours in the morning. So I would watch out for that 100%. Joey's definitely not in Bell Fountain. Joey lives in Nebraska. Wooster, Ohio. Let me check to see what's happening over there. Wooster. Let's do south. That? Could be some developing rotation over there, maybe. It's hard to say, honestly. It doesn't look super organized, so I'm more inclined to believe it's a lot of strong damaging winds, but I mean, definitely could. Definitely could. It's Medina. All right, well, I will definitely remember that. Yeah, I have not heard from our friends that were over in Bell Fountain. If anyone knows about our friends from Bell Fountain, please let me know, because I'm hoping that they're still okay. That's what I'm hoping, at least. Just want to remind everyone here real quickly, if you know anyone who lives in Columbus, they're going to be impacted here in about 45 minutes. If you know anyone that lives in Columbus, they're going to be impacted in about 45 minutes by 70 mile per hour winds. Potentially even hurricane force winds if this thing continues to maintain. But in between Columbus and Bell Fountain, you have Marysville, West Liberty, Urbana, Plain City, Mechanicsburg, Plumwood, Hilliard, as well as 270. So if you know anyone who lives over there, highly recommend you tell them to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. All right? Stay away from windows. That's the big thing here that I want to try. To make a note of this. Anything up in the Winnipeg area, or is it staying up in North Dakota? Well, there is a severe thunderstorm warning over for portions of Manitoba. So, I mean, these storms could eventually try and, head off towards you. That might be something interesting to note. I mean, I am going to be staying up for another 3 hours, so I guess we'll see. Yeah, I definitely don't have some. I am not using Pittsburgh's radar to look at Wooster. Cleveland's radar is closer, and it's looking down closer to the ground. Well, it'll be a new line that'll move on through King from Michigan. So once again, very similar to what we had earlier. What is this? Big line of storms. Does it even have elevated rotation? Maybe a little, but it's pretty terrible. Anyways, this line up here is supposed to do stuff, so that's why I'm still expected to stream as this continues to move on through. Maybe she lost power? I'm hoping that's the case. To where she didn't get severely impacted, because I'm really hoping that's the case. David with the Weather Watcher, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you so much. Check Twitter. I shall, I shall. That's some pretty cool stuff. Camera from Cambridge. Show the storms approaching from Coshocton. Oh, wait. Oh, it's all the way over there. Good call. Good call. I probably should take a look and see if there's any other cameras across the board. Oh, there's a camera in Delaware. Hold up. Timeout. Timeout. I could hypothetically watch that too if I wanted to. Yeah, there is a camera in Cambridge. Where is... There's that. Is this the same camera? It is the same camera. Interesting. What direction is the storm going? It's moving to the south and east, or at least this one near Bell Fountain is, heading towards Columbus. However, this other storm that's over near Millersburg and Kilbuck, that's moving due east. Actually, it's technically moving southeast, but the entire line is progressing east. Yeah, I would watch out. This line is starting to progress a little bit more. Don't see a... Ooh. What in the world are you? Strangest rotation I've seen in a bit. Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of rotation over here near Berlin. So I think it's just a lot of strong damaging winds. If you want to let your family know over in New Philadelphia that there's a storm moving on through, you can. But it's definitely a lot of strong damaging winds. What about Dublin, Ohio? Good question. Let me pull it up here real quickly. By the way, if you have family that live within these areas, you know, feel free to contact them if you want to kind of let them know that this stuff is happening. The big thing I would tell them is just stay away from windows. Yes, Dublin is going to be impacted by some of these storms here in a bit. So I would watch out. I would watch out. I wouldn't panic. That's the last thing I would want you to do. You just have storms that are going to be, you know, bringing some pretty strong damaging winds they're moving on through. Does the Warren or Ravenna area have any warnings? Let me take a look. I'm assuming you're talking about Ohio. Ravenna, as of this moment, does not. They could potentially see some stuff later on tomorrow morning at like 4. But as of right now, they're good. Kalamazoo, Michigan, there's some severe weather along the southern area of Michigan. So yeah, you guys actually are getting around too. You know, you had stuff earlier on today. And now you have another set of storms that are moving on through. And these ones could potentially even be tornadic, ironically. But I don't see too much stuff with that. I see a lot of strong damaging winds, if anything. And I think that's what we're going to get out of this. So, yeah, I would stay indoors, stay away from windows. and you guys should be fine. You guys should be fine. 49 mile per hour wind gust from that, really? Probably the reason why they didn't put a damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning on the storm again. West Central South Dakota by Buffalo looks interesting. Can I take a look at that? I sure can. Let's take a look. Let me 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 take a look. There's Buffalo Gap. Velocities. Super res storm relative. Oh, that's pretty cool. So they did add storm relative velocities. Bro, radar scope is starting to become my well, I mean, it's always been something that I've always used, but it's starting to get up there in the radar product development phase. That is wow. Radar scope. It has high resolution storm or super res storm relative velocities. That's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. I think I like radar scope a little bit better now. It's always gonna consistently fluctuate though, because you know, then radar omega is gonna come out with something that's gonna be better, and I'm gonna be like, oh, that's pretty cool. But I mean, that's pretty interesting. Just a little bit of rotation over here in South Dakota, but I don't see too much. Should be fine. Should be fine. Yeah, this storm is still continuing to truck towards Columbus. It's about to get there in about a half an hour. It'll be a half an hour before the storm gets there, so I'd watch out. What's the difference between velocity and storm relative velocity? So velocity is just the raw data, and it basically takes a look at the just the regular data and puts it out. Storm relative velocity accounts for storm motion, and it basically makes it easier to look at, you know, velocities easier. So it's easier to identify rotation and whatnot, which is cool. Only has low res storm relative. Did you update it? Numerous trees down over near Wapakoneta. Interesting. Hail is starting in Columbus. Oh boy. It's another spotty storm. Once again, Columbus is now starting to be impacted here. I think I'm going to change. No, I don't think I should change it all too much. But Columbus is going to start to be impacted more and more. So if you know anyone that lives within these areas, I highly recommend, all right? Highly recommend sharing this information with them. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to them. Seems how this storm has had a history of producing some very significant damaging winds. People are telling me to take a break. I'll probably take a break when these storms don't have damage threat, considerable severe thunderstorm warnings still. I mean, obviously, you know, that probably could not happen for a good while here, but I probably will get some coffee a little bit later on, or I could basically truck through it. But the unfortunate thing is that now there's a new damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and it's not with the line that produced almost 100 mile per hour winds. It's actually now for the big line over here near Brewster and Beach City. So something similar to a tornado warning here. A severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning here for Stark, Wayne, and Holmes County in Ohio until 12:45 a.m. Eastern. So if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them get in their safe space, because this is a significant storm that could be producing some very strong damaging winds. Would not be surprised if that was the case. I do think there could be a new area of rotation that could try and develop somewhere near the Fredericksburg and Beach City area. So if you know anyone who lives in that general area, I'd watch out too. But eventually, one thing that I will make a note of is that this is approaching the general area of Canton. All right, this is getting near Canton, everyone. And eventually towards the Strasburg and north of New Philadelphia, maybe even in the northern portions of New Philadelphia. So if you live near Brewster, Strasburg, Canton and southern Canton, as well as Carlton and Minerva, I would tell those people to get into a sturdy structure. And if you haven't already, you probably need to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already as well. I mean, we do have some very strong damaging winds. Very strong damaging winds. So please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below so that we can continue to spread this information with more and more people. And by hitting that thumbs, by hitting that share button and stuff like that, you help us out get this onto Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So that way we can essentially spread the information with more and more people. That's what we want to try and do. I looked at the NAM 3 kilometer for northern Ohio at 3 a.m. Absolutely insane. I sure have. Probably not the latest NAM 3 kilometer, though. Yeah, not the latest one. Big time storm that moves on through. Holy crap. Even looks like there's a discrete supercell out in front of it, which is kind of funny. I wonder, now that I look at this on the side screen. It does move through my area in the morning. That is pretty funny. I will admit. But yeah, as I said, big time windstorm moving on through there. Let's take a look now, once again, at Columbus, where we still have that big time storm here. Very strong damaging wind maker. And yeah, it's going to head straight for Columbus, guys. This is going to be a strong storm with either 60 or 70 mile per hour wind gusts that are going to move on through. Zanesville's getting clobbered? I don't doubt it. I do not doubt it. Ports out of Bellefontaine. Huge limb fell on a car. Camper awning shredded. Jeez. My goodness. A tree fell on a home. Holy. Tanya with the 9, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. Will this be considered a derecho? I think the line out in front of this, that will be considered a derecho. The tornado warning in North Dakota might expire here soon. I think they'll probably cancel it out. Yeah, it actually expires in 10 minutes, so not really too much of a cause for concern for that. Let's go back to, let's actually see. Yeah, those storms over there in southern Manitoba still look like they could potentially try to do something. So that's something to note. Let's go back over to Cleveland. Man, pretty strong damaging winds there. I mean, that's very strong. Very strong damaging winds. 95 miles per hour within that. 95. Wall cloud? You sure it's not a shelf cloud, or serious it's a wall cloud? Yeah, Columbus is going to start to see the impacts of these cells. It's getting closer and closer. Real quickly. Located near North Lewisburg. So yeah, that's the new severe thunderstorm warning for Columbus. And yeah, I mean, for good reason, as I said. If you know anyone who lives in Columbus, I would tell them to get away from windows. Because this is a storm that's had a history of producing significant damaging winds. When will it be over in Worcester? I mean, let's take a look. Yeah, there's still a lot of strong damaging winds. I would give it about 5 to 10 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes is my best bet as to when I think you guys could probably see it over with. But there's a lot of vorticity currents moving in through Worcester right now. A lot of vorticity currents right here. So that'd be something I would note. That's probably the reason why everything's as chaotic as it is right now. So just bear with it for another 5 to 10 minutes. And then you should be good for a little bit. What about Salem? Let me take a look. 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 I mean, I do think they could get some activity. Only issue is it might not be with this line of storms that we're currently looking at. It might be a little bit later on this evening, towards like the 4 or 5 o'clock hours. Technically not evening, it will be morning at that point. But what about Dublin? Do I think you guys can get some activity? I do think Dublin could get some activity, but I do think it'll be here relatively soon. Dublin is actually going to get, impacted here in a couple of seconds, more or less. But yeah, there are severe thunderstorm warnings over here for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The storm has had a history of producing hurricane-force winds, which is 74-mile-per-hour plus winds. And even back over in Indiana, which obviously is quite a ways away from where the storm is currently right now, it actually produced 98-mile-per-hour wind gusts, which is pretty insane. It's like Category 2 hurricane-force winds if it was a hurricane. What about Ann Arbor? It's going to be hit or miss for them, honestly. I mean, it's just one of those things to where you have a lot of showers and thunderstorms near your area, but the majority of where it is all at is over near Kalamazoo and Lansing. Now, do I think those storms could move to the south and east? 100%, I do think they could. Will they be strong by the time they get to you, or will you get to the northern side? Probably. So it's kind of one of those things to where it's a hit or miss. It could, or it couldn't. But I do think you guys, regardless, will see some showers and thunderstorms. That is a given. But I think the answer to your question here as to whether or not Ann Arbor will really see stuff will be in about, I'd say, 45 minutes. Then once it's 45 minutes and about 15 minutes from that point, you'll actually see as to whether or not you'll get your stuff. So that's my thought process behind it. I appreciate everyone getting the stream to over 1,000 likes. And I know some people might be hearing that and think, oh, he's self-promoting. No. What this does, all right, by the people who have liked, that's 1,000 people or even over 1,000 people who have said, hey, I'm going to support the channel to try and spread the information on YouTube by hitting that thumbs up button. All right. And I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate that support. And I thank you. I thank you so much for it. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button so that we can continue to spread this information. But I really do appreciate the people who have already for doing so. It really does mean a lot, especially since I know you're actually trying to help me spread this information with as many people as possible. So thank you. But yeah, we are starting to look at this. I mean, this is a lot of storms across the board. There are a lot of it. I just saw something really interesting on the side screen. I just saw something very interesting. Yeah, those storms in Brewster and Beach City are still doing a lot. Look at this corkscrew here, guys. Look at this backwards curly Q. You have a big rear inflow jet that's surging in. Let's play the loop. I'm actually really interested as to how this all transpired. So it looks like this is all starting to curl this way, and you're starting to get winds that are wrapping around just like that. That's a new tornado warning. They issued a new tornado warning for that cell. Congratulations. Well, Fort Totten, Lakewood Park, and Devil's Lake, if you haven't already, still stay in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Still has a bit of rotation with it, I will admit, but it's not anywhere near organized. Not organized at all. We'll come back to that storm in a bit, but yeah, these storms are really starting to extend over here. Now into portions of eastern Ohio. I'm actually really curious here, guys. I'm very curious. Oh, wow. Yeah, well, look at that. If there's a few things that you had to take away from this image right here, first off, look at how colorful Ohio is. You don't typically want that because that's the outage scale. The percentages of the population, the people that live in there. And speaking of the population that live within there, they track 5,300,000 people who live within there. And about 300,000, actually over 300,000 people, 320,000 to be specific, are without power in this entire state alone. This entire state. Huge amounts of power outages. I mean, look at that. And if we backtrack to try and see what else is happening over here. Allen County, where Fort Wayne is at, 30,000 people are without power over there. In total, 82,000 people are without power in Indiana. Southern Michigan continues to show that there's 35,000 people without power over there. Illinois still has a lot of people without power over there, especially in Cook County, where there's 53,000 people without power. But I mean, look at that. Look at that. I mean, I'll tell you what right now. I told you these storms were comparable to hurricane force winds. You believe me now? These are similar numbers that you'd see if a hurricane made landfall. Very similar numbers. Yeah, and that's true. That's true, Mark. Makes a good point. Says, remember, it's customers out of power. Most customers are more than one person, but customers. So basically, what he's saying is for each customer, there could be more than one person per customer because, you know, it's not like your mom and your dad have two different, you know, power supplies that they're paying for, or at least it's not very likely. So, I mean, this is crazy. You okay to come out yet? Where you live over at, Kimmy? I mean, this is a significant storm. And it's still going. There's actually another wave that's on the way tonight. There's another wave that's on the way tonight. And we're going to be continuing to cover this live. We're going to try and see what we can do. I mean, man, oh man. Is Akron, Ohio good to sleep? I mean, they can sleep, but expect something sometime around 4 in the morning. Oh, Worcester. Is Worcester getting anything right now? I don't see too much at the moment from radar. But outside, are they getting a whole lot of stuff? If they're not, then you should be able to do whatever you please, as you should be safe. Now, as I said, there is expected to be some more activity overnight tonight. A second wave that'll move on through sometime around 4 to 5 in the morning. Probably 4 in the morning. I'd watch out for that. Good thing I didn't buy from that. That's hilarious. Thing dropped. Can I be live until 5 in the morning? Unfortunately, probably not. I mean, I'm still going to be live until 3, so I guess we'll see as to how much I'm willing to push myself by then. But, you know, we'll see. Will Marion get hit again tonight? It's going to be hit or miss, honestly. There's a good chance that you guys could, but it's more tailored towards areas in northern and northeastern Ohio. So, what's the longest I've streamed? 34, 5, 6 hours, like that. Stream's obviously not up because YouTube doesn't like it when you stream over 12 hours, but still. Yeah, same for Youngstown. They're going to get some stuff overnight tonight. So it'll be northern to northeastern Ohio that's going to get the activity at like 4. 3 or 4. We'll see. We'll see what happens by the time we get to 3 o'clock. But obviously, I mean, I'm staying up until then. So I'll continue to, you know, show you guys what's going on. Easter outbreak? Indeed it is. 12-hour max on YouTube? It only records 12 hours, unfortunately. You can live stream longer than that, but, you know, it doesn't like it when you do it. So it won't record anything past the first 12 hours. Are there any cameras in Columbus? Yes, there are, actually. Let me see if I can pull it up. Or at least I thought there were. Hold up. Stop it, weather bug. I don't see any sky cameras over in Columbus, actually. Huh. Glad to hear it, Amy. Thank you so much for coming out to the channel and helping out and stuff. All right, let's go full to Columbus here now. Because now the storm is about to breach Columbus completely. It's about to get there. Got any Cleveland cams? Do I? Yeah, I do have a camera in Cleveland. Twitter? Trafficcameras.net? Are they actual, like, live feed cameras? That's Boston. Ugh, excuse me. How come I can't see it? The link that you gave me probably is not... Here, camera's near me. Nope. No dice. Let's go Ohio. Why can I not find Columbus? Oh, well. What does the purple mean on radar? What purple? This purple? That's range folding, so that's bad velocity data, essentially. Did you pan out over mid-Michigan? Check up there? I sure can. We do have a radar up there. A lot of severe thunderstorms over there forming in a line. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. It's starting to do that North American model thing. It's done it. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. So how is this gonna work? Yeah, none of these cameras are live. So I can't really see too much as to what's going on there, unfortunately. All right, back to Columbus. I think temporarily I'm going to do this, actually. There we go. Boom. I've updated it so that I'm covering Columbus. So is a derecho still looking likely if these storms weren't a derecho to begin with? Speaking of which, there's a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning heading straight for Cadiz. It's about to hit my friends, actually, because I have friends over in Wheeling. Are they? I wonder how they're taking this. Are they considering the following like myself, or are they, there we go. That is how you, yeah. Yep, night jail. But big time storm that's moving on through once again in Columbus. Go back to the radar here. Although Cambridge, New Philadelphia, Deersville, all those areas, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And that's going to be heading towards Wheeling, too. Wheeling, West Virginia, which is relatively populous, believe it or not. May not look like it to most people, but it is populous. There is going to be a lot of stuff moving through. So that's something to watch out for. But Columbus is getting slapped right now by about 40-mile-per-hour winds consistently. And then gusts and upwards of 70 to 75-mile-per-hour winds. So that's something to note. That is something to note as this continues to move on through. Unfortunately, we don't have anything for that. So that's not nice. Is that the Derecho in Michigan going to hit Medina? I think that's going to be the one that does, yes. I think that'll be the one that does. Looking through everything that I'm trying to find here. Will Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania be impacted by these storms? They very well could, to be completely honest with you. Looks like I might be in the new watch. No. I'm definitely not in the new watch. They're not going to issue me a new watch. No way. Parts of West Virginia in the wake of a now decaying MCS moving farther into Virginia. At the cold pool, a narrow corridor of rich boundary layer moisture. New watch could eventually be needed. Go away. What? Excuse me.
The National Weather Service has issued severe thunderstorm watch number 364.
Excuse me.
At 10:06:00 a.m. This watch includes the following county: Allegheny, Maryland, and Bedford, Pennsylvania, and the following counties in West Virginia, Hampshire, Hardy, and Mineral.
It doesn't even come to me. It's hilarious. It misses me just by like a wait, no, 2 counties. It misses me by 2 counties. Misses me by 2 counties. I never get anything. I never get anything. But anyways, new severe thunderstorm watch. You heard it here first, folks. New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. And just for reference here, this is the new severe thunderstorm watch. There it is. It'll be in effect until 6 a.m. 6 a.m. Clearly out of their minds. Well, regardless, I'm not in it, so. Is what it is. But Pittsburgh is in the severe thunderstorm watch. They're under a severe thunderstorm watch, so that is something to note. Almost 3 million people. 3 million people inside this severe thunderstorm watch, too. Look at that population. Down there. Pretty hefty. A lot of people. There's a lot of populous areas, too. I mean, Pittsburgh, for one. I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory. Morgantown. Big college town over there. Same thing with Clarksburg. Areas around that near Fairmont. Parkersburg also getting into the action as well. Cumberland's not as large as same thing with Wheeling, but they are still towns to make a note of. Yeah, quite a few people here live within these areas. Very interesting. But yeah, that is a new severe thunderstorm warning. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. It's happening. It's happening. So, the current trajectory of this storm here as of right now. By the way, Heart and Soul with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. What do I think of the stuff in Madison? It was pretty cool, actually. I saw the video, and it was actually really interesting with the that storm. I was actually looking at it earlier, and it was a pretty gnarly cell. We actually sent the research program after it to do some machine learning and whatnot. But thank you so much. Anyways, the current trajectory of this storm here with the 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts is right now taking it just to the southern side of Pittsburgh. So that would be like Bethel Park and south towards like Washington and Waynesburg. Maybe even towards Uniontown as well. And maybe even Morgantown too. Morgantown could potentially be even impacted. But there's a lot of widespread, strong, damaging winds that are expected within this storm. And that is something that I think we need to really watch out for very, very closely. If this thing continues to progress on its current trajectory, I mean, you can take a look for yourselves. This is your velocities here. This is telling you how strong some of the winds are within this area. We have 90-mile-per-hour winds about 5,000 feet above radar level. So, I mean, this is a storm that looks to be relatively significant on its approach to southwestern Pennsylvania. What do I think Chester County could be in the activity? Let me check here in a sec. Big severe thunderstorm warning. That's for what? Oh, that makes sense. All right, Chester County. You're all the way over there. You're not expected to get this stuff. You guys are fine. You guys are fine. Oh, that's pretty cool. So, Malcolm, if you're still on, where was that video from? The one that you sent at 12:39 and then the one you sent at 12:51. Look at this. I mean, you can see the winds behind this take all the rain and wrap it back down in behind the storm. That's the crazy part about it. That's the crazy part about this storm, is that it's pretty strong. Since I'm in Butler County, do I think Butler is going to get... Well, I'm not in Butler, but since you're in Butler County and I'm in Pennsylvania, do I think you're going to get stuff? I mean, there's a chance, but I think you're a little bit too far north, to be completely honest with you. I think you guys might be a little too far north, so probably not. Probably not. All right, so let's change this back to the tornado coverage. Let's change it to that for right now. Is that a bot? Might be a bot. Might be a bot that I just saw in chat. That is a bot. I knew it. Put that in there. Be gone, bot. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. No. You guys know. You guys know. Be gone, bot. If you know, you know. In the chat. In the chat. If you know, you know. New hook by New Philadelphia. Yeah, that is a rear inflow jet. Bookend vortice. I knew after it said the same thing twice in exactly the same way as someone in the chat. I said, "Be gone, bot." Itasca? You guys know me. I'm terrible with pronouncing town names. I'll learn, though. Hopefully I'll learn. I mean, there's thousands of town names, but hopefully I'd be able to remember most, if not some. But yeah, I'll hopefully I'll remember. But thank you, Faith. Thank you, Faith. Yeah, sure, Alec. Sure. Sure. Classic. Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation behind it, but it's more of a strong damaging wind threat more than anything. Very strong damaging winds. I mean, very strong damaging winds. I'm taking my headphones off and my hat off for right now. Back of my neck hurts. Back of my neck hurts. I think I'll leave my hat here for right now, though, because I probably will put on my hat eventually later, but you guys can see me without my hat, my weird looking hair whenever my hat's on, because static electricity. How long until that line hits Parkersburg? Well, you guys could probably be seeing some of these showers and thunderstorms here in about 15 minutes. But then there's a new line of storms that's going to move on through, and that will impact you more than likely. Let me see. Thanks for updating radar. In about an hour. So, yeah. Is Devil's Lake tornado warning cell still on? Why? Why? Be gone, human. Fair played, bot. Fair played. Fair played. Fair played. For that, I shall grant you mercy from me. I'm not doing anything to the bot. The bot can stay in the chat. I don't care. Just don't be an issue. How far will this whole thing have to stream? I don't know. I think I'm going to be probably streaming until like 3 in the morning or something like that. Maybe 4. Maybe 4. 3:30 is what I originally set as my goal for tonight. And we have another 2 hours. We have another 2 hours before we actually get there, so. Well, it looks like as of right now, areas around Cleveland and Akron are fine. I mean, besides the fact there's a lot of tree damage over there. And they also might see another, line of storms that'll move on through. But remember 8 years ago when you used to be a Minecraft YouTuber? I definitely was not a Minecraft YouTuber. Let's look at this here real quickly. This is from Malcolm Ritchie and Janelle, I believe is how it's pronounced. Near New Philadelphia. Let's take a look at that. Oh yeah, of course I need to unmute my desktop. That would be nice. There you go. Very ominous clouds right there. Look at that. Definitely a shelf cloud there at minimum. Trying to learn on the velocity for that crazy cell. What does the western bound inflow notch have to do to connect with that extreme wind to the south of it? And if so, what would happen? Well, the thing of it is you have to think of it this way, all right? So when you're looking at rotation with velocities, they need to be side by side together, and they need to be rotating that way. So remember, wind's moving away and wind's moving towards, okay? They need to be going to the side of each other so that way they can, spin that way. Or spin that way. There you go. Spin that way. But if they're like just smacking up against each other just like that, then you just have a lot of convergence. You don't really have too much, stuff. So, that's probably not doing a whole lot. But yeah, pretty cool stuff. Pretty good stuff with that. Holy. And go get pics. Yeah, just be safe while you're doing it. If you guys are sending in videos or pictures and stuff like that, all right, please be sure to send it in. Okay? But if you're not safe, don't do it. Like, obviously, if there's a tornado outside your door, if you're under a tornado warning, don't go outside and, you know, filming, especially if it's in the middle of a rain shower. All right, it's not a good idea. When do I think this particular storm will fizzle out? Well, this one, as it moves on through, it'll gradually fizzle out as it gets towards like Cumberland and whatnot. That's what I'm thinking. Power outages for Ohio. Oh my gosh. Good point. Yeah, that's how many power outages there are in Ohio as of this moment. My gosh. I mean, we weren't wrong when we said that, you know, Ohio is probably going to be colored into more colors. Like the blues are not going to be all blue anymore. But, ow. Is Marion going to get a hit again? It'll be half and half. There's a good chance that they can get another line of storms because there's a new band of activity. New band of activity that is over off and towards the southern portions of Michigan, and that will, you know, move on through the area as well. So you might get a little bit of deja vu with that, but I mean, look at how many power outages there are within that map. I mean, my goodness. New squalls form and hit more areas. Well, yeah, that's what we were looking at earlier. The big squall. Yeah, be safe, Tim. Stay away from windows. If you're in any of the severe thunderstorms right now, stay away from windows. All right, because these storms, if they topple trees or power lines or fling any sort of debris and you're along the, you know, the outer parts of your home, guess who's right next to that outer part of your home? So, yeah. But yeah, I mean, as I said, a lot more showers and thunderstorms where they're coming from. As a new line of storms have passed through the I-94 corridor from St. Joseph to Ann Arbor, or at least close to Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor is probably going to see some showers and thunderstorms that could move on through near their area. But specifically, the magnitude probably won't be super significant. So for the person who asked if Ann Arbor is going to see a whole lot, I guess your answer more or less now is not really. They had an opportunity to where they could have, but there's also a new storm that just developed right over Hillsdale, so that's nice. I don't see, well, maybe a little bit of developing rotation with it, but not too much. Doesn't look too interesting. Jeez. Yeah, just for reference here, guys, out of the entire states, so all the states that were impacted here today, okay, we had approximately, and this is an absurd amount of people, about 450,000 people without power because of these storms here today. 450,000 people without power from these storms today. I mean, if that doesn't tell you something, I don't know what does. 'Cause that's insane in its own right. That is insane in its own right. Am I a gamer? I am a gamer, but there hasn't been anything good as of late. I'm waiting for a storm chasing game to come out, or a storm chasing mod pack to come out from a certain someone. So something of the sort. Pretty excited about that. Definitely want to try the game when it comes out, though. More than likely be the end of the year when it comes out, to the beginning of next year from the looks of it. But who knows? Tornado warning for Chicago. There was a tornado warning for Chicago, and that was actually the beginning of the stream where we covered all that stuff, but not as of right now. Yeah, they had a storm chasing video game, ironically called Storm Chasers, but I think they discontinued it, or at least the progression or expansion of it. I still have the game. I still play it. They also have stuff in Roblox, but there's a new game that is 3 times the size of GTA 5 with realistic velocities and reflectivity. It has cape and stuff like that. You know, super realistic, super realistic. And as I said, you know, it's going to be really cool when it comes out. I'm going to try and play it. I'll be posting a lot of that content on my gaming channel that I will eventually create. And when I do that, hopefully I play a lot with a bunch of the viewers that I have here. I think that's what I probably will do. Play a lot with my viewers. Can I look at North Dakota? I sure can. I am talking about Outbreak. I'm also talking about Arma as well, because I know someone who's been creating a storm chasing simulator and or mod pack for Arma. So North Dakota, to me, looks like they're just getting a lot of strong damaging winds, if anything. I don't see too much. I don't see too much. New severe thunderstorm watch for where? And if you say Pennsylvania, you are how many minutes late? Because that thing got notified over there. Not that, but that over there. Yep, that number is correct. 450,000 people. 450,000 people. Still got some pretty strong storms. Maybe a little bit of rotation near Wheeling at the moment. But storms are now starting to approach the general vicinity of Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh is now starting to get into the crosshairs of the storm. And we'll have to see how this thing materializes. I am very interested. Very interested. Ironically, the line behind this now, according to the HRRR, looks like it doesn't do as much. So I might actually end this at 3 o'clock after all. Might actually be able to go to sleep after all. So heading towards Columbus, the new line back over there looks to be heading towards areas north of Columbus. So that'd be like Mansfield, Akron, and Cleveland and stuff like that. Check out that stuff in Michigan. A lot of strong damaging winds. That's a hail spike. Look at that. Maka S hail spike. I'll tell you what. We might be getting closer to the point where we can use Fort Wayne's radar. Might be. Yeah, I think I might, instead of getting coffee, I think I might want to get a water bottle. I think I might want to get some more water. And I think I might want to get a snack. Because I'm not sure about you guys, but I get pretty hungry in the middle of the night. It's probably because I also stay up at night, stuff like that. But I think I might want to get some water. I think I also might want to get a snack. Come back and do that. What is a hail spike? So 3-body scatter spike is the official terminology. It basically takes the radar. So when the radar send out these beams, whenever it sees something and reflects it back. Well, when a hail spike occurs, it usually happens because the beam actually gets reflected off the hail spike and not back to the radar, but instead to somewhere else, and then it takes a longer time for it to get back to the radar. So in turn, it ends up showing something like that. So you see a bit of contamination right within there. So it's technically not a hail spike, but at the same time, it is contamination. Yeah, that's kind of what I saw too, JL. What's the orange dot on your map over Warren? Over Warren? What orange dot? Where? Orange dot? Hold up. Let me search up where Warren is. Warren, Ohio. Okay, that's over there. I don't know. I definitely didn't see anything. Yeah, that's only if it's close enough to the radar, though, Josh. If it's like super far away, then it's not really that much of an issue. Because it'll look over it. But that's classic, Graceful. I don't blame you, though. I don't blame you. Well, the damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning has now been canceled. It's now just this one over here in South Dakota, which still has baseball-sized hail on this one. Also has some very high values of reflectivity and upwards of 78 dBz. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, 78 dBz. Large hail fallen from that one. Really large hail. That's pretty funny. actually put this at Pittsburgh. Let's run the loop. Run it! Run the loop! Someone sent something to me on Twitter? Nice. Let's see. South Dakota earlier? Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, Hot Springs. That makes sense. Yeah, I might want to change it from Ohio to Pennsylvania here in a second. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go downstairs, get something to eat, and then come back up. Probably would be the best. It would probably be like a snack, though. Wouldn't be like anything super bad. Super long. But it definitely would be like a snack. But yeah, we're still gonna be live. We're still gonna be live. We still gotta survive for another hour and 45 minutes. Maybe, you know, if I think I need to, maybe a little bit longer than that. But I plan to end this at 3 in the morning. Something like that. I think the hot weather will come further up. Minnesota. I mean, there could be some heavy amounts of it. Could be. Oh, that's a new severe thunderstorm watch over Fort Wayne and Defiance. Tornado probs 10-2. Oh, my stomach, it hurts. 10-2 tornado probs. That's pain. 60-10 wind. Are you serious? This is even worse. This is, well, I mean, not worse, but it's not even as good as what it was before. Are you serious? Are you serious? Not very nice. Oh boy. So they're saying that that was, yeah, okay. So I want to look at something then, if that's the case. I want to take a look at the Cape. Oh, geez. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. What's the downdraft Cape? Oh my gosh. So, let me get this straight. The event basically, so it was supposed to be tonight, supposed to be overnight tonight. It was supposed to be. But then the event that occurred that went through Indiana and Ohio and is now into Pennsylvania took up all the energy instead. Really? Really? Take a look at surface-based cape. I mean, there's nothing. There is nothing. Three cape and vorticity? I mean, there is nothing. There is nothing. There's a little bit of cape and vorticity over there along the cells that are heading towards Pittsburgh. Actually, I'm really curious. 10-5. 10-5 Tor, probably that has a higher chance of producing a tornado than the one that just got issued. 60-10 wind. So what is this? This is 60-10 as well. Well, what happened earlier? What was this? That was 80-70. So that was the Derecho. That was the supposed Derecho. Was that thing that went through Fort Wayne. Oh my gosh. I want to die. I want to die. I don't want to die. Well, I mean, listen, all right. I mean, I'm still not going anywhere until 3. I'm still not going anywhere until 3. But come on, man. Come on, bruh. I mean, obviously it was a moderate risk. Obviously for wind, it was a bona fide moderate risk. I mean, whenever you have a 98 mile per hour wind gust report, yeah, you had a moderate risk. But come on, man. What are you doing to me? But it was a bona fide moderate risk. It was a bona fide 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. That is for certain. But at the same time, here we are. Here we are. Speaking of here we are's, I just want to point out real quickly. We are really close to 34,000 subscribers, and how we got up here this quickly, I have no idea. But I really do appreciate everyone. I mean, we were at 33,600 subscribers at the beginning of the stream. Gained almost 300, which is pretty insane. So that's pretty cool. And I really do appreciate everyone who's actually supported the channel that way. I also wanted to update the number for our power outages, the unfortunate aspect of this stream, because I'm not sure if you all know, but there actually is a excessive heat watch and or warning for this area. It's excessive heat warning. Heat index values up to 100 to even 110 expected. All right. And most of these areas are in a excessive heat warning. If you see here, the pink area is like the kind of, you know, almost purplish pink areas. Those are excessive heat warnings. And the kind of cream orange stuff, that's a heat advisory. Now, the actual dark red areas actually are excessive heat watches. And so the thing of it is here, the reason why this is all super significant is because this alone in Ohio, all right, we're tracking 5,328,000 customers, okay? And by the way, customers are 1 per family, more or less, All right, so some customers could have one person within it, another could have 2 or 3 people that live within it. So what this means is you essentially have these power outages for 363,000 customers, which could actually mean that there's more than that, more people than that have been impacted. And they are in an excessive heat watch, warning, or heat watch. And especially since the fact that air conditioning runs on electricity. I mean, besides if you have fans and stuff like that, although obviously that won't work because you don't have electricity. Some people are going to be experiencing heat indexes, all right? Feels like temperatures of triple digits to even 110 degrees. That right there is very significant, especially for people who live over in these areas, because they're not used to this. All right, it's not Florida, it's not Arizona, it's not California, it's Ohio. It's Indiana, it's Michigan, it's Illinois, Indiana. All right, all these people, they're not used to that, and that's gonna be something that they're gonna need to fix here soon, because if they don't, there's going to be a lot of issues tomorrow. 77,000 people are without power in Indiana. 58,000 people are without power in Illinois. 34,000 people are without power in Wisconsin. 41,000 people without power in Michigan. And 49, almost 50,000 people without power in West Virginia. So that's kind of what we got at the moment. But I mean, man, oh man, there's just so many people without power. Look at this. 363,000 people. 363,000 customers, I should say. It could be higher than that because each customer can either be represented as one or multiple people within their family. All right, that's a lot of people. A lot of people without power. Especially with what's going to happen tomorrow. I mean, my goodness. The worst case tornado outbreak, in my opinion, from this year? Jeez. This year? There hasn't really been a whole lot of significant tornado outbreaks. I'd say the worst one this year in regards to coverage has to be the one that was in early May from Texas to Oklahoma. But Winterset comes in a close second. The Winterset tornado comes in a close second. But, I mean, just because there's just so many storms that produce so many tornadoes. Can't say that. Yeah, this storm really kind of just deteriorated. It's now just a giant mess of storms. So who knows? I might actually be off earlier than I expected. Who knows? I mean, we'll take a look and show you guys here for right now. You can see big line of storms in southern portions of Michigan, but it doesn't have that yellow box anymore. It's no longer severe warned. So yeah, it has lost a little bit of its traction. It definitely has lost a little bit of its traction. If we go back to Pittsburgh's radar, I mean, there's only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in range around that area, extending from Parkersburg, the cell over in Parkersburg that's moving through that area, and then the cells that are moving off towards Washington and Cannonsburg. Went through Wheeling already. And those storms are actually starting to deteriorate. Heck, I might not even get anything from that line, which is kind of funny. Which I kind of anticipated not getting anything, but Light show in Parkersburg? Sheesh. Be safe. Yeah, Mayfield was last year. Yeah, I know it's December. December was weird. All right, I could be honest with you. October and December of last year, those 2 months were very weird. A lot of activity at that time of year. That severe thunderstorm warning just got updated, and it canceled for a lot of areas. They're probably going to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning, more than likely for areas near Cannonsburg, Washington, Monson, Monongahela, as well as Jefferson Hills, Bethel Park, and McKeesport. Might be the area that they'll do it for. I'm not sure if they'll include Pittsburgh, though. Pittsburgh might be too far north. But who knows? Canadian storms still going? Yeah, they are. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings over here south of Brandon. Nope, it's canceled. Never mind. It's canceled. They're not active anymore. No more severe thunderstorm warnings. No more Fortnite. Excuse me. Hey, I'm pretty happy this event's starting to kind of go down a little bit. Pretty happy I also decided to live stream today, too. Geez. Big line that really just decided to kind of go off. Ann Arbor got a lot of rain. Hudson's getting a lot of rain. Toledo's about to get a lot of rain. Maybe even some hail within that too, but not too much. It's not severe at the moment, which is the good news. I think I'm going to move Grand Rapids radar finally to Fort Wayne. Yeah, I'm going to be completely honest with you. As I said, I've really, over the past week and a half, I haven't really been feeling a lot of motivation for YouTube. Just been really, burnt out. I've been pretty burnt out. And, I was even contemplating not even live streaming today, but I was just like, Nate, suck it up. Doesn't matter. It's a moderate risk. You said that if moderate risk was ever issued, you would always be on it 100% of the time. Unless if you actually had an issue. So I said, you know what? Sucking it up, doing it. But I really wanted to learn some more Python and whatnot, because I want to get into more coding. And I'm really serious about this program that my researchers are doing with me. I really do believe that if we can get this program up and running for radar, this will really change the game and how I view radar analysis. 'Cause that's what I want to do. At the end of the day, I want to try and find something that will allow me to further understand and comprehend what exactly is going on with the radar, so that I'm more well equipped whenever I am approaching stuff like this or looking at other stuff when I'm looking at live radar. So, yeah, I want to learn some more Python because we're going to code the program in Python. We got a couple people that are already working on it right now. There's certain things that I kind of want to be done, but obviously I would need to actually know what I'm doing in order for it to do so. I don't want to sound like, an idiot or a boss, stuff like that, but Yeah, I'm really excited for the future of our research group, and I really do want to try and complete it, because when it is complete, oh boy, I mean, there might be a good chance that we might not miss a single thing ever again. Of course, I kind of doubt it, you know, but at least it'll allow me to figure out what I'm doing. I just got word that there's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Winnipeg, and yes, there is. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning south and west of Winnipeg, so that's kind of interesting. There's also severe thunderstorm watch for Winnipeg as well, so that's something to note. So Ohio is done. Well, I mean, they're going to get some more weather overnight tonight. Could be severe, could not be severe. We'll have to see. But as of right now, most of Ohio is done. They're going to get more of their activity probably at around 4 o'clock in the morning, if anything. But I'm not going to be up by then. I think I'm going to go to bed here. Probably at like 2:15, 2:30, something like that. New outlooks will be out shortly. Yeah, that's why I'm also kind of staying up too. Because believe it or not, I actually get impacted in tomorrow's risk. So I'm kind of interested as to what their opinion is. I mean, I have my opinion as to what's going to happen, but I mean, who am I kidding? I'm not going to get anything, but you know, something can happen. Something could happen. Who knows? Lisbon, Ohio, still in a severe thunderstorm warning? No, they ain't. No, they ain't. That severe thunderstorm warning just got canceled, didn't it? Weakened below severe limits. That makes sense. Look at that. Some crazy stuff, I will say that. Huge amount of rear inflow jet. And what I mean by that is, look at this open area right here and how it's pulling that rain all the way back around on the backside of the storm. Watch this. Watch that. Look at how cool that is. Yep, see you, April. Thanks for staying up. Am I chasing tomorrow? Nope. I ain't getting anything. I don't foresee anything happening. Columbus, Ohio done for the most part. Yeah, I'd say so. Kyle, South Dakota. I'll look at it in a bit. I'll look at it in a bit. Actually, look at it right now. Boop. Velocity. A lot of de-aliasing in my honest opinion. I don't think it's anything tornadic. A lot of contamination. A lot of contamination. Yeah. There's only, believe it or not, there's only 4 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Only 4. And obviously that's not a whole lot. But let's at least put our radars near where these storms are actually severe. Let's reorganize our radars, shall we? That right there. Put that right there. Put that right there. Probably will need Cleveland, so I'll leave that there. Put that right there. Actually, I'll put that up there. That's fine. And then I'll put that right there. Boom. Pop my neck again. Finally okay with no bad weather in southwestern Georgia. Well, good for you. Good stuff, good stuff. Is the second wave of storm something to worry about? Well, it was before, but now it's starting to seem a little bit more... starting to seem a bit weaker. Which is the good news. Alright, the storm over here in Charleston. Near Ravenswood, actually specifically, so near Parkersburg. Yeah, a lot of strong damaging winds, if anything. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for another 2 minutes. 2 minutes! So this severe thunderstorm warning will even be allowed to expire too, which is kind of funny. Back to Pittsburgh. Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of strong damaging winds. Could see a new severe thunderstorm warning over there. Wouldn't be surprised. Look back at this cell over here, as we do have a couple of these cells that are trying to do stuff. A lot of large hail and some strong damaging winds for the most part, but not too much. And then what about this cell up here? Well, it's not really doing too much either. Now, there is a severe thunderstorm warning for Winnipeg, so that is something to take a note of. Strong storm that's trying to move to Winnipeg. So that might be something we watch. I'll leave it up to you guys, chat. Should we continue to live stream until after the storms move past Winnipeg? Which I believe it will take a bit. No, it actually won't take a bit at all. It'll be about probably 30 minutes. So, Winnipeg or go die now? Or go die, I should say, at 2. Power outage total now at 384,000. Winnipeg? Alright, we're covering for Winnipeg. I definitely am not going to want to stay up until 3 a.m. if these storms are going to continue to look terrible. Because they look, you know, they don't look good. they look like absolute utter garbage. 90 kilometer per hour wind gusts with this storm. Definitely a storm to watch. Just issued a warning west of Toledo. Yeah, they did. That's 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Plus, it looks to be getting out of jurisdiction here soon. But the storm in northwestern Ohio is supposed to be the possible derecho. Apparently, the storm that was earlier on today was supposed to be the possible derecho, but this could be another derecho too, maybe. They updated it. Day 1, slight. I'm in a marginal. I'm not even in the 2%. I'm not even in the hail risk. I'm barely in the wind risk. This is depressing. See, I told you, I'm not getting anything. Neither is anyone else. Bibbity bibbity bobbity. Not getting stuff. What the heck? Yeah, that clearly makes sense. Anyways. Yeah, there's no severe thunderstorm warnings in Ohio at the moment. There's one in Michigan. And then there's 2 in South Dakota. That's it. That's it. I mean, of course, you never know. Never know, never know, never know. Let me remove the day 2. There we go. Good stuff. Turn that off and turn it back on. Winnipeg? It hasn't updated. Jeez. Well, I guess radar scope wins again for Canada. It seems that if it's anywhere else outside of the United States, the best radar programs to go to is Radar Scope and Radar Scope. Hudson just had a bunch of strong wind gusts, lightning bouncing around everywhere. I have a person. Wait, is it Hillsdale or Hudson? I think it's Hillsdale that I know them from. Anyways, I know a person who lives near that area. He was telling me the same exact thing. So that's pretty consistent. Yeah, it's close enough. They're practically right next to each other. But yeah, luckily Hillsdale and Hudson, they're starting to get out of the risk, and should be pretty much it for the evening, overnight hours. Should be good. I wonder if the statewide total in Ohio could get to 400,000. I wonder. It'll be pretty interesting, I'll say that much. You know what else is pretty interesting, ladies and gentlemen? We finally hit the threshold of 33,900 subscribers. I say finally as if it's, taken a long time. No, it hasn't. But yeah, this is the official mark of us getting about 300 subscribers today. I really do appreciate you guys as well. So thank you so much for helping me out here. Yeah, look at that. 384,000 people. 384,000 people without power in Ohio. And just a reminder, they're in an excessive heat watch and or warning. So some of these areas won't have power for tomorrow. Excuse me. They won't have power for tomorrow during all of that significant heat, which will be pretty crazy, pretty significant. All right, let's go back to scope, and let's witness Winnipeg get slapped. I think I am going to want to go downstairs real quickly and get myself a bottle of water. And then we'll go over what happened today. But yeah, I'm gonna get myself a bottle of water. I'll be back. Give me just 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Jesus. This room is abnormally warm. Also, my leg keeps buckling, which is really weird. Very weird. But oh well. Also snagged myself a couple slices of pizza. I hope you all don't mind. Hope you all don't mind. Also, this is not in Ohio. I just realized. Not in Ohio. This could be far from Ohio. It's in Manitoba. But let's go over what's going on right now. All right. So, Athens is gone? Nah. Just corrupt velocity data. So, let's look over what's happened today. Obviously, the big story. Oh, they fixed it. So, they've actually. Wow. So, the outages went down. They actually fixed some power. Good stuff. Good stuff. So, the total outages so far as of right now is 357K. All right. Now, earlier it was 384,000 customers without power. So, I mean, that happened. Excuse me. But we also have people in Indiana, 72,000 people without power over there. In Illinois, almost 59,000 people without power. In Michigan, 46,000 people without power. And in my former home state, West Virginia, 61,000 people without power over there. It's really interesting. Really interesting. But a lot of people were impacted today. I mean, I'd say almost a good 500,000 people were impacted today by, you know, them having some form of power outage. Maybe even more if it wasn't an elongated period of power outage. So that's something to make a note of. These same areas here actually are under a form of heat advisory and or heat watch or warning. And basically what that is that basically warns for significant temperatures of heat index. So feels like temperatures are going to be relatively high within some of these areas. So for instance, here in portions of Ohio and Indiana, as well as southern Michigan, even into portions of West Virginia near Charleston and Parkersburg, there's a heat watch, heat warning, or excessive heat warning, stuff like that, heat advisory. And some of these people, I mean, you saw the numbers, some of these people are without power. And, you know, with feels like temperatures tomorrow expected to be in the hundreds to maybe even 110s. So triple digits across the board. I mean, that's going to be pretty significant. And actually, I think we can take a look at that. I think we can actually take a look at that. Would it be apparent temperature? Guess we shall have to see, shall we? Raining here in West Virginia. Yeah, there's a lot of places that are raining in West Virginia at the moment. But if I had to guess, probably near the Morgantown areas. If not, you're near Parkersburg. Good enough guess. And then if it's Wheeling, then that's it. Wheeling doesn't exist. But here's some of the feels like temperatures over here in portions of, you know, the Ohio River Valley. And you see a lot of these triple digit values over here. A lot of these areas are without power, specifically, you know, over here. A lot of these areas are without power. So, you know, just to put it in perspective, you know, unless if they figure out these outages here soon, you know, the risk for heat stroke goes up tremendously. So that's kind of an issue there. Big issue, actually. I also want to take a look real quickly. Thank you for the subscription, the Shiny Queen, by the way. Really do appreciate it. I also want to put into perspective our storm reports for today. We have no official, you know, reports of tornadoes, although we had numerous wind reports and we had numerous tornado warnings too. We were covering the tornado warnings that were over near Chicago at the beginning of the stream, and then it went all the way down, covered all these areas. A lot of stuff. Actually, Fairmont. Well, okay, close enough. Close enough. I was actually near Fairmont, I think in March, something like that. I had to coach a middle school team for hockey, ice hockey, because yes. But we had an absorbent amount of reports, specifically for wind. If you see at the bottom here, wind reports are indicated in blue. Hail is in green. Obviously, tornadoes are in red, and we got none of that. If you see any black squares, they are high wind reports. And if you see any black triangles, they're large hail reports. So you can see there's a lot of black triangles over in this area. But there's also a lot of black squares over here. There's a couple black triangles, but that was before the stream. And I definitely was not streaming that. No offense. But, yeah. Try to catch everything, but I wasn't going to stream something that was going to be like 4 hours before an event. 3 or 4 hours before an event. No way. No way. But it happens. So, why are we looking at this? Well, you can see the consistency of all the reports. They are relatively tight together. Yeah, they're not really separated by a whole lot. So, the question here is, well, is this event a derecho? Well, we have to take a look at two things. First off, we had the first storm system that went through from near the Cincinnati area all the way through into like Roanoke. And that consistently, produced a lot of reports of winds. So, I mean, you could consider that to be a derecho. Did it last for 250 miles? Well, I don't know. I'd have to measure it. Let me measure it off the side screen here. And then technically it did. So that could have been a derecho. What about this other system, though? The thing that went from Chicago all the way down to Wheeling. Well, there aren't any reports as of right now of any sort of damage over in eastern Ohio. So we'd have to go from right here and down. And just a reminder, this also had a report of 98 mile per hour winds. So it had a 98 mile per hour wind gust within this storm, which is pretty significant. All right. I mean, I was mentioning before that would be Category 2 hurricane force wind gusts if a hurricane actually moved through this area. So, that's just for perspective. But yeah, this would technically have been a derecho too. So maybe two derechos that occurred here today. Two significant wind storms that moved on through. And I just measured it on the side screen, so it's one of those things. I feel like wearing my hat again. So I'm going to wear my hat again. My head's not hurting anymore, so might as well. But yeah, that's nice. So two potential derechos within that. I also want to go down to the report of significant wind. It'll take a bit before we get there, actually. If I remember correctly. It's going to take a while. Give me a second. But I am going to want to show you all that 98 mile per hour wind gust report. There it is. So the magnitude is indicated right here. Time is in UTC right there. ASOS station, Fort Wayne International Airport. So we did indeed have, I'm not saying that I want triple digit, wind speed recording, but it would have been pretty cool if it actually did break that barrier. Would have been pretty cool, but thank God it didn't. That's kind of pretty much what happened today. There was a moderate risk, of course, as I said, for severe weather. There was indeed a moderate risk. That was the risk here for today. It actually extended a little bit beyond that. We also had a slight and an enhanced risk that went further out to Wisconsin and Illinois. And of course, as I said, as I typically start out at the beginning of the streams, 1 out of 5 in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, 4 out of 5 in red. And usually we don't see a whole lot of 4 out of 5s. So pretty gnarly event, especially with the magnitude of how many reports actually occurred within that specific area. For good reason. Good reason it was issued. So that's something to note. All right, there's 2 flash flood warnings, and then there's 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that are ironically in South Dakota. So not really doing too much in that regard there. They're both considerable for golf ball sized hail, if I remember correctly. No, one is tennis ball sized hail, and the other is golf ball sized hail. So I kind of guessed that correctly. The cells that are moving through Winnipeg are starting to gain a little bit more traction, but they're not doing too much right now, so that's interesting. That's kind of the good news. I also want to mention here real quickly, before we go back to the radar analysis, I mentioned that hurricane force winds would move through those areas. If we take a look back real quickly at the actual power outage map, it looks very similar to what I typically would see whenever a hurricane makes landfall on a coastline. Whenever you have a lot of these yellows and oranges and even reds, I mean, that's a lot of power outages within an area. And, you know, that's kind of what we got. Got a lot of that happening over here. So it's unsurprising what happens when you have hurricane force winds across the area. And whenever I say, all right, that there's a potential for hurricane force winds in the future, kind of refer it to something like this, where it could potentially be like that. So, yeah, that's kind of what we got here. Not completely final thoughts, but I do want to mention a couple things here real quickly. First off, if you would like to talk more about just weather and stuff like that, all sorts of, whatnot, or even just communicate with me by any stretch, all right? I do have a Discord server, and I do have a Discord account. So if you would like to get in contact with me, that is my account. And my Discord server is in the chat as well. So feel free to get in contact if you need to. If you want to learn more about weather, if you just want to talk to me and stuff like that. Up to you. I also, I don't know when I'm going to be uploading or if I'm going to be, I'm probably not going to be streaming tomorrow. Not going to be. I'm going to try to do that's a day 2 enhanced risk, isn't it? This is going to make me want to look at day 2. What? Well, guess who's going to be streaming on Wednesday? Guess who's going to be streaming on Wednesday? Ouch. Yeah, so there's going to be a stream on Wednesday, which means there's going to be a video tomorrow. So guess who's going to make a video tomorrow night talking about all this stuff? So be prepared for that. But 10 sig tornado risk. 10 sig tornado risk for Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin, as well as Michigan. 10 sig tornado risk. Now I'm really curious. Why did they pull the trigger on that? Time to cherry pick. Yes, you're allowed to be disappointed in me. Wednesday. Oh, according to STP, there definitely is supercells there, but I need to see the environment. What? Why have they done this? They better not go 15, I swear. If they do, I'm losing it. Because there's no reason why they should. No reason why they should. Don't go 15. If you do it, I'll be very angry. I'll be very angry. But on a real note, they shouldn't. They really shouldn't. But yeah, video tomorrow night. And then live stream on Wednesday. So hopefully you guys will stay tuned to the channel, as we will be talking about all sorts of active weather. All sorts of active weather over the next couple of days. Let's take a look at radar one more time. All sorts of weird stuff. Not really too much happening in Pittsburgh. New severe thunderstorm warning, however, for northern Ohio, as we do have a storm that's probably producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail within this general area. So that is going to be something to note. We also have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings with damage threat considerables, and another severe thunderstorm warning over here in South Dakota. And there's 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in North Carolina for whatever reason. So that's a thing. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that as well. That's kind of that. Yeah, that's weird. Let's take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning in Greensboro real quickly. I'll consider the following even more. But yeah, I'll upload a video. It'll be tomorrow evening, sometime around 8 or 9 Eastern. 8 or 9 Eastern. You guys know me. Whenever I say 8, it usually is 9. Whenever I say it's 9, it's usually 10. So. But there's some instances where I get it out early. So. Look for my video to be sometime around then. Please be sure to, click it. Share it with friends and family, especially if they live in some of these areas. Hit that thumbs up button so that I can continue to spread it out with more and more people on YouTube, because YouTube's algorithm. Yes. And, yeah, as long as we do that, you're helping me in supporting the channel and whatnot. And even just by watching, just by watching all the way through, you're supporting the channel as well. Just being here, you're supporting the channel. So, I really do appreciate that as well. Really do. But yeah, I'll go into depth. Jeez, I cannot speak. I'll go in depth on all the stuff that's going to be happening on Wednesday, tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, I'll be talking about everything you need to know. So all the tornado risks, what the tornado characteristics are going to be like, everything. That way, whenever we actually stream, on Wednesday, you guys will not be surprised at all. Power is out across the city in Wheeling, as well as large branch down on every street, sometimes more excessive straight line damaging winds. Jeez. That is a interesting report that just came out from my good friends. Oh yeah, Ohio County casually has 13,000 people without power over there. That's a lot of people without power. Here, just for reference, that's what we're looking at. Here's West Virginia, and then there's the northern part of West Virginia. Ohio County is where Wheeling is at. Keeping an eye on it. Any good targets for tomorrow in the south? Not really. There isn't anything too much. I don't foresee too much stuff going on. Yeah, SL in Greensboro is kind of meh. Not expecting too much. Not expecting too much. Should be good. Wonder 378k now. Wow, 378k. A lot of people without power still there. And it might be growing actually. Might get to a point to where 400,000 people are without power at this rate. So we'll see. All right, I think I'm going to end it here pretty soon. If there's any questions you guys may have, please be sure to ask it in the chat. I think I'm going to end it here in about 5 to 10 minutes. Probably 5 minutes. Unless if we continue to have questions, then, I'll probably stay on until the questions are answered. Toledo, I don't expect you guys to get too much. Definitely, just got the brunt force of whatever thunderstorm this was. There is a little bit of flooding across some of your areas, so I'd watch out for that. But that would be the main thing to note. Yeah, that didn't help. The alias city is here. Whew. Appreciate the kind words, Lisa. Will the Michigan storm reach Columbus, Ohio? It could potentially, but I think it's going to be a little too far to the north and too far to the east. So I think you guys are fine. Checked on Columbus and Michigan. So there's the storms that are moving on through. They're now in northwestern Ohio. And the current trajectory takes this activity to the south and east. If you continue to draw the line even past that, it'll be heading off in this area. Columbus is down here. So, I mean, they could get some of these extra showers and thunderstorms. But it's kind of unlikely. Kind of unlikely. AEP says Ohio says it might, or AEP Ohio says it might take all day for power to get back on. Wouldn't be surprised. North Dakota, big wind threat for the most part. I don't see too much of what's happening over there. But just on the off chance, let's take a look. And yeah, I don't see too much. I see a lot of spotty hail. I see some damaging winds, but not super strong ones. Could see something in Winnipeg, though. Winnipeg's about to get hit. So, that's something, but... Yep. What do I feel about the day 4 risk in Pennsylvania? I hope it doesn't do too much. But if it does something, it'll be in my backyard and I'll be able to watch it. But I haven't really looked at it in too much depth. So, I think I'll discuss that a little bit more tomorrow. In my video tomorrow night. A lot of thunder here in Bridgeville, PA, south of Pittsburgh. Any tornadoes possible? Unlikely. Unlikely. Can we see? Yeah, I mean, it probably would be helpful if I did show you where the stuff was actually moving on through. Probably would be helpful, wouldn't it? Here you go. So there's the trajectory of this storm. There's the severe thunderstorm warning. Right in there. Terrible outline of the box. But oh well. There's Columbus right there, so you can see the trajectory. Takes it a little bit to the north. Just a bit to the north. Bum bum ba da 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 da. Ba 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 da 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 da. Newcastle gonna get hit? More than likely, lot later on this morning. Lot later on. So you can go to bed. You can go to bed, in my honest opinion. Yeah, most people, if not everyone, can go to bed, to be completely honest with you. That's my assessment as of right now. Everyone can go to bed, everyone can relax, everyone can go to sleep. What will Wellington get? Good question. Wellington, gets strong damaging winds more than likely. I probably would do that, Brendan, but pretty tired, so I probably won't. Alrighty. Looks like all the questions for the most part has been answered. I'll give it another little bit. We'll say 2:25 Eastern is when we call it. How's it looking? I think it'll just be a lot of strong, just damaging winds in general, Rick. I don't see it doing too much for you. Yeah, it looks like it's letting up on radar in Toledo as well, at least from the looks of it. There aren't any mesoscale discussions for these storms, so I don't see too much stuff. But yeah. Storm in Winnipeg doesn't look like it produced anything tornadic. It looked like it was just pretty linear. Which is kind of what I guessed. So pretty relieved about that. Alrighty. I think we should be good. As I said, come back tomorrow night for my video. I'll upload that on me talking about what's happening on Wednesday because there is a 10% significant risk for tornadoes. 10% risk for significant tornadoes on Wednesday. We will be streaming on Wednesday, covering it. We will also be uploading a video tomorrow night, as I said, talking about it as well as what could be happening afterwards. So if you want to hear any of the forecasts and stuff like that, please be sure to tune in. Please be sure to tune in tomorrow night. And of course, please be sure to tune in on Wednesdays. We are back here live talking about significant tornadoes and whatnot. So once again, thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy the live stream, please be sure to hit that subscribe button down below and hit that like button down below too. That way, not only you can stay up to date with all the latest information that I provide, especially by hitting that notification bell, but you also help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, because if you interact with the channel more and more, YouTube looks at that and sees the fact that more and more people are looking at this stuff, and so therefore it'll want to share it with more and more people. That's how YouTube's algorithm works, and so that's the basic way for us to try and, manipulate it a little bit to try and help us get information out to more and more people. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. Also, please be sure to follow my social media, join my Discord server. Links will all be in the description down below. Everyone can go to bed. Everyone can rest, as we're all pretty much good here. Everything is pretty much fine. We all can go to bed. We all can relax. Final count here as of right now. Obviously, it's going to change, but 372,000 people without power in Ohio. 32,000 people without power in Wisconsin. 43,000 people without power in Michigan. 55,000 people without power in Illinois. 73,000 people without power in Indiana, and 63,000 people without power in West Virginia. So a lot of people were impacted, approximately 500,000, which is pretty insane. So Pray for all the people, especially since they will be impacted by some significant heat tomorrow. And let's just hope that they continue to stay hydrated. But other than that, thank you guys so much for watching. My name is Nate. And yeah, I'll see you all. I'll see y'all tomorrow. So peace out, everyone. There we go.